Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican por his verbis Latinum.
I thought I'd done everything perfectly. I'm like, this morning is doing perfect. I'm doing perfect. But then I've got sample user, this live stream is the best, as the winning comment, and that's not right. I mean, it's right, but it's not the right comment. Sharon McDonald, somewhere you're out here somewhere. Sharon, congratulations for being first in chat today. You are the winner of everything IP related. You have done this before. You are a repeat offender. There you go. We'll put that up right there. Sharon, thank you so much for being first in chat. You know what to do. We'll package up the internet and send it to you. Just keep it running. If you do choose to rename it or something, just let us know so we know what to call it when we look for it. It's going to be a great day. Sharon, I have faith in you. You can do this. It looks like you've already done all the tests of all the equipment and we're good to go. So let's focus on the fun stuff. And then there was silence. 2 minutes before, 20 seconds before I was supposed to go live on air, Mrs. R.A. comes and opens the door. She's like, "We've got an issue. Little R.A. has locked himself in the bathroom and can't get out." So, the joys of living in a house that was built over 100 years ago. You have situations like this where things fail at the worst possible time, including the door locks. So I was able to fix that situation, and the door is still usable, which was the worst case scenario would not be usable after I fixed it. But anyway, so now here we are. I'm a little bit discombobulated. All right, welcome everybody. It's been a fantastic morning so far. I'm not sure what weather you're having. It's 56 degrees here outside, and the sun is shining. The birds are singing. Unfortunately, the birds are nesting in my eave, so I had to get out with a little Red Ryder pew pew and try to scare some away. It was not successful this morning, but there's always another day. I only have a problem with the invasive species of birds that nest in and insist on pulling what little remains of my historic house apart to nest in it. The rest of the birds are all fine. It's funny, we've got a robin that nests on a ledge. We've got a very large wraparound porch on the house. And the robin nests on a ledge, and they've done this 2 years in a row. And every year they build it, I guess the nest gets taller. And that one's fine, and that bird's fine. But it's the one that literally rips wood off the eaves to make holes to go up in those guys have to go. The starlings are just a no-go. Anyway, I've got to figure out a way to do that. I need a cat that can jump 11 feet. That's what will fix it. Where are we at? I missed a lot of chat this morning. I do apologize. There's a lot of talk going on. Today's going to be an interesting day in the trial. We've got, I think, about a 5-hour video to sit through, which I'm hoping, I've got my fingers crossed. Is it too much to ask, really, that we just have good audio and good video? If we have to sit through half a day's worth of interrogation with very little breaks, can we at least have something that we can listen to without getting a migraine? Is that too much to ask? And where do I put that request in? Do I file that with the judge directly, or should I take it up with the investigators who record the video? Anyway, we'll find out where that's at. I will do my best, as I always do, to try to make the audio as painless as possible, while still being able to hear everything we possibly can. So I'll be hard at work on my end, getting it fixed up as good as possible. And we'll just cross our fingers and hope for the best. We have a lot of people here in chat. Let me do a quick roll call. Jack O'Forey, you're the first person on the list. I know there were a lot of people before you, but that's where my screen defaulted to when I scrolled up to the top. Looks like we have a new member. Crystal M., welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate your support. Good to have you here. I did not call out, but I should. The last member yesterday was during testimony. The last one we got, and that was Susan. Susan, thank you very much for becoming a member as well. I saw you there. I put it up on the screen, but I didn't call it out, and I thought I owe you that at least. Kay Prudhomme, good morning to you. Lisa Marie ATX on a globe. Richard, good to have you here. Be Kind, Annie Pistol, Rockin' Dawkins, South Carolina, or SC. I think it's South Carolina. Mr. Upper Torso, good to have you. Red Pen, Eileen, E. Toms is here. Cope and Whiskey. True Celtic Mutt, good morning. Is this a private party or can anyone join? It's pretty much open. Anyone can join. Matthew Harris is in the house. Good morning, Matthew. Let's see. Thea Barnes, Dennis Menard, French Fry, Lisa Marie, we got you. Rockin' Dawkins, Laura, Patches. I will say this. I need to. Yesterday was crazy. Okay, I'll admit. Yesterday was crazy. We had a lot of people in chat. At one point, it was close to 4,000 people in chat, briefly, and it's a lot of work for our mods, and I think they need a little help. And I know that there are about, I think, roughly 200 people out there who have expressed interest in being a mod, and I can't have you all be mods because that's also work, a lot of work. If there are too many mods, then it's hard to manage the moderating as well. But we are looking right now for a couple people, just a couple, and I realize that most people who put in their requests probably won't be a mod, but a couple people who might be interested, if you can reach out to me on the burner phone. And we're looking for basically people who can continue. We have a very relaxed chat. We really do. We don't come down heavy on the ban hammer. A lot of the comments that have a lot of the meaner words are filtered out automatically by YouTube, and all we do is just don't show those. But really, we have a pretty open chat and friendly and sort of laid back with not a lot of interaction directly from the mods unless it needs it. So we're looking to sort of continue that same idea. We don't need a lot more moderating going on. But when it gets busy, it can be a little tricky. And with the long days we're having and stuff like that, I just feel bad for the mods. So if you want to reach out to me, I'll talk it over with the mods we have right now because they're fantastic, and just see if we can find some good fits that way. That would be great. Let's see. Hold Your Horses is here. Good morning. Eileen Thurling, Michaela R, DSN, Mary Kay, Not a Drama Llama. Share Bear is in the house. Good morning. E. Toms, Lou W, Debbie Wilson, Calsoit. Did I say that right? Let's see. Mr. Upper Torso, got you. Annie, Eileen Thurling, John Link. Good morning. Tony Fortune, Sweet Serenity, Julie Weaver, Rockin' Dawkins, O-Town Chill. Good morning. How's Ogden doing? How's the weather over there, by the way? Are you guys going to be skiing till December? I guess it would be September. December would start again. But Linda Hill, Grandma Nancy, good morning. Let it be summer. True Celtic, we got you. DSN, Cachette. I need you to start so I can jump in the shower. Cachette, we're going. You can get your day started now. Denise Feldman Ersland is here. Appreciate the text. We're getting texts from people about mods. Okay, thank you. The phone is buzzing constantly. Sweet Faces, Lisa Wilmot, Red Pen, Des, good morning. French Fry, Tony Fortune. How about we do this? I know it's a little early. One time in chat, just do a hand emoji, and I'll see if I can call everybody out instead of trying to sort out everybody. I still need to find a better way to do roll call in the morning. New member, Lisa Marie ATX. Thank you so much for becoming a member, Lisa. Great to have you here. I appreciate your support. Miss BZ, I see you there. Diana Caruthers, Dawn, Sandra Vital, welcome. Cue the music. So we got Diana. Let me scroll down here. Tara P, Judy. Oh, the hands have started. Okay, way up here. All right, here we go. Jeanette French, Heather Collins, Donna Thompson, Clone Blender, Michelle Phillips, Bobby Hanson, Miss Beasy, Don says, it's my birthday. Don, happy birthday. Wonderful. I wonder if there's anyone else whose birthday is today. So please out yourself. We need your support here. Don, we're going to sing to you here in just a little bit. We'll get the music ready. But Annie Pistol, Bay Pattern, Roland Steadies here. Emily, Rev Minister, Tam Hernandez, MS Kim, E. Toms, Michaela R., Sherry Sims Rue, Christy Aiken, Eddie, Dean Sparks, MM Jones, Hope S., good morning, Shadow Star 7, Tabitha, Ohio Mama, Jesse Charles, Pampered Glampers in the house, good morning. The Real John Doe is here. Love some of your names. Yellow Submarine, good morning to you. Shell E., T-Rocks, Lisa, Rhonda Fallis, Courtney, Lee, Crystal M., Megan Easton, Don Blair, Checkmate. I love that name as well. Margaret R., Miss L., Miss Brownstone, Mrs. Brownstone, Babs09X, Silly Claus is here in the house as well. Amos, Roland Steady, Corey C., Janice Rod, Tia, Diana Caruthers. Let's see, Calypson's Vixen. Good morning, Amber. 80s Music Man, Britta Aller. Let's see, Lily says, hi from Netherlands. Love America. Good, thank you. We've got a couple people from Netherlands here. It's wonderful to have you. Paula McIntosh, Krista, Deebs, Bella. Let's see, I'm getting everybody that has their hand up. Just do it one time. Nikki Zeebs, Franco, Aaron Morgan, Lynn Hoke, Steal Your Heart, Terry K., Marilyn Skoll, JT, Bruise Crime, Lisa B., Key N., Lexi. Oh, no. I just scrolled. Where? There we go. Here we go. Lexi Golden. Let's see. Manon, Virginia Clegg, Lindsay Lynn, Sandra Vital, Samantha Venegas, Heather Collins, welcome. Patches Minsky, Minexky. Is it Minksky? Minksy? I think it's Minksy. That's what I'm going to go with today. Good morning, Minksy. Catatonic, Nanny Apple, Marianne Malaro. This one I had to hold just for a second in my head because I might have mispronounced it. Kung Fu Kendall. I think that's how that's pronounced. You just about tripped me up there. That would have been bad. CC Nonstar, Valerie Ivy, Krista Weebug. Good morning. New Bunk Foss, Mr. Dryer Fryer, Mr. Drafer. Sorry, just came in. Heidi came in with a 2-month membership anniversary chat. You need an app that will scroll roll call across the bottom of the screen. Welcome and to popularity. I know there are systems out there that will do that, but you guys feel like family, and just relegating you to a text across the bottom of the screen is, I know I'm putting your text on the screen, but I'd like to say your name, and thank you personally. I realize that at some point I won't be able to do that, but as long as I can, I want to try. Also, another new member today, Shauna Casey. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the jury as well. Moving right up into the soft seats as well. Thank you so much. Karen Yells. I have a very bad echo, sir. Is anyone else here a very bad echo? Can you guys let me know? That's something that would not be good. What time does the trial start? The trial starts at 11, so we have an hour and 45 minutes. We're going to talk about some other stuff first. Melissa, JREPTX is here. And Chat Explodes is not a drama llama. Andrew F. Ogans, welcome. Andriel Hillis, Megan Easton, Lisa Marie, welcome. Monica Shar, Planner Newbie Pro, welcome. 321, love the name there. Ritz, KD214, Hold Your Horses is here. Just wishing a happy birthday to Dawn. Golden Girl, good morning, Golden Girl. Did a great job with the internet yesterday, by the way. Ritz, Karen Dietrich, Jonathan Davenport's here. 83 degrees in Salt Lake City yesterday. Snowed a foot last week. Crazy Utah weather. Wow. You guys are going to have some flooding. I've actually sort of been keeping my eye on that because as someone who grew up fishing a lot of the reservoirs and lakes in Utah, water levels are important. And Utah, if you didn't know, is a desert state. It doesn't receive a lot of water. And so it's been in a prolonged period of drought. And this winter has been the exact opposite. But not so much, if this is hard to imagine, but some of the biggest reservoirs that are fed off the watershed areas that collect water in Utah and Colorado and things like that, say like Lake Mead, Flaming Gorge, not Flaming Gorge, I mean, it is there, but that's not the one I was thinking of. Lake Powell. These reservoirs hold so much water that even in a just hugely, 200% snowpack year, all that water is not enough to make up for what it's lost over the years. And so the water is still, like 80 or 100 feet lower in the reservoir than it should be.
Taking it easy.
So I'm keeping a close eye on that. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Kitty Bang Bang is here. Danny Austin, Scott Imming, County
There's
V.
a lawsuit.
Says no echo here. Excellent. Chris Carroll. Laura Pertla. Laura Pertla. I'm trying, Laura. I really am. I will try to remember. Let's see. Ritz, good morning from Chicago. Hope's here. Happy birthday to Dawn. We'll sing to Dawn in just a minute, see if there's anyone else. Horse Sheet and Bananas here. Chris Gorman, sorry. Bite Me. Good morning, Rebecca. Good to have you here. My birthday today says Yellow Submarine. Yes, Yellow Submarine. That's it. Is it? I don't want to say the number. I think I know how old you are today. I think you told me yesterday. So Dawn and Yellow Submarine, we'll include them. Patches, let's see, we've got you here. Francis Macy. I can't do hands, says Missy Baker. That's close enough. Let's see, Baby Bear. Let's see, Bobby Hansen. Lisa, good morning. Sheena as well. Found this channel after my birthday. Cindy's crazy. Next year, Cindy, we'll catch you. I see you, Missy Baker. There you are. Let's see. T-Rocks, Kutch.
Alex Stollett.
Martha Emery. Good morning, Martha. Amanda G. Nana Geek Joe Ellen. Lisa Eads. Okay. Jennifer Parut. Lewis Cox. Anyone else? I'm just looking. I'm scanning for birthday messages as well. Let's see. Lost Souls Paranormal is here. Good morning. I think that's Queen Olive. I'm catching up on all the Eileen. I'm catching up on the hands. My hand emoji doesn't want to send. Hello, says KJ. All right, I might have gone with the wrong emoji. I should have gone something a little bit different if the hand isn't enabled for everybody. I hear no echo. That's great. 80s Music Man. Good morning. Good to have you here. Are you on all or top chat? I am on live chat. Should be everything. So I should see every message, Megan. Anna says, hi, Scott, Germany calling. While watching, I watched one of your Sarah Boone videos. I can't wait to get the trial started. She's my favorite. It is going to be so much fun, Anna. So much fun to watch the Sarah Boone case. At the same time, it's awful, some of the facts. It's strange that we have these two extremes of just high level of interest and also really sad facts that we have to hear. Inked New York Made. I think that's what it is. Good morning. Danny, we got you. Laundered Amber, welcome back. Good to have you here as well. I think you found your way over here from Emily D. Baker at some point, and she does a great job. I love her show. Let's see, 80s Music Man, Nana Geek Joellen, Jonathan Davenport. Morning from Jersey, from Christine. Maggie Fresh, Janet Ellsworth. I'm almost caught up. So it's time to start. I think it's time to sing. Hands up, says Ritz. I see you. It's my anniversary today, says Tish. God bless me for sure when he gave me my hubby. That is awesome, Tish. Congratulations to you and your hubby. That's great. We're All Mad Here is here. Welcome. Tamara Cullen, MCAT. Screen names, just love it. They are great. Okay, so we have two people that I saw. Michelle Stark, there you are. Jade Marshall. Good morning. Haley's Comet, welcome. Tommy JJ, good morning. A new member here. Welcome. Good to have you here. Okay, I think it's time for birthday. So as far as I can tell, and just correct me, I'm going to pause for just a minute. Audio issues resolved. Crisis averted. Thank you, Sandra. We probably should, Mr. Brooks. Thanks, Babs09X as well. Okay, so if there are no other birthdays, just Dawn and Yellow Submarine, we're going to sing a little bit. I might have it in me to sing just one verse. Canadian Mama Bear, good morning from Ontario, Canada. Welcome. Let's see. Dallas born Boston bred is here in the house. Okay. Probably do. Here's what I'll do before we actually sing. I have to say, later last night, I got a phone call from our good friend JB up in Canada, and I just had a great talk with him as we usually do. He loves watching the show, is not able to chat. He's still trying to figure it out. He's got his son-in-law is going to help him with the computer and stuff like that. And he's very close. He can see the chat on the computer, and we're trying to get him able to chat. And so one day we will see him in chat. But he wanted to give a shout out to you guys. He specifically mentioned he wanted to send his heartfelt condolences to Ivan today. He wanted to talk to all the people who have given him a call out and shout out here in chat as well. So JB is doing well, is alive and well, and loves it, and it's so good to talk to him. One day we'll have him in chat here with us. Vinny's mom, I see you as well. Okay, let's do the birthday. Let's see. I think we've got everybody. Okay. We're gonna sing on the second verse, so this is like the warm-up verse, okay? So everyone, have your water, whatever you need. Get your voice ready. We're gonna sing to Dawn and Yellow Submarine. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dawn and Yellow Submarine. Happy birthday to you. Okay. So that was it. Have a happy birthday, both of you. Thank you so much for spending part of your birthday here with us. That's the best I can do in the morning. Sorry, guys. Thanks for putting up with that. Okay, we'll fade that out. See, hi JB, we know you're there. Thanks, Lynn. Appreciate that. All right, let's get started. I need some water. Here's your warning. I'm going to need some warning. Shout out to Ivan. Yes, thank you very much to those that are reaching out to Ivan. Hang on one second. I don't know why there's already water in this mug, because I haven't put water in the mug yet. Should I be concerned? Okay, that is good. All right, here we go. Let's talk a little bit about today. Okay. Do we know the timeline for today? Lisa Marie. Yes, I think the first witness we have is going to be a law enforcement witness, probably a detective or investigator, who was part of or can authenticate and lay the foundation for the interrogation video, which I believe is 5 hours long. They've been told it's a 5-hour video that we're going to be watching, and we'll be watching all of it. Hopefully it's not 5 hours of nothing. So it's probably going to be conversation. I've got my fingers crossed that it's going to be good quality audio and worth our time. So, let's see. We're going to, Letecia has been caught weaving a hair ladder as a feasible escape plan. Bingo card today. Letecia has tightrope knot hairdo. A tight top knot hairdo. Is cackle not working? I did turn off, Ritz, I did turn off a couple of the laughing. I turned off the party horn and the laughing sound effects, just because this trial has so much heavy, sad stuff in it that sometimes that sound effect can be sort of insensitive when we play it. But it'll be back. It'll be back later. Just for now, we've got it turned off. So funny and cackle, I think, are turned off, and party as well. Okay, can't wait to see the video. I'm super excited as well, Tanya. No, Bobby Hansen, that's not why it happened. Let's see. I think I rinsed it out. I think I had milk with my oatmeal in that, and then I rinsed out the cup. That's why there's water. That makes sense. Got the pink mug today as well, which I love that one. It's sort of Mrs. R.A.'s, but I steal it when I can. I would have got a new cup, says Miss Kim. Now, I know what happened now. It makes sense. Okay, leftover water could have been Visine. Thanks, Mary Gay. You guys, your suggestions are just awful, by the way. Just completely awful. I hope it's not 5 hours of yada, yada, yada. I don't know. I think the yada, yada, yada was reserved. We've only heard that when she's talking with Al. When she's on the phone with Al. It hasn't been the same when she talks with other people. So I think we won't have too much of that. I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. If it's on your bingo card, though, you might think the otherwise. One of those fancy pre-watered mugs. Yes, they're good ones. Groovy Jill, good to have you here. Welcome. Let's see. We might this morning. I'd like to. Have we ever seen her interrogation video? I don't think we have. I don't think this was released. I haven't seen it. There might be something out there or clips of it out there, but we definitely haven't seen a 5-hour video out there like we have, with Sarah Boone's interrogation, where that was leaked earlier or released earlier. I just haven't seen this one. So this might be all new material. We don't know what it contains specifically. I think we've heard a little bit about what's in it from some other sources. It's been referenced, but she ruined my yada yada. Okay. It was a good thing until she used it. Poor Al got all the yada 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 she could dish out. It was a heavy dose, a really heavy dose, and then what else did she do? She was like something yada yada yada. There was a third one. I don't remember what the third one was. She has a hate relationship with Al. Yeah, that's one relationship that will not be mended. I was going to read the pen pal notes, and I just can't get a good copy of that I can read. And part of the problem is I'm not really good at reading cursive. I might need to have somebody who can read them come in and read them to us. Let's do this while we get started. Let's start answering your questions. I'm willing to answer any questions that are sent over either the burner phone, so you can call in if you have a question, or if you have some input about something that's happened up to this point in the testimony, as far as impactful moments, questions you have about the situation. Let's try to keep the calls a little bit shorter, just so there's time for other people to do that. Diana says, "I'll read." Do you have the copy of the pen pal letters, Diana? If you have the pen pal letters, that's the problem. I don't have a high resolution copy that I can blow up and see. Do you know when the interview was taken? Shortly. Would this be before her arrest? This is when she showed up to the police station, right? With the car that was dripping wet. Isn't that the one we're talking about? So it would be that day. Where are they? Don't know much about this case. I'll pop in out as this one is harsh. I can help with the notes. Misty, I think on Discord you're going to be able to find all the links to this case and the associated files. I don't know the details. We might need Amber to call in. Amber, can you give us just if you have a moment? I haven't asked you. I pile a lot on Amber. She's amazing. She does well. Are you able to give us just the background or the rundown on the notes, whether either in chat or over the burner phone? Either one would be great, if you're able to. Otherwise, I know if you're busy, don't drop anything to do this. Let's see. Okay, Thursday was the interview. Could I get the gist of what the ME said? Nikita, the medical examiner, in short, first of all, there was a lot of autopsy pictures, very graphic autopsy pictures. There were 2 pictures that were blurred, one for privacy issues, and the other was Gannon's face. They blurred that picture. But the most of the autopsy pictures were, from what I understand, pictures of his body and the different wounds that he received: 18 stab wounds, 4 blunt force trauma wounds to the head, and 1 gunshot wounds to the jaw. And so that's the ME talk, and that was the conclusion was that the stab wounds were contributing factors to his death, but his death was caused by the blunt force and the gunshot wound. So that means that he was. Oh, Amber's calling me right now, and I was ignoring that. Sorry. Amber, are you there?
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
Doing okay. How are you?
Good. Do you like me just throwing you under the bus, saying Amber calling right now? I have something ready.
Well, all I heard was maybe we can have Amber call in and give us the rundown. I didn't hear anything else.
And you're willing to call in without completely blind, not knowing what I'm about to ask.
Completely blind. Yeah, no idea. I was in the bathroom and I heard my name and I'm like, crap. Potty training the toddler.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of fun. Let me tell you. I'm sort of glad those days are gone, but looking back, I can laugh. Yeah, great memories. Great memories there.
Yeah.
I wish you all the success in the world there in that one too. There's just a moment.
Thanks.
There's a light
I
bulb
have a
moment.
boy, so
There's a light bulb moment for the kids when suddenly it's like, oh, I can know when it's going to happen type thing. And then once that clicks, it's a good deal. All right.
yeah. We got stories already. It would be nice to share at one point, but not right now. What's that? What can I do for you?
Well, I was thinking I was actually going to play you a sound effect just in your honor.
Your son just smeared feces all over my bathroom.
That sound effect from the opening statements of the Jensen murder trial, Mark Jensen murder trial. Great times. So in your honor, that's the sound effect for today.
You're so funny.
So here's what we're going to do, Amber. I was looking at the pen pal letters, and the copy I've got to zoom it in for my poor eyes to read it. It's getting really blurry. I don't have a high resolution version, and I also don't understand the background as who she's writing to, and the time frame of when it fits in. And so I was wondering if you had some of that background information. Sorry, I have the hiccups now.
So, see what happens when you do that to me?
I know.
Okay, there's another YouTuber, and I can get the link and kind of get the videos that coincide with these letters. There was another YouTube streamer around the time that this actually started that had reached out via pen pal letter to Letecia Stauch. And she actually reads these letters on her stream, but she published them too.
Okay.
And you can actually tell in just from the other letters that we've already gone through that Letecia wrote to the court, the handwriting changes. Did you notice that?
This is cursive, right?
Some of it is, some of it isn't.
Okay.
There's one that's super, super tight together, and she's signing these letters Taylor.
Okay, so
did you notice that?
I literally I can't read it. That's
you
what
can't read
problem.
it. Okay.
So I was looking at that. I thought I didn't know they were sent to another YouTuber. So I have a couple questions here. My first concern, as the journalist in me would say, how can we authenticate these letters to say that these truly came from Letecia? Because we've got I'm thinking like the Idaho 4 case. We've got the TikToker who's the psychic TikToker who had all these answers. I don't want to be the person that's spreading any information that's not authenticated. So we might have to hold off on reading the letters until we can find out some more information. But how would we authenticate that? Or I've
actually already done that part. That's why I posted them.
Okay.
The copy from the courthouse itself is actually worse than me.
So the courthouse has a record of the letters she sent out?
Correct. And they're dated the same as these are. I can go back and pull all of the other stuff that I had pulled to authenticate these to make sure that these were legit, and send it to you if you want me to, but it's hard to read those. Right. It has like the correspondence piece of it because everything that they send out or get in is monitored. There's also something that I put in. I think I sent it to you. The PCA escape. Mm-hmm. These letters are actually mentioned and referenced in that PCA escape doc I sent to you.
Okay.
Because in some of these letters that she was writing, she was admitting to planning or plotting an escape and how she was going to do it.
Okay, so give me the background on the PCA escape doc. This is a affidavit of probable cause specifically related to her escape or her attempt?
Correct.
Okay. So
her attempted escape.
So how about I read that one then? That's one, first of all, that's a document that I can see pretty well. It's a good copy. Let's see here.
Yeah, I tried to get the best copy I could. Some of this has also been, what's great about being a document hound is when you find documents and you pull them, regardless of whether or not you think you need them right that minute.
Yeah.
If anything gets sealed away because they don't want people to be nosy anymore, I've already got them.
Already got it. Okay, so let's do that. How about I do this? We'll hold off on the pen pal letters. It's good information to have, but let's start with the affidavit of probable cause for the escape. I'm just looking at it here. It's blurry, but I can read it. Basically, it's a text document instead of
it's fuzzy
scribbles on a lined paper. So, okay,
yeah.
That works. Amber, you did a great job. Thanks for calling in without knowing at all what I was going to ask you and being willing to.
Yeah, that was really scary, but I felt like I could trust you enough not to do something totally outlandish.
I will never throw anyone under the bus. That's not what this channel is about. I'm not going to set up anyone to fail. You know that. So, Amber, thank you so much.
Hey, but at least I can roll with it.
Yeah, if I did, even if I threw a joke at you, I think you would be able to handle it pretty well.
I would.
Mm-hmm. And we'd laugh about it. So you get to go back to
and we'd laugh, yeah.
To the I guess one of the suggestions was a Cheerio in the toilet. Aim for the Cheerio, by the way. So see if that works for you.
I just want him. I've heard about that, and I've done potty training with girls. I just I just need him to willingly want to sit on the potty and stay on the potty. And understand that that's the goal. And then once he does it, he doesn't want to get off the potty.
Well, once your legs go numb, you don't have any desire to stand up. So.
I don't think that would happen for him. I swear he sat there for like forever, and I'm like, dude, mommy's legs are getting numb sitting on the stool.
Yeah.
So can we get up now?
Amber, I wouldn't trade places with you for anything because those memories are going to be priceless years down the road. So enjoy
who
today.
Willingly wants to go through potty training.
I'm glad most of us have made it through successfully. So I wish you luck with your young one. Thank you so much for rushing in and calling. We'll see you in chat. All right. Alrighty. Thank you. Bye. Okay, Amber's awesome for dropping everything in the middle of something urgent like that. Here's what we're going to do. Let's. I want to make sure I've got. I want to be like Amber when I grow up. Since JT Brews Crime, Amber is awesome. She is just amazing. What she does for the channel here is I can't. What does it mean? I can't say thank you enough to what she does. Let's see. Randy Rabbit says to save time, skip me. No, why would I do that? Randy Rabbit, I see you there. All right, we're going to read this probable cause affidavit specifically related to the her escape. Let me turn this on and this off and make this full screen. Okay. All right, so here's the affidavit of probable cause for El Paso County Sheriff's Office. It's got case number 205785. I believe it's a separate case than the murder trial, so they don't use the same number because this is a different offense. But here we go. The Deputy Catherine Draper. It's got the location, state of Colorado. The defendant name is Letecia Leanne Stauch, with her date of birth on there as well. Yay, we've got that. Factual summary. The following affidavit is submitted to the court to document the probable cause in the support of the arrest of Letecia Leanne Stauch. On 5/18/2020, so May 18, 2020, at approximately 1900 hours, which is 7 p.m., your affiant, Deputy Catherine Draper, a sworn deputy in the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, hereafter referred to as I, was assigned as the primary deputy in Ward Alpha 2 in the El Paso County Jail located at this address. Here's the case number. Solicitation to commit escape. Deputy Catherine Draper, EID 520. This is a felony filing case. On 5/18/2020, at approximately 1900 hours, I, Deputy Catherine Draper, a sworn deputy with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, was assigned as a deputy in the Ward A2 in the jail. She repeated that again. At approximately 1900 hours, Mrs. Teresa Bocard asked to speak with me. Miss Bocard is an inmate at the jail. Miss Bocard said she has received a couple letters from Miss Letecia Stauch. Miss Stauch is an inmate at the El Paso County Jail. Okay, so Mrs. Bocard is an inmate, and Mrs. Stauch is an inmate, and she's been writing to Mrs. Bocard. Miss Bocard stated the letters she received from Miss Stauch contained written plans for Miss Stauch's escape. I asked where these letters were, and Mrs. Bocard told me they were in her cell. Mrs. Bocard told me that when Miss Stauch has her hour out, she stops by Mrs. Bocard's cell, number 4, and talks with her. Miss Bocard also explained to me that Miss Stauch will pass notes to her and other inmates by sliding the notes under the doors or through the door jamb. Miss Bocard told me this is how she received these notes from Miss Stauch. was by Mrs. Stauch sliding them through her door jamb. Mrs. Bocard explained to me that she is lower-level bunk restricted and does not go upstairs where Miss Stauch is housed in cell number 10. On 5/5/2020, Miss Stauch was housed in Alpha 2. Miss Stauch is classified as a segregation from all, seg-all, meaning that she will not be moved around the facility with other inmates. Miss Stauch is not to be housed with anyone else, and she will not have time out with anyone else. Miss Stauch is also classified as a full restraint escape risk, meaning she will not be transported outside the facility without full restraints being placed on her wrists and ankles, and her wrists will be secured to a belt around her waist. At approximately 1900 hours, I went to Miss Bocard's cell and interviewed her. This is where Miss Bocard gave me both letters she received from Miss Stauch. Miss Bocard told me that Miss Stauch had been talking a lot lately to the other inmates in the ward. Miss Bocard said Miss Stauch told her she has been making plans to escape and was looking for Mrs. Bocard's help. Miss Bocard told me that she had not read one of the letters written by Miss Stauch because Miss Bocard had been in court all afternoon. Miss Bocard told me she received the letter before she went to court when Miss Stauch was on her hour out. During the interview, Miss Bocard stated that Mrs. Stauch said she was planning on breaking out her cell window and measured herself. Miss Stauch said she will fit through the window. I asked Miss Bocard why Miss Stauch would choose her to help Miss Stauch escape. Miss Bocard said it was because she was Italian and kind of the bad boy. Miss Bocard stated Miss Stauch thought if she offered Miss Bocard money, she would help her escape. I asked Miss Bocard, there's a lot of names back and forth. I asked Miss Bocard if she was going to give Miss Stauch any help, and Miss Bocard said, no way. That's why I told you about the letters to begin with. Miss Bocard said she knows about Miss Stauch's charges, and she doesn't want to be involved or have anything to do with her. Miss Bocard said if she did anything, it would be use her for commissary. Commissary items are food or hygiene products that inmates can purchase, and oftentimes it's used as like currency inside the joint. In Alpha 2 ward, the inmates are allowed to purchase and have correspondence material and personal hygiene. I asked Miss Bocard if she was planning on helping Miss Stauch escape. Miss Bocard said no, and she's looking at her own time now and wouldn't do something stupid like that to make her own situation worse. Miss Bocard told me her and Miss Stauch had a conversation the morning of May 18th, and Miss Stauch spoke about using the broom handle to bust out the window in her cell. Miss Bocard said that Miss Stauch told her she would fit through the window because she had already measured herself. I received 2 letters from Miss Bocard. She claimed were from Miss Stauch. Both letters had similar handwriting. In the first letter, I opened it, and it was written the letters G-PA, G-PA, was putting $75,000 in an account for a private attorney. It was written that the account was opened for the author's daughter to use as well. The author wrote to Miss Bocard saying she would much rather use the money to survive, if you know what I mean. In the letter was written, "You have my word to make sure we are MIA. I got us covered." The letter written stated, "Just need to set up some access points." The letter written said that once her and Miss Bocard get access to the state bank and funds, they will be good. It is added in the letter that the letter was written partially in code because her letters got opened. It was written in the letter about a visit she was having tonight at 8 p.m. Miss Stauch did have a professional visit at 2000 hours, that's 8 p.m., on May 18th with a social worker for an hour and a half. This shows that Mrs. Stauch is the author of this letter. In the second letter, the author wrote that she had been looking for days at her window. The author stated she already measured and drew something that resembled the window in her cell. This drawing can be found in the bottom of the letter she wrote. The letter stated that it's perfect next to the window that was drawn. The author wrote in the letter asking Miss Bocard to check the broom piece since Miss Bocard gets to use that item on her time out. The author added in her letter she was dead serious and asked Miss Bocard to just think hard. The letter has similar handwriting to the first letter that spoke about Miss Stauch's professional visit she had in the ward. At the bottom of the letter, the author asked Miss Bocard to throw the note away in the toilet. At approximately 2300 hours, Deputy Jennifer Jago and I went to Miss Stauch's cell. I told Miss Stauch to put her shoes on because she was being moved. During this interaction, I did not ask Miss Stauch any questions. Miss Stauch was placed in full restraints and escorted to a cell in the medical section. Once Miss Stauch was removed from the cell, Deputy Jago and I were the only people inside her cell. No other inmates have access in Miss Stauch's cell. Miss Stauch herself comes out by herself for her hour out. During a shakedown in Miss Stauch's cell, I found another letter addressed to Sweetie.
Bring the jury.
This letter had similar handwriting to the first 2 letters I received from Miss Bocard. In this letter, the author makes the comment that if something comes up on the news, like she is no longer in jail or is missing, to not be afraid. On the back of one of the pages was the name Harley, which is the name of Miss Stauch's daughter. Miss Stauch has her daughter named as her next of kin in her booking information. The author wrote for this person to just keep normal and focused, underlining these comments. She wrote for this person to trust her on this and underlined it. At approximately 10 minutes after midnight, May 19th, I placed 3 letters I recovered in evidence locker number 71 and locked with a master padlock. Okay, sorry. Locked with a master padlock basically means I closed it and hoped that it didn't fall open. This was to preserve the evidence. The letters were temporarily placed on the evidence locker until they could be scanned and permanently entered into evidence. I have nothing further at this time. Case status active. I am respectfully requesting Letecia Stauch, who is currently incarcerated, to be charged with the following charges: solicitation to commit escape. And there's the affiant's signature. So there's her great escape plan. It was to borrow the broom and break out the window. From there, I'm sure she could figure everything out because the window apparently is something she could fit through, and that's all she needed was to do that. What do you guys think? Is that is she a danger to Alcatraz's security? Could she escape? I don't know. That seems like it's a little flimsy on the details side. Just having a broom and hoping you can break out the window. Okay. Who in the world is Sweetie? I think that's a name for Harley, her daughter, because Harley's name was on it as well. Let's see. E-Toms and Amber. Oh, this is potty training advice. Always good. We have some other sound effects for that might be appropriate for Amber's situation today.
Barbara Christina Healy just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Barbara, thank you very much. I'm just looking to see, does anyone have any comments or questions about that probable cause affidavit? Broomstick ran out of gas. Is Stauch Italian? That's what I didn't understand. Is she talking about her, the lady she was trying to get her help from was Italian as well? And she's like, we're both Italian, so you'll help me type thing. She's crazy, says Dallas born, Boston bred. Let's see. Big day today. It's going to be a huge day. Huge long day. Let me double check. We're expecting court to start in just over an hour, so we have some time here. But the feed should be pulled up momentarily. Let's see. Join the WebEx. Okay. Here we go. All right, so we don't have cameras yet, but the feed is up for WebEx, so we have that in case something starts. Who's got the buffer noise? What do we need to do here? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How could I forget?
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. Completely forgot that. I forgot it was hump day. Normally, honestly, the way I remember is the garbage man comes by our house early Wednesday morning, and he hasn't been by yet, so I haven't had my reminder. Garbage day is Wednesday here, in case you knew. Thank you. Halfway through the week, remember tomorrow we have the day off. No court tomorrow, but we'll talk about some other things.
Camel.
So we'll be live, but we're not going to be talking about this trial so much. Probably Lori Vallow is what we're going to think about a little bit. Must be a large window. Tammy, I don't think it was. I think it was a pretty small window. She had to measure it and measure herself. and she's probably thinking that I could just break out the glass and squeeze through. The glass typically stays sharp around the edges. I mean, this was a bad idea. There was probably also either thicker glass or reinforced glass. It's not just like the sugar glass from a movie prop or something. Okay. Is there a place to watch opening statements? Yes, there is a place to watch opening statements. If you go back on the playlist, the first one on the playlist is going to be opening statements for this. I think that was all a ploy to play along with her insanity claim. I think she is smarter than she likes people to think, says Amanda Hill. That's an interesting idea. That's like a Inception level of crazy. Opening statements are on the playlist for this case. Thank you very much, Red Pen. Halfway through, our garbage on the same day as you for pickup. Yes, we're halfway through. It's Wednesday. Opening statements are for this case. We've got opening statements for many of the cases we followed, though. When is Harley on the witness chair? Jan, we know that she's on the witness list, but I also know that she sort of went out of the country, and I assume she's coming back. But if she doesn't, they have a hard time calling her. So we'll see if she's going to participate, if she's going to cooperate and come back from her vacation. It might be as soon as next week.
Morning, let's get the party going. Happy hump day.
One Man's View, thank you very much. Happy hump day to you as well. Good to have you here. I made the dogs outside the condo bark with hump day. Sorry, Bella. I apologize for that. Let's see. I use buffer noise to be alerted by the mods when you need something to do. Yes, I Red Pen. That buffer noise that you hear, that sounds like the internet's connecting from 1970s or something. That is a sound that only the mods can trigger. And it's just to alert me to a situation that needs my attention right then. Let's see. People who wear masks love their whole life, are in delusion. They're pretending to be someone else. They're still aware of the consequences of curb behavior to manipulate. That's far from insanity. Her history of great ideas had not had a good track record, Julie, as you point out there. Jason Ski, welcome. How's Thailand doing this? Or Taiwan doing this morning? I think it's Taiwan. I think garbage collection day is preferable to the day the garbage man comes. Okay, so I'll rephrase that. Just so I don't have any confusion. Perhaps you plan to use the broom to pole vault over the perimeter fence after making it out the window. Melissa, I hadn't thought that through. Maybe she did have all this plan set up. Where was the husband in the acts? Lisa, the husband was deployed at the time that the Gannon was killed. So he was out of state. That's confirmed. Is not involved in any way in any of the investigation as far as guilt goes and accomplice type stuff. Is she trying to escape, then someone outside is willing to help? She's done that before. Look at how she got away from the hospital when she was supposed to do her sane. She had someone pick her up. She had Harley's friend pick them up at one point when she was the whole texting the friend saying, is it okay if my mom stays at the same time? Just crazy, crazy things. Do we know who Harley is living with at this time? I think she's with a boyfriend or married even. I'll have to figure out, but she's on her own. She's an adult, your biggest fan, so she's sort of doing her own thing. Taiwan is great, excluding PRC's simulated attack. Oh my goodness. That's a little nerve-wracking. After hearing her half-brother testify, Dakota did such a good job, kitty kitty bang bang. I wonder what kind of hell Letecia went through in her early years. I wonder what happened with the stepfather. I'm not sure if anything did. The brother said nothing happened, or he would have known about it. The mom was very protective, and would have known about something. I don't know if there was anything at all, or if she was just trying to create a story where there was not a story. Is the husband going to be testifying? Chris Criswell. Al is the husband, and he was one of the first witnesses and did a fantastic job. He was actually called up again to testify a second time about his prescription to hydrocodone, which seems to be the source of where Letecia got the hydrocodone to give to Gannon. Harley asking for the public for money is weird to me, but moves into a pricey apartment. Yeah, I don't. Here's what I say, Simply Red. I'm not going to judge her on what she's doing. Her life has been bizarre beyond belief. With her mom doing what her mom did, the pressure that comes. Imagine being even though she was, almost an adult, or she is an adult now. Imagine having the pressure from, national and international media focused on you and your family. It's like, Buster does okay with it, but Harley, a teenage girl, that is a difficult situation to be in. And so I don't fault her for making decisions that maybe I would not make. And I'm not going to try to judge why she did what she did or why she's doing that. Clearly, she probably needs some help dealing with everything that's happened in her life. But it is what it is. We'll see if we get to hear from her today. Maybe she can shed some light on why she's done certain things and what her life is like now. I gotcha. Hump day is Wednesday. Yes, it is, Eileen. It's the middle of the week. It's like the hump. And after that, it's all downhill to the weekend. My daughter went to a metal concert with my husband in Raleigh. Met a new friend who lives 2 hours away. My son is snoozing after finishing a cat sitting gig. That was to Eileen. Sorry, Kendra. I just injected myself into your your conversation. What was the metal concert? I'm curious. Raleigh is in my state, so I'm curious who the concert was. The Why Letecia. Oh, my goodness. Vinny's mom. I went back and listened to that again. The Why Letecia. Wow. How old was Gannon when she came into his life? I think they were together. Al and her were together probably 5 years or so. I'd say 3 to 5 years. And Gannon was 11 at the time that he died. So that puts him at 6 years old, just a kid, just a little kid. Letecia wouldn't come back to visit family until after he died, or LS wouldn't come back to visit until after he died. Who are we talking to about there? Gannon didn't come back. Sorry, not Gannon. Talking about Dakota. If we're talking about Dakota, he testified yesterday, her half-brother. The last time he had seen Letecia was when he flew out to help with the search for Gannon. And just hearing him help Letecia load up her belongings and that suitcase from one van to the other, that just broke him. Brother's response to seeing his sister, yeah. Beth says, I'm trying to reserve my Harley judgment for when we find out her full involvement in this. I don't think we really know. We don't, and she might be the only person who can tell us. Good morning, Deborah. Good to have you here. Welcome. Any other questions about the case as it's going on now? We've got an hour to cover, so we can also venture out into other things if you guys want to talk about that as well. I did read somewhere that Al was having I don't know if we can authenticate anything. I hesitate to bring that up because we don't know. I know there's a lot of speculation. We've heard from in court, basically, in the opening statements, that Letecia was not happy in the marriage, but I don't know, what that entailed. Okay, Jason Ski. I introduced a good friend who's helping handle Canadian side of one of the international high-profile cases in Canada that I'm working on. She's compiled books of factums. That would be interesting. I'll let you know when she joins. Awesome, Jason. Thank you very much. I'd love to say hi to her. Is Harley's birth father in the picture, or has he passed? Harley's birth father, I believe, had passed. Is that correct? Why isn't Harley a suspect? The police cleared her. Said not a suspect, or no investigation needs to continue there. Last Poet, I agree that was an extremely impactful moment, but I'm very careful. I try not to have the impactful moments be at someone else's expense, and that soundbite. Imagine a family member, or friend, or neighbor hearing that soundbite when it's being played, not in context. I think would be a problem. So I won't do sound effects like that. And if any of the sound effects I have are offensive to anyone, please let me know. I don't try to do that at all. I think of Harley like Olivia, ZA, traumatized by a parent. Very similar situation there. with what she grew up with. Her normal, Harley's normal growing up was not normal, and so looking at that, it makes sense that her as an adult, now she's finally out on her own, she's probably going to make some decisions that maybe aren't normal, maybe aren't what society would say is this is the right thing to do. This is how you grow up and go about life, because her foundation was a little kilted. It was a little off. Arkansas Magna Fisher, thank you for the super chat. Welcome. Good to have you here. I agree that I like the sound bites to be light, fun, and I like them to be appropriate to multiple cases. Obviously, we've got Daryl Brooks and a couple of those where we can sort of poke some fun there without being a problem. Okay, let's see. All right. It would be fitting in this case to bring back quartering as a punishment. Nocturnal. I don't know if any time that would be a good. I hear what you're saying, Nocturnal. I hear what you're saying. It's the level of outrage that society in general has because of this case, because of the facts of the case, and just the depravity of it, and just how wrong it is, just how wrong everything she did or is alleged to have done is. We try to say the opposite of that is there has to be an extreme punishment for this. I don't think we as a society are better by making people suffer as a punishment. I think in a way that we are stooping down to their level in some way to say that this will be a solution. I'm not sure if I explained that properly, but I definitely can tell where you're coming from, and I agree that the level of outrage is just like, this can't be. There has to be some way to stop this. There has to be something we can do on the other side to prevent this from happening again in another situation. Jesse Charles, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. Appreciate you being a member. Quartering, Bella, it was... It's basically handcuffing people to 4 horses that are headed 4 different directions, and the horses move. That's about it. So it's a very it's an older form of punishment, not done in modern days in modern countries. Let's see.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Thank you, Mr. Harpootlian. Kitty Kitty Bang Bang says, Recavdax, maybe Ellis didn't grow up in a normal home. Not justifying her, but something messed Ellis up also. Yes, I agree that that she probably didn't just start as an adult to do some of these behaviors. There's also a point where even as an adult, even if you grew up in a crazy home, there's a point where your maturity reaches a level where you can start to overcome things that happened to you, that happened. I'm not sure if I want to get into this because, quite frankly, I'm speaking about things I don't have enough experience about to talk authoritatively on. I'll just say that in my mind, it seems to me that even someone, take Harley for example, if she grew up in this home with crazy things happening around her, with say poor role models as parents, for just having a mom that lies about everything, and those sort of things are okay in her world. Yes, as she grows up, that's going to be a thing that she's built on, and her foundation's a little weird that way. But at some point, as you grow up and you move out of the house and you start moving on with life, you're going to start hearing or noticing pushback and seeing that other people are different and that's not normal. And I think there's a point where when that occurs, that some correction can be made. I just thought, I wonder if Harley not being a suspect and being cleared was part of the plan of her saying she did it, so Harley will be safe. So that she's taking the fall for Harley. I would bet that Harley being cleared has very little to do with Letecia saying that Harley wasn't the one who did it. I'm pretty sure the police, every time Letecia tells them something, says, okay, we'll write it down, but we're going to verify that. We're going to authenticate. We're going to check another source to make sure what you're saying is true. I don't know how more people don't respond like your brother. Dakota is who you're talking about, Miss Kim. Yeah, it was sad. It was extremely sad, Lynn. When it comes to kids, I think it's okay for them to suffer, says Nikki Zeebs. We're talking in chat before you came on about how it seems there's a previous abuse that may explain her taking vids and pics of Gannon to prove to Al he was okay. Yeah, did that seem weird, Toms, to you? That the picture of Gannon asleep in bed, or apparently asleep in bed, I don't think at that point there's any chance that Gannon was dead during those pictures. I don't think that was a possibility. First of all, we saw, I think after the time those pictures may have been sent or taken, as far as the stamps, if I remember correctly, them getting into the truck and driving away and coming back was after that. So he would be alive for that. And also, I think it would be impossible to take those pictures with the level of violence that occurred in that room, in that bed, in that area, and not have signs of blood around there. So, did she admit to the murder? This is the thing. She's pled not guilty by reason of insanity, which sort of is saying, I did it, but I'm insane, so I'm not accountable for it. But at the same time, she's not pleading guilty by reason of insanity. She's pleading not guilty. The state actually has to prove two things now. They have to prove that A, that she did it, and B, that she is not insane. So yes, she's basically saying she did it. That's her plea, but her plea is also that she is not guilty, and the state has to prove both. So in the eyes of the court, she is still has not been convicted. Hopefully Harley has some good positive support. I hope so as well. There are a lot of people that have had a hard life that don't do this crazy stuff. Al may need some help. Military and the loss of a child is for sure a recipe for self-destruction. Please keep an eye out for Al. I think Al is probably getting some help that way. He seems, just from the way he testified, the way he was able to talk about things, clearly it's a huge weight on his shoulders. But at the same time, I think he's getting the help that he needs to be able to process this properly. What excuse did she give everyone for traveling to Florida? I think she was headed back home to South Carolina, and Florida was just en route. A lot of people grow up in messed up homes. It's up to you to choose to make a stronger, wiser person and make sure you don't continue the abuse or can let it turn you evil and continue into the toxicity. I dreamt about this trial last night, says a girl in Texas. I need to watch less. It's live streaming is part of my regular dreams now. It's weird. All right, if he was dead in that photo, his room would have had to have been cleaned beforehand. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, Amber, to... I'm shortening your name just a little bit. Dang it, Amber. It doesn't make sense for that room to have been cleaned already and those pictures to be taken. I'm not sure. Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
This is Catherine Green.
Hey, Catherine. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. I wanted to, actually, I know you've got a lot of people that could be moderators, but I'm actually a retired nurse from Johnson & Johnson, and my son is an attorney, although he's not much help for me. And I am home all the time, and I'm pretty savvy with the computer, and I'm a pretty nice person. I really don't have a lot of opinions either way. In fact, I'm kind of on the losing side of the last cases. I'm like, for sure they're not guilty, and then they're guilty. So,
all right. If you can shoot a text to the burner phone, we're going to sort of put together a list, and I think the mods might be talking to a couple people just to see. And I don't know who they're going to choose, because the mods are probably going to be the ones that choose people, and I'll just give a little bit of input. But thank you very much, Catherine. I appreciate your willingness to support the channel.
You have a good day. Don't work too hard.
Oh, you know me.
Don't be busy. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate that. Notorious Emu says, I'm sure you've been asked before, but I'm new, so I'm not sure. Have you ever done radio? You have the best radio voice. Notorious Emu, thank you very much. I don't hear that myself. I hear me stumbling over words constantly, and when I listen to the radio, I hear somebody who does a great job. so thank you. I've actually
kick back, taking it easy.
I've gone to school for communications, electronic media. That's what my degree is in. So I have had classes with radio production. So I've gone through the steps. And I know the process, the procedure, the equipment, the terms, and that. But I've never actually been live on the air on a radio station, other than when I call in for like a contest and I never win. Let's see. Al started a new life with a new baby and wife. I'm sure that's helped with his healing. I think he does have some support there. Let's see. Thal, did Thal pop in chat here? Is that what I saw? Thal, Thal, good to see you here, my friend. Welcome. Hope everything's going well in your life. Thal's been a little bit busy the last couple of days, but I heard he was going to make an appearance today. Good to have you here. We are ready for day 7. We're waiting for court to begin. We've got less than an hour, about 45 minutes before it's expected to start. All right. Let's see. Any other questions we can answer? I missed a phone call just a minute ago. It was coming in the same time Catherine was on the phone. If you want to call again, if it's just about being a mod, I'd prefer you send that as a text message to the burner phone, and we can try to put together some things that way. But let's see who we've got on the phone here.
Call from Mr. Upper Torso.
Mr. Upper Torso, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good. We're going to try things a little differently this time. I won't be yelling into your ear. I'll try speakerphone, and I'll try to go a little slower and pause because there's a little bit of a delay, so I'll stop talking over you.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. You sound absolutely fabulous this morning. What is on your mind?
Well, now that I've got my thoughts a bit more organized from last week, I apologize. I was wrong about the way Colorado court does things. It is the state's burden to prove that she is sane. So they are probably going to have a lot of their experts in the case in chief. And then it does seem like the question I was asking has been hammered down. It really does seem like it's a temporary 1-hour window of insanity. And even though that is the harder position to take, I think it's the only way it matches up with the evidence, especially just everything she did after the crime. So I don't think they have really any other option. The problem I think they're going to have is, at least from what I've seen, hearing from Al, hearing from her brother, she's never had episodes before. She's never had, any kind of, and people have said, you don't just develop a DID personality to inflict violence. It's usually as a way to cope with violence or trauma that has been inflicted on the person. So if she is having these DID episodes because of trauma, say from her childhood and her stepfather, it seems very unlikely that the first and only episode would be now. And I think the experts are going to really dig into that. They're going to, her medical history is going to be completely open. They're going to look for any indications that she had these kind of issues. Some disorders you can't even really say you have unless you were showing signs before 12.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so I really think the state. I pray for Letecia's expert that expert knows what she's getting into, because I think, as we've seen through the even the Jodi Arias case and the Depp Heard trial, when experts put their reputation on the line to defend a position that the public is not going to buy into, they ruin their reputation. Don Hughes, Dr. Spiegel, I'm so sorry I forget her name. It was Dr. Violet something in the Jodi Arias case. And it looks like they're, and I'm just sorry, I'm going a little off track, but I think Sarah Boone's having this trouble too. She's going to have a hard time finding someone who is going to claim that George was abusive to her and yet also willingly put himself in a vulnerable position of willingly getting into the suitcase. It's going to be really hard for anyone who understands domestic abuse to explain how that happened.
Yeah,
and I think Letecia's in the same thing. It's going to be hard for her to find an expert that's going to support her. And I think the state's experts are just going to come across way more credible.
Yeah, I agree. Talking about Sarah Boone, the problem she's having, she can't find anyone who's willing to sell their career to further her case.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. So, the amounts that people are requesting to say, yes, I'll testify on her behalf, it has to be enough to retire on, because it could end their career as an expert witness. Just they'd be shunned by their own society that they're part of.
Yeah. Even if they continue to get work, they're going to look foolish. It's going to look like, even if they've been fooled by this. And Sarah Boone's not the first one to try this of, I had an abusive boyfriend and I defended myself. Jodi Arias, Shayna Hubers, Ezra, I can't remember her name. But it's common, and they will often find someone who's willing to sort of buy into their story. But we can tell, like, just compare Dr. Shannon Curry to Dr. Hughes. Both are very professional. They have a big history, but the way they came across and how they delivered the information was worlds different. And I think we're going to see that here. We're going to have two experts, or I think the state's going to have more than one, but we'll have two positions from the experts. And even though they're both credible and even though they both bring up all the scientific evidence, only one side's going to seem to make sense. And I mean, Letecia's going to have a hard time getting an expert to convince the jury that somehow this 11-year-old boy triggered something in her that caused this new personality to come out. Like, how did he frighten her? Like, what triggered this?
You can see that already that the things that the defense is trying to grab onto is, the little one-liner that Dakota said yesterday on the stand. It's like, she must have snapped type thing. And they're like grabbing that. It's like, yes, can we hold on to that idea? But he came back and said, no, the more I look at this, initially I thought that's the only thing that could have happened. But the more I look at this, she was just evil. She did something evil. She knew what she was doing. So yeah, they're going to struggle even from, lay witness point to get somebody to say she's crazy, in this case.
Yeah. But, and you saw, like, in my opinion, you saw the same thing happening with Chris Watts, where a lot of people just said, this was a really nice family man. He just snapped one day. And I disagree. I think he was harboring a deep resentment for a long, long time. And finally, he got this new source of parasitic supply, and then he decided, okay, I'm done with this family. And I think Letecia's a lot more complicated. She's a woman. It wasn't her biological son. If I were to guess, just completely speculate based on what I've seen, I would say most of her rage is directed at Al and not Gannon. I don't think she hated Gannon more than Al. I think she was jealous that Al loved Gannon as much as a father loves their only miracle son. She wanted that just like, what's the word? No strings attached love. She wanted that from Al, and Al wasn't
or something like that. Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Okay.
I always remember this word. I'm so stupid, but sorry, I get caught up.
You're doing a great job.
But, yeah,
you're making me sound really smart. Go on.
The way parents love their kids, they like the way a good parent loves their kids. They expect so little of their children. It's unconditional. That's the word. Unconditional love. And she, adults don't really get that from each other. We have boundaries. We're supposed to have boundaries, but I don't think that was enough for Letecia. And now Al may have been cheating on her. I don't know for sure, but Letecia was definitely Google searching, looking for a new husband that was going to just give her money. Like, she also had a fantasy of, I want someone better than Al.
And that's where you go to find a good husband, by the way, is Google, because Google knows everything.
So some of those Google searches, it's almost like, Letecia, just get therapy. I mean, I don't. Google can't find you these things. Yeah. I don't even. These are not questions. These are just unhinged venting.
Yeah.
But you get kind of a glimpse. But to empathetic people, it's hard to imagine how anyone could do this without snapping. But the sad reality is, I think there are people out there that are just hiding who they really are, and we meet who they really are when they snap like that, quote unquote snap.
Yeah.
It's not someone different. The person we've known was the lie. The person who we just met is the real person. And I think the state experts are going to explain this so much better than me. And if they're even like remotely likable, the same way that Dr. Schur was in the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, the same way that Dr. Curry was, even a shred likable, I think the jury is going to understand.
Yeah. Mr. Upper Torso, Mr. Upper Torso, I don't know how to handle that. When are you going to start your own show? Because I will be the first person to subscribe. One day. I cannot wait. I will tell you this.
Thank you.
You are extremely knowledgeable. Your ability to articulate stuff is off the charts, better than me.
Oh, thank you.
I said you make me look smart. I meant you make this show look good. I look stupid in comparison. But thank you so much.
No,
I appreciate you coming on and being able to analyze and compare and contrast and everything. Your input adds to the conversation in a huge way. The show would not be
Absolutely,
the same
and don't
without
sell
you.
yourself short. Yeah, you may consider yourself a layman, but you are educated and you understand this, and you explain it in a way that other layman people can understand. So yeah, your channel is great. I'm going to be here for a while.
Awesome.
I'll just call in occasionally, but no, I just figured like last call was just an unhinged rant, and I was wrong about a bunch of things, and now.
No.
I think I've got my thoughts organized, and I'm like, okay, let's see what happens.
Wonderful. I sure appreciate it. This is Mr. Upper Torso in chat, so we know it's a Mrs., but
this is my new favorite morning show.
Sorry.
RA, keep up the great work.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you calling in. As always, you're welcome to call anytime. Love your take and viewpoint and perspective. So thank you so much. Have yourself a fabulous day.
I'm gonna be here for that interrogation. If this interrogation is played in the court, I'm here for it. So I'm gonna be taking notes in the chat.
I'm just praying it's not like banging metal chairs on a hard concrete for 5 hours.
What I know is she came with notes. She had a whole stack of notes, and I think the cops were like, "Let's see what she's got to say." But they're not. They're gonna push back. They're gonna push back the way cops do. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we've never seen, the cops said nobody shows up to an interrogation with notes for their story. So
yeah,
it's bizarre.
It's very, very, very rare.
Yeah, so it's going to be awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate your call. Yeah. As always, call anytime. All right?
Oh, you're welcome. I'll be in the chat.
All right, we'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
That was Mr. Upper Torso in chat, obviously. Love. She's like 100% right on every front. Dave P, thank you so much for the super chat. Love that you're here with us as well. Let's see. Krista in the middle of that call gifted 5 memberships. Looks like they went to Rich Buddy, Misty, Hans Van Ganeshan, and Vanessa Ferris and Jackie Cupstas. So congratulations to the winners, Krista. Thank you so much for your generous donation. Do we know if Harley will be on the stand today? She will not be on the stand today. This much we know just because of how much, I think we have pretty much all police testimony. I don't think we're getting into any expert witness today, but we know the expert witnesses are coming. And the pace that we've been burning through witnesses, as we have like 149 on the list, and we've been through, 36, 37 of them, something like that. It's been really fast. We've just been flying through those, but it's going to slow down.
Rosie from Tucson just sent a super sticker with 5.
Rosie, thank you so much for the super sticker. It's going great. Love that you're here. Thank you for your continued support. We're going to see slower interrogations, not only interrogations that take longer and are more detailed and meticulous in how they're covering information, but we're also going to see something we haven't really seen up to this point, and that's going to be a lot more cross, especially when we start talking about the experts that are talking about Letecia's
Cajun
mental
Girl just sent a
status.
super sticker with 1.99.
Thank you, Cajun Girl. Appreciate that very much. That was a great call. Yes, Mr. Upper Torso does a great job. We need her on as a guest more often. Let's see. We, the public, haven't heard the interrogation. Is that correct? Carrie B, that's my understanding. There may have been parts of it that were talked about. And I'm trying to think. For some reason, I think that we've heard. We know that she brought notes, things like that. We know the time frame when she got there, that she was late and the car was washed and things like that. So we know bits about the interrogation, but as far as actually hearing it, I have not heard it.
Call from
Scott.
This is Scott Mutt on the phone. Welcome, Mutt. True Celtic Mutt. How are you doing this morning?
I am well, except for one small thing. Why is DID even still being discussed? This woman is not DID. She's not. I would bet my life on it. I don't understand how. First of all, I lived with a woman for 5 years who
Girl
had
in
DID.
Texas grinning face with cowboy hat just sent a super sticker with 2.
Hold on.
Sorry about that.
No worries. I lived with someone with DID. I have family who has DID. And I'm telling you, I would bet my life that this woman does not have DID. And I'm sorry that I'm coming across as emphatic. It's just I'm tired of hearing this discussion about, well, she has DID. No, she doesn't. She really doesn't.
We've heard from several people like yourself who have some firsthand experience, whether themselves or family members.
Yes, I was listening to that one woman who yesterday who had been. She's not fragmented. She hasn't. There's no evidence that she's tried to combined her personalities. You know,
I would say that the limited evidence that might be there would be fringe at best, and possibly intentionally created. Where
explosive personality disorder, maybe, maybe.
We've got some different handwritings. We've got herself signing her name a little bit differently. These are things that you could like Google and say, what are the symptoms of this and how do I fake it, type thing. And,
I mean,
and
I have I literally have a cousin who has 3 different prescriptions of glasses because her eyesight changes depending on which personality. Yeah, I mean that is, it's to that level.
That's crazy.
Okay.
I agree with you though. All those who have dealt with this, who have, you know, sadly either themselves or a family member has had to deal with DID, are saying, I know what it is, and it's not this, right? You're not seeing any of the symptoms.
Not it. Yeah, no.
This is somebody maybe faking something, or maybe this is something completely different, but it's not DID. Unfortunately, that's sort of what their defense is going with, and so you're going to end up running against expert witnesses. I probably think that's where it's going to come in. That are going to say, "Look, these are the symptoms. These are the signs that you're dealing with DID. This is what you would be seeing as an example in your life. This is the other ways it would manifest itself in your everyday activities and interactions with other people. And you're going to go down a checklist and compare to Letecia, and it's going to be nope. And I think really soon you're going to see those lawyers." Maybe try to pivot or attach to something associated to DID, but not push DID so hard.
Like you were just talking with the one young lady beforehand, before I called in, I don't think you're going to find an expert who's willing to stake their career on saying that she's DID. I just don't think that's going to happen.
I think they found one, and it will be interesting. I'm not sure if they're going to say she is DID. I've diagnosed it. I'm not sure how closely they'll go to that, because yes, like we talked about with Mr. Upper Torso, it does jeopardize their career when they come out as an expert to say, I'm willing to stake, here's my background, here's everything I've done in life, and this has led me to this conclusion. And if it is just wrong, like everybody else in the world says that, you made these huge mistakes, the next person who says, I don't know if I want to hire that person, their career's over.
Right.
Right. But you might have someone who can say, there were things that you can draw out, situations and times and things that this could be that.
And you would, how long were her and Al married?
5 years, I think.
And
we're together for 5 years.
They were married for 5 years. You're going to tell me that in 5 years' time that she has DID, but he didn't
notice,
pick up on it. He didn't pick up on it. I lived with a woman. I literally, my last fiance, God rest her soul, I lived with her for a year beforehand. But once we moved in together and we started, you get to know, you literally get to know their moods just by the way they move sometimes with somebody that you're living with. And I'm sorry, I just can't buy that Al didn't pick up on this if she actually had DID. There's no way.
Yeah,
there's no way. Not after 5 years. And it's not something that you develop it overnight. It's not an over the night. Oh well, I hit my head now. I have DID.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the expert witness, the testimony. I will say I'm not an expert in this field when it comes to mental illnesses. Yes, I believe they're real. Yes, I believe that they're probably much more frequent than we think. And family members and people probably have varying levels of mental illness that go undiagnosed, and that can be tragic. But I think that in her case, whatever she has, and I think she does have something, does not bring her to the point where she is not culpable for her actions.
Explosive personality disorder, maybe. I'll give her that. Anger management issues for sure. But is being evil an actual? I mean, is that if that could be a diagnosis? I think that would be her diagnosis. She's just evil. Yeah. I mean, that's who she is in her core. She's just an evil person.
Yeah. Mutt, appreciate
That's
it.
just my opinion, and I'm sorry that I called in and ranted, but it's been driving me crazy.
No, it's good. I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you so much. Love to have you here, and love having you here in chat. I look forward to talking to you again as we progress. We're going to have more conversation about this. So it's we're getting to this point of the focus in the case. And before this is over, obviously the defense
much love
is
to the chat and everybody in that's in the chat.
Yep.
If I can make one real quick push, if 4,000 people and trying to follow a 4,000 person chat is too much for you, I am restreaming you. So if they have people that it's just too much for them, they're more than welcome to come over. I've got a much slower chat going on right now.
With my permission. Yes,
absolutely.
You called up and
absolutely.
asked, and I wholeheartedly gave permission.
So. And if you look at if you look in my description, I even state that it's done with permission, and I promote you throughout the stream, awesome. And I even I do put your link in there quite frequently. I don't always put it in because sometimes I forget, but I do at least mention you in there. So it is definitely
that's all right.
pushed.
I appreciate you doing that. And do you want to give everyone the channel name?
It is What's Your America Look Like, or you can just type in @What's Your America.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you very much, Mutt. I appreciate you calling in.
You.
We'll see you. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
All right. So a couple questions people have asked. When does trial start? So we got just under half an hour before court begins. The feed from the courtroom looks like this right now. So there's nothing really to see. So we're just we're hanging out here until that happens. We do have audio turned on from the courtroom though. So we should have that momentarily. Baseball Dad 1007. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Welcome to the gallery. Make sure you take a seat by typing !seat because there's reserved seating for members. Let's see, Christy Aiken says, recovery addict. Also, wasn't Al's mom in the medical field a nurse with psychiatric knowledge and other than suggesting therapies less medication for depression and anxiety? The mother just had just left there. Yeah, so wouldn't the family have noticed? I think that's what you're saying. Wouldn't a family, especially people with experience, have caught on there? KTS says, please, can you tell me where the I was kickback taking DC soundbite comes from? I love it so much. I want it as a notification sound. KT, that came from a arraignment from the Knoxville County Court, or Knoxville County arraignments. There was a gentleman who was arrested for relieving himself in front of the Walmart. Let's see, right here.
In front of the Walmart.
And the magistrate who was talking to him, walking him through the arraignment, for some reason, even though the magistrates normally are very business and just focused on this is what you have to do, here's your date, next type thing, he said he was giving him help. He was like,
you especially want to go to court if it's bullshit charges because you get them thrown out.
And the guy's like, I can't fight him.
Well, life's a bitch. You have to deal with it.
And
yeah, you can. By gosh, go down and fight them. By gosh, make them work for it.
Anyway, so he just gave him a lot of advice. It was a really interesting arraignment to listen to, and we got a couple sound bites from that. It was nice to see a magistrate, sort of standing up and defending someone who was accused of something that he thought was probably an overcharge and wasn't very important. Lisa Maple, thanks for joining the gallery. Welcome. I appreciate you becoming a member. Okay, only her mom is alive. I think you're talking about Harley. Harley, I think on social media, the thing that tells us this and maybe tells us more about Harley's position about her parents is that she says, I've lost both my parents. And we know that Letecia's still alive, but in Harley's mind, she's probably dead to her. Let's see. He must have a dancing pickle update. Miss Beasy, here's the update. I have a friend who's helping me with the conversion in my garage to make it an Airbnb, and he's over here working. He had his radio going, and yesterday at lunch, as we were burying the trench that has the sewer lines, because we passed the inspection. Yay, sewer lines, water lines, they passed the inspection. So we're burying that and filling in the trench, which has been dug across our driveway forever. And he has his radio going, and my kids are carrying the dancing pickle, and they're walking around with it, and it's picking up. The radio's just loud enough that it's picking up the verse, and then it just repeats and sings back the verse as it dances. it was hilarious. Just everywhere they went, the pickle went with them. They love that thing. My wife is not as big a fan because it repeats everything it hears at a higher pitch. Casey Jacour, welcome to the gallery. Thanks so much for becoming a member. Casey, good to have you here. Wendy says, Recover Addict, there's an HBO documentary, Crazy, Not Insane, about the doctor who will testify. She's already ruined her reputation. That's going to be, I wonder if they're going to draw that out. You know, as they talk about the previous times they've testified. This is the problem. If you become an expert, like an expert witness, and you're on the list of expert witnesses to call, there's like a big list of people who are experts in their field and will look at the facts of the case and say, I will give you my read on what happened, but it's my read, and you might like it, you might hate it, but that's what it is. That's one side of an expert, and there's another list of experts who will say, tell me what you need to say, or tell me what your opinion is, and I'll read the facts and see if I can make the two come together. And it sounds like they might have one of the second one that's just words for hire is the situation. You might as well just, go to what's one of those websites where you just hire someone to write whatever you want. Fiverr or something. Going to Walmart today. Bourbon pickles are on my list. Kitty kitty bang bang. I love the Walmart spicy maple bourbon pickles. I sincerely hope one day that someone from Walmart finds out that I'm a huge fan and that promote their product. Just that product. I'm not talking about all of Walmart, but just the spicy maple bourbon pickles at Walmart. $3.84 for a small single serving size jar. But best pickles on earth. They'll change your life. Highly recommend them. They are spicy. RA Addict says, good morning from San Francisco to all present and future RA Addicts. Don't forget to clear your calendars for the 100K party Scott's buying. 100K, we've got some time, RA Addict. We've got some time. We just hit 12,000, so we've got a little bit of, well, we're at 12,668. So we've got some time. We might hit 13,000 today. Holy cow. Sounds like Mrs. R.A. needs to do surgery on the pickle. As long as it stays outside, we're all happy. Okay, I saw those at Walmart. Unfortunately, my dad doesn't like spicy, so I didn't get them. Yeah, Cindy's crazy. They are spicy, but they are. I've never had a product. I know we're supposed to be talking about court, and here I am talking about pickles, but I've never had a product that had a blend of flavors. You think of like getting a bag of chips that has like, sour cream and onion or cheddar and, they've got various flavors mixed on the chip, right? I've never had a product that had a blend of flavors where the blend was so perfect that one did not overpower the other and that they worked so well together eating it, that you've got the sweet, you've got the hot, you've got the maple, you've got the bacon, you've got the pickle. It's unbelievable. It's the perfect pickle. Okay, still not available in Canada. We'll have to get that figured out, Katerina. We've got to get you guys some pickles. Okay. Hello from Malaysia. Karina, good to have you. You're making it so difficult for me to not be addicted to being here. Karina, good to have you here. Wonderful. Let's see. What is DID? Dissociative identity disorder? I think I said that right.
Month 3 membership today. No color change on Courthouse, but wanted to say loved your channel since its birth. Appreciate the stream while I work, hands in a heart shape with medium light skin tone, party popper.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Heather Barnett. Month 3 membership. That Courthouse looks good. It will change. Give it a little time. It's going to change in a couple. And I don't know when's the next change. Is it 6 months? I don't know. You're one of the first ones that will be changing though. So thank you very much for your support, Heather. Good to have you here. Let's see. That's a hike of 1,000 new subs a day. It has grown a lot, Lisa. This is a case that had a lot of attention. And yesterday, honestly, I think Dakota testifying is what really brought people in. As he was on the stand, there was like a surge on social media as well of interest as people started sharing how his testimony began. And so there was just a surge of people searching for it. And we did have at one point, like over 4,000 people in chat. It was crazy. Paula McIntosh, the spicy maple bourbon pickles are great. I found them over a year ago here in Southwest Missouri. You found them before I did, Paula. I've been a fan for less than a year, but that's amazing. All right, still nothing from the courtroom. We have about less than 20 minutes before we go live. Let's see. You're going to hit 5K watching that interrogation. Once the interrogation starts, exclusive interview, never been seen before. If it does, let me just warn you that we have a fun group here, right? This is a fun place to watch chat where basically we're all friends. Even though some of us disagree with each other, at the end of the day, we can still be friends. We can still be civil. We're not calling names. We're not being rude. We're not being mean. That's basically the rule of this chat, is just to be nice. We try to, we have a couple little sub rules. Like we try not to do all caps in chat, just because people can see that as shouting, and even if you didn't mean it that way, it just introduces confusion, and it also doesn't work well with my little text message system. So we ask that you don't do all caps. But other than that, just be nice is the rule. And when it gets crowded during the day, as it often does, just keep in mind that. There's a lot of people there. Let's try to keep our topic a little more focused as there are more people in chat. Because if we're all talking about something that's unrelated, chat just gets really crazy and it's hard to follow conversations. We do have slow mode turned on just for not to punish anyone and not to prevent you from talking, but we want, when you do talk, when you do send a message, we would like it to stay on the screen longer so we have a chance to read it. So we have that as well. Tracy Anzar says, so late. Just opened our pool yesterday and was vacuuming. Yay for 3 months. Tracy, great day for the pool. I think it's going to be just over 80 degrees here today. Hopefully you've got good weather there as well. But pool maintenance is important to do. Glad to hear the dancing pickle went well. Lee, yes, thank you to you and yours. It's been a hit here for sure. The dancing pickle's funny. I should show it in this view. I think it's outside right now, like it's in our apartment conversion. But in this view, it wouldn't be green screened out. But if I were to show the straight on view like this, it disappears and you just see the courtroom through me, which is sort of flesh toned, and you can imagine how that gets just really crazy and bizarre really fast. Tammy McIntyre, welcome to. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Good to have you here. Let's see. Shannon, I see you. Tag me there. Welcome. There's a man laughing outside my house, and he sounds like a machine gun.
Good morning to everyone except Ad Recovery Addict who still misses me each morning. Waving hand, waving hand, waving hand.
Wendy, I am so sorry. I miss a lot of people in the morning roll call, and I apologize. There was a time when I could get everyone. We were a little smaller then. But I do try to do a very thorough roll call in the morning, and unfortunately the tool I use doesn't let me see everyone's name. I'm sorry, Wendy. You are here every day, on time as usual, so thankful for that. It would not be the same here without you, Wendy. Thank you. Let's see. I think we're about ready. I'm trying to watch the feed from the courtroom. Your biggest fan says, Recovery Addict, I love your setup, screen on screen on screen, and you definitely would make a fantastic radio personality. Your biggest fan, if you're interested, I can tell you a little bit about what makes this setup work. The way I'm different from a lot of other live streamers is instead of using like OBS or StreamYard or some other software tool to live stream, I use all hardware. So I have a dedicated hardware switcher that has 8 channels, up here of 8 different inputs, and I can show all those inputs up on my big screen at the same time, and I can switch between them. Just with the touch of a button, I can go wherever I need to do as far as show up what we need. It allows me to manipulate the picture a little bit as well, so I can do picture
I am really looking
and layer
forward
things.
to Harley taking the stand. Is she a liar like her mom? Will she be honest and tell what she knows?
I'm also interested. She's an adult now. I think we will see her testimony, unless the court does the same thing they've done with Al, where they agreed not to show him. But we'll at least hear her, and it'll be interesting that she tells things that only she could know. Thank you, Linda, for the super chat. Anyway, so yeah, it's all hardware. That's also part of the reason why the live stream we have through WebEx is a little higher quality, because we're using dedicated hardware scalers and encoders and everything, and the live stream tends to not be degraded as it's processed, whereas if it's used on software only, it can lessen the quality a little bit.
Talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I talk about lots of stuff that isn't relevant. That's true. Have you ever plugged a wattage meter in to see how many wasted watts your setup uses? Jim Bob, wasted? I take offense to the wasted word. No, just kidding. It's a lot of it is LED. They don't run hot. They don't use many fans. Basically, I think the two highest draws would be my two computers. Otherwise, I've got like iPads, and this. Let's see. This runs off 12 volt. This runs off 12 volt. Yeah, so I don't think it's a lot of voltage, a lot of wasted watts. It definitely costs, though. It does cost more to run this. I'd probably say it's...
And now let Murdoch stole it.
It probably adds about $150 a month to my power bill. I miss Dallas K every morning. Never mind all the waves I do. Sorry, Dallas. I get you some mornings. Mr. Upper Torso, OBS works great. It does not work as well on a Mac as on a PC. And I'm a big Mac fan, but I'll say OBS runs better on a Mac on a PC than a Mac. And I have all PC, or I have all Macs, so I don't go that route. Okay, we're getting set. I want to we're going to play a little bit of music because I want to adjust the picture just a tiny bit. Hang on, let's see what happened here. Annie with a super chat, a very generous one. Thank you so much, Annie. Annie A. Appreciate the super chat. Thanks for supporting the channel. I'm going to try to adjust the live stream view. Sorry, it looks like a mess right here. Let's go to this one. Okay. What I'm trying to do is crop off the little button off the bottom here. So if you give me just one moment, let's see if I can do that. Box 2. Enable crop. Let's put it back right here. And there's the bottom. Okay, take the leftover. There we go. Okay, so one more thing I have to do is change the backdrop. Well, it's not liking it. I have to go back here. Okay, I thought I could do it. It's just not playing nicely. We'll switch over here for a minute. The one drawback, this is prosumer level hardware, not pro level, and so it just doesn't like me to be able to recrop multiple images on the screen at the same time. That said, we're waiting for court to start. We have just about 9 or 10 minutes. Let's see if we have any more other questions we can follow. Let's see. Concept free of third-party apps. Yes. The best thing about this Viv is this setup is if my laptop here were to shut off, if I were to just shut it down, unplug it, or lose my PC as well, just turn it off, the live stream would continue. None of the live stream, aside from little things I add to it, go through the computer. So if I lost this computer, I would lose the text on the screen. All it would happen would be that. That would go away. The live stream itself, the camera angles, I could still switch. We could still have the audio. All that would still work. And so it allows me to not be dependent on a single piece of hardware that is, arguably most likely to fail. The setup is gangsta, simply read. Awesome. 36 waves he's missing. I miss a ton of waves. I do apologize. I don't know why. You recently mentioned your wife.
Take it easy on Harley. You don't get to pick who your mom is. Trust me. Thanks for everything, RA. So happy to see your continued success, Unicorn Rainbow Dog Face.
Thank you, Canned Laughter. I agree. Harley didn't choose this life that she grew up in. She has choices that she can make now, but a lot of those she has to grow up and do things now that a lot of people got a chance to do when they were kids, and it might take time for her to adjust. We were going to go easy on her for that reason. I don't want to see anyone shaming her or calling her out. She is also a victim in this, and until the police say otherwise, that's how she'll stay. But thank you very much. All right, Harley testifies next week, probably at the soonest, Silly Claus, next week. Laura Rulin says, just subscribed here from Reddit, here for Gannon. Awesome. Laura, I don't know how I ended up on Reddit. Honestly, I appear over there very infrequently. I do some research and follow some things over there. But I was mentioned in a post on Reddit. I don't know how that came to be. But someone, I guess, was commenting on the quality of the live stream from the court on my channel compared to other channels. And I think it blew up over there. Rainbow Dogface, new band name, called it. Matthew Harris, wonderful to have you here. Hope your day is great. Look forward to your comments throughout the day as you give us some legal analysis. Matthew is one of the lawyers in chat, the friend of the channel. Has his own YouTube channel as well that I highly recommend you follow. It's got some good stuff there. We have Amber on the phone again. Good morning, Amber. How are you doing?
Hey. Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. We're about ready to get kicked off. My adrenaline's going. I'm waiting for the testimony, the video to start. It's going to be fantastic. I can feel it.
I know. And I wanted to and I looked at the time before I even hit call because I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to get interrupted with court. So I kind of wanted to piggyback off of something. I had two things I wanted to mention, and I've forgotten one of them. The biggest thing is... The biggest thing I really want to the Reddit thing. Reddit, there's a person on Reddit who is actually transcribing a lot of the court stuff happening on Reddit, and she's actually one that I have referenced and I have sent a lot of people to. She has descriptions of every exhibit number and what they are. Like she is the real deal, legit out of court reporter. She's amazing. Yeah. But she has referenced you because I have sent her some info on your stream and said if you hear of anybody having issues with audio especially, or having issues with video, we're wanting a good clip of Letecia on camera to see what she's doing. I sent her your link and I said, he's got one of the best streams. We're not entirely sure how because he's using the same thing everybody else is, but he's got a better stream. Yeah,
I did reply to one person who asked me on, I think it was a comment on one of the live streams, and said, why is it better? And she was honestly asking, and I gave her a list of everything I'm doing that could make it better than someone who was just reposting it with software like OBS or something like that. But honestly, we all have the same source.
Right.
I do pay for like the best I can get, so I have an internet bandwidth that is the highest they will offer me. I try to do the best I can on every level, and somehow I think the combination seems to work well.
Right. So, and she also made a disclaimer plug saying, for those that wanted to go back and watch the day where they went through the autopsy photos, she did say that, disclaimer, the only feed that we found that wasn't displaying those photos was Recovery Addicts feed, and she of course linked your channel. The other biggest thing I really wanted to mention though, real quick, because we're getting really close. Please, people that have found Harley's social media pages have flooded her pages with a lot of negativity and have called her every name 6 ways from Sunday. Please, if you have found Harley's social media pages, please do not go over there and traumatize this girl any further. This is not her fault. Yeah. She didn't get born into this. Please leave this girl alone.
I agree. I couldn't have said it better. That's we've been trying every time we have identifying information it's been played in court, because there's phone numbers, there's email addresses. I've been trying to catch that and mute part of that so that it's not given out. Just because that's
right. And I have redacted things as well. If you notice in some of the docs I have sent you, I have redacted a lot of personal identifying information for social media accounts because nobody needs to go attack these people who've been involved, or just leave them alone. I have personally sent Harley a message saying, I'm sorry to see you've gotten so many, disheartening messages on your page. Please
Court call 20
understand,
CR
not all of us
1358,
watching
People
this
versus
trial are
Letecia
against
Stauch.
you.
Record should reflect the jury's not
So
present
I
in the
have
courtroom.
personally sent her
Before we
encouraging
start
words, but
today,
leave her
I do
alone,
want to
please.
talk a little bit.
Amber,
Mr.
thank you so
Tolini's
much.
here. Okay.
Judge is here. We're going to go ahead and
I
switch
wanted
over
to
there. Thank you so
make
much.
a little bit of a further
We'll see you.
record on the Medina case and some research that I've done since then.
That was one of our great mods, Amber. Calypson's Vixen.
16.8.109 CRS section 16-8-109 permits a layperson to give an opinion regarding a mental condition of a defendant. Mr. Tolini has cited People versus Medina 521 Pacific 2nd 1247 Colorado 1974 for the proposition that the individuals which the district attorney's office sometimes requests be permitted to give an opinion regarding sanity. You can go ahead and have a seat if you want. I'll give you a chance to talk. But the defense has objected on the grounds of Medina. And I reviewed the facts and circumstances of that case. And in that case, the trial court, this was back at a time, let's see, it was 1974. So it was back at a time when the issues of guilt and sanity were tried in separate phases. And actually, this case apparently had 3 different trials, all on the same facts regarding a robbery. And in that case, the trial court allowed a sheriff to testify that he thought the defendant was presently sane, and I note that word presently sane, based on a contact that the sheriff had with the defendant while transporting the defendant from Dallas, Texas, back to Fort Collins. It does not say when the crime occurred, and it does not say when the sheriff had his first contact with the defendant. So that's not terribly helpful. The next person that was allowed to testify was an investigator. And according to the facts, the investigator did not first met the defendant approximately 2 months after the offense. And the Supreme Court ultimately held that it was that the trial court abused its discretion in allowing that testimony, saying that before such opinion evidence from a non-expert can be admissible, the specific facts upon which the opinion is based must first be stated by the witness, and his testimony must also show a close or intimate relationship with the party alleged to be insane. They also cite a case called People versus Cole from Michigan. And it appears to be that the emphasis of that case was that the witness must establish that he was sufficiently acquainted with the defendant or testator so as to testify to the mental condition on a comparative basis and not merely to some manifested idiosyncrasy or eccentric behavior. Also, however, reviewed the case of People versus Talley, 7 Pacific 3rd, 172, Colorado Appellate 1999. And I will tell you that there is an error in that case because it says that cert was granted August 28, 2000. That's not correct. Cert was denied by both the United States Supreme Court and the Colorado Supreme Court. But in that case, it involved I think it was a cable TV installer. Cable television company installer. And the one worker killed another worker for, I guess, infringing on his turf is how it's referred to in the case. And the defendant at that point in time, or some months before the killing occurred, told his supervisor that if the victim was not kept off his turf, he would go to a higher level of security. And the supervisor was called to testify at trial and was allowed to express an opinion on the defendant's sanity as of the dates other than the date of the offense. And the Court of Appeals in that case found that it was not error to allow such testimony. Also noted People versus Gallamanis, Galimanis, 944 Pacific 2nd, 626, Colorado Appellate 1997, holding that it is proper to inquire into the mental condition of the defendant both before and after the commission of the act. And in this case, it said the defendant's supervisor expressed his opinion that the defendant was sane as of 9 days after the killing. Even if his testimony as defendant contends also expressed an opinion that the defendant was sane at an earlier date, that opinion referred to defendant's sanity only 3 months before the killing. So as I see this, I think that the foundation that needs to be laid for an opinion to be provided is what were the circumstances of the contact between the witness that is testifying, the circumstances under which the witness had contact with the defendant, how the defendant was acting, those sorts of things. I also note that in this case, everybody except for the defendant's brother and Mr. Stauch had contact with the defendant either at or near the time of the offense, which is alleged to have been committed in this case. So it seems to me that a person can give testimony regarding whether or not, based on their contacts with them, whether they thought the defendant was sane at the time. They cannot give testimony unless qualified as an expert and a sufficient foundation is laid. They cannot give testimony regarding a diagnosis that may have rendered the defendant insane, but they can testify as to whether or not they saw certain things, whether she was, I think the prosecution has gone down the line of, did she refer to herself by a different name? Did she seem to know what was going on? In addition, with respect to, I think it was Van Nest was the name of the nurse yesterday. She's in a little bit different position. Number one, she was qualified to testify as an expert, true, not in as a psychologist or psychiatrist, but part of her job requires her to obtain consent from a patient in order to perform an examination. And before she can obtain that consent validly, as she testified, she has to make sure that the patient understands the procedure, understands what's going on, understands why she is requesting what it is that she's requesting, and that the patient has the present capacity to be able to understand all of that and make a decision regarding that. So I think her testimony regarding whether or not the defendant was sane was properly admitted. So with that, Mr. Tellini, did you?
So yeah,
excuse me. Did you want to make
objection
sure the
about
record
the nurse's comments?
Go ahead.
In regards to the same nurse, I think it's different her testifying whether or not she was mentally signed the releases and so forth. I think she has a training on that. And my objection, my objection would be her determining that she's sane. I think that has a legal connotation that she's not qualified or does not have the foundation. I understand the court's ruling, but just that's what my objection is to. And I understand there's Medina and there's, in my reading of Medina, there was kind of two issues that the court had with the officers, with the two basically law enforcement people testifying. One was, I understand the court saying the proximity and time when they're in contact with them. It also seemed that they were stressing that the contact was of somewhat of a limited duration. In it, I think one of them only had like an hour-long interview with them. Tally, and I understand Tally, it's unclear from the case how much contact the supervisor had
Yeah.
the defendant,
I agree
whether
with
this
that.
was, we've been supervising for years, we've been supervising for, a month. And so we don't necessarily have this that we had in the beginning, focus on the time. It's depending on how this case goes out, we'll have some direction from the Supreme Court on how to interpret Medina, even though it's a 50-year-old case. It doesn't seem that there's a lot of cases subsequent to it explaining what the actual foundation is. And so I think I made, the record pretty clear. And again, I don't want, I'm not going to make a long record, in the
That's fair.
For the district attorney, when they're asking that question, I'm objecting to, I'm going to have that foundation in Sabina, and I think that would make sufficient difference, so they understand what the focusing on.
All right. Prosecution, do you have any other record to add?
Yes, briefly. Good morning, Your Honor. It's the people's position that we agree with the court on the analysis of the cases that you just cited. However, the jury is also going to be instructed on what insanity is. They're also going to be instructed, at least in the packet that we provided, that a layperson can weigh an opinion about insanity. At the end of the day, all of this goes to the weight of the testimony, because they also going to be getting instruction on the credibility of all witnesses. And they can base the amount of time that the witnesses have spent with the defendant and weigh their credibility on that. So the instructions of law will cure any concerns that defense has.
Okay. All right. And that was a long way to start the morning. Sorry about that. Anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Bring the jury, as Judge Newman would say. And we're going to be starting right away with testimony. I believe this will be an investigator who introduces the interrogation video first. Once that's been admitted as evidence, we're probably going to go straight to publishing it. I'll try, if there's a video, I'm going to try to bring it in the like the Letecia cam we have right now. I'll put the video in that, so we'll have the best view we possibly can of that. That's what we'll do. We'll just work with what we got. I'll also, if there's noise problems, I'm going to be trying to fix them as best I can. Sometimes the recording system in an interrogation room picks up more air conditioner noise than actual talk. So I'll be working with an equalizer, compressors, limiters, all the fun audio tools to try to make it as easy for you to listen to as possible. But just be patient with me as we have to sort of fly by the seat of my pants to get that set up. All right, jury should be here in just a moment, so they should be standing any second now.
Are you going to start with the video?
No, I'll start with some testimony first, obviously. Yeah. And there's actually will be 4 videos during her testimony. The long one will be her interview that she conducted on January 29th, I think it is. It's about a little over 4 hours.
We'll also need to find a breaking point this morning.
Yep.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Fine, it's all good. I'm positive. I can see it's fine. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. That's what made him laugh.
Anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Jessica Bethel. It's my understanding Mr. Cook is doing her cross. So I don't know where Mr. Cook went.
Okay.
He's going to be right back. I will stand in for him.
We're good to go then? Okay. All right, Ms. Bethel, if you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
We should get the witness camera here in just a moment.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may. Go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Jessica Bethel, Jessica Bethel.
Ms. Bethel, what do you do currently for work?
I'm currently a stay-at-home mom.
Okay. Did you at one point work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
What was your last assignment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was last assigned to the Investigations Division.
What kind of education and training allowed you to do that job?
I went through a post academy to become a sworn peace officer for the state of Colorado. And from there, I received on-the-job training and advanced my career into the Investigations Division.
Are you still a post-certified peace officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes, I am.
How long were you in law enforcement previously?
Total, including my time served as a civilian, would be 14 years.
I want to specifically get us oriented to January 2020 timeframe. Were you working at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was.
What was your specific job assignment then?
I was assigned to the Majors investigation team, which consisted of detectives that investigated homicides and robberies, assaults against people.
How many different homicide cases did you get involved with investigating, if you have a round figure?
Oh boy. I would say more than 100.
At some point, did you become involved in the Gannon Stauch disappearance case?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that case?
I was assigned as the lead detective.
What does a lead detective do?
The lead detective coordinates the investigation mainly on a typical case and receives the leads and the information that's being collected by the other detectives. And then from there, analyzes that information and disseminates further leads, eventually leading up to either an arrest of the person or, looking at potentially a different suspect.
You said in the typical case, was there something about this particular case that made it different from those, what you would classify as a typical homicide investigation?
Yes.
What was different about it just from the initial standpoint?
Initially, this case was receiving a lot of attention in social media, and the case quickly grew to a multi-agency case.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many different agencies got involved with this investigation?
I would say close to 10, if not more.
Did that include both state Colorado agencies like the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and other agencies, also federal agencies?
Yes.
Did it also include agencies in other states?
Yes, it did.
Would that include South Carolina and Florida?
Yes.
Because of the scope of this investigation, did that change the role of a lead investigator from the sheriff's office to some degree?
It did, yes.
In what way did that happen?
Because there was so much information coming in, I assumed more of an investigative role as opposed to sitting back and collecting all of the leads at once.
Would you classify the investigation as almost an all hands on deck effort?
Absolutely.
Speaking about just generally how the course of an investigation might go in a typical case, what are things that can influence the direction a case will develop into?
Things that can influence it, I would say whether or not we have witnesses available, whether or not there's video, whether or not the suspect is willing to do an interview with us. Those types of things can influence it.
What about the potential absence or existence of physical evidence?
Absolutely, that can influence it as well, heavily.
You mentioned witnesses, willingness to give statements or lack of willingness to give statements. Can that also influence the course of an investigation?
Yes, it can.
What about misleading statements from witnesses? Can that have an influence on an investigation?
Yes, it can.
Those things that I just referenced, Did some of those things occur in this case?
Yes, they did.
Did some of those things have a negative influence on the investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you, in a general sense, tell us what some of those things might have been that caused a negative influence on the investigation?
This ultimately ended up being a homicide investigation, and we did not have a standard homicide scene where there would be, evidence of the homicide and a body. That was not present in this case. Also, the suspect providing alternate leads, multiple stories of what happened, also influenced how we proceeded with the case.
When you've got that sort of dynamic going where there's different stories being presented to the investigative team, do you have to sometimes chase those down to see if there's any validity to them?
We should always chase those down. Absolutely.
Okay. And why is that?
It's just as important whenever you're trying to prove that someone did something as to prove that they didn't do something. We need to act without bias. And so if they present something to us, we need to take that just as it's a credible piece of information and vet it before we determine that it's not a good lead.
I think she's putting in the earplugs.
When did you first become aware of this particular investigation? Do you remember?
January 28th.
So the day after Gannon was reported missing by a 911 call and a non-emergency call?
That's correct.
By the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Because the initial call was for a missing or runaway child, did that cause a investigative impetus or momentum to try to find this child that potentially had run away?
Initially, patrol handled the case just as a missing or runaway child. But then later, when it was brought to our investigations, our attention, we realized that he was 11 years old. The weather, his medical conditions, it became more important to find him soon.
Were there lots of searches conducted in the area sort of surrounding the victim's home?
Yes, I was aware of many searches being done by neighbors, some coworkers of Albert's, and also law enforcement.
Did that include vast areas of field and even reservoirs and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did any of those searches in the immediate area turn up any clues that would lead to any investigative leads that you could pursue?
No.
You said that you first learned of this case on January 28, 2020. Did you actually reach out to the person that ended up being the defendant in this case on that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Why did you make that effort?
I wanted to contact Letecia to speak with her more about Gannon's disappearance and to meet with her preferably at her home so that I could look at his room to look for clues as to where he may have gone, if he had left anything behind, a note or any behavioral changes.
Were you able to talk to Letecia?
I was, yes.
How would you describe her demeanor on that phone call? Was she willing to talk to you?
I would say she was hesitant at best.
Do you remember how you described it in your reports?
I don't remember verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you remember if you described it as being apprehensive, that she was apprehensive to talk to you?
Yes.
Did you specifically ask her at that particular time if you could go to the house and talk to her about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Did she agree to allow you to come to the house?
No, she did not.
Did she give a reason?
Yes, she told me that there were several young children in the home, and she didn't want them overhearing what we were talking about.
What did you do then as far as trying to get her to sit down with you and give some sort of a statement to you?
I offered to meet her at a place of her choice. She ultimately asked that I meet her at Starbucks located on Fountain Mesa.
Prior to this particular phone call, had you ever met Letecia Stauch?
No.
Had you ever talked to her on the phone?
No.
Did you, in fact, then meet up with her at the Starbucks on Fountain Mesa?
I did.
Who was present for that interaction?
Letecia was present. Albert was present. My partner, Detective Mark Riley, was present. Myself and Jason Hess, Sergeant Jason Hess, also was present during part of it.
Okay. Did you actually do this contact with her and Mr. Stauch inside the Starbucks business?
Yes.
So was there a recording made of this particular interaction?
Yes, there was.
Can you hear sort of the normal chatter that you would hear in a Starbucks on the recording of this?
Yes, you can.
Great. Starbucks.
And may I approach with People's
White
Exhibit
noise.
335?
You may.
Okay, I think she is, in the past, she's been reaching into her shirt and taking things out and putting things in her ear. I think it is toilet paper that she's using to fashion earplugs. She had something white in her hands that she was rolling up and is now pressing into one ear. That's going to be my guess at what's happening here.
Ms. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 335?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a disc containing a field interview with Mr. Stauch and Letecia.
Is this the recording of what we were just talking about, your interaction with them at Starbucks on Fountain Mesa on January 28, 2020?
It is.
Have you had a chance to listen to that recording?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's 335 and request permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 335 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish it, the person that you had contact with that identified as Letecia Stauch, did that person have the same voice as the person you talked to on the phone just a little bit prior to this actual meeting?
Yes, she did.
Do you see that same person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you please identify her for the jury, pointing out where she is sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She has a pink shirt on.
With her head resting on her hand?
Yes.
I would ask that the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then permission to publish People's 335, and it is 55 minutes and 54 seconds, Your Honor.
And is this audio only?
Yes, this is audio only.
All right, go ahead.
All right, audio only, so we're keeping Letecia Cam up. I'll try to fix the audio the best I can.
I wasn't sure like what you were going to be in.
Yeah. So, do you guys still want to stand out here, or do you want to go in the?
We can go in.
Okay.
It needs to be louder.
I'm Detective Bethel, by the way.
Okay.
This is my partner, Detective Riley.
Sorry, I'm just a little Kevin said that my and I felt that. I guarantee you, I'm get halfway down there and I'm so.
So we were just notified about what's going on again, and so I just want to start from the beginning to make sure that I have accurate information. So your name, ma'am?
It's Tecia. And same last name, Stauch. AUCH.
Your date of birth?
8483.
Give me the address, because I don't think that street name's right.
It's just Mandan, MANDAN.
How long have you guys lived there?
A little over a year.
And your name, sir?
First name's Eugene. Last name.
Your date of birth?
1982.
All right. Where do you work, ma'am?
The beginning.
Which school?
I don't know. I don't like if I think it's for the other college.
And you, sir?
I'm in Ashland. Full time.
So tell me a little bit about this Gannon. How old is he? He's 11?
Switch, I'll put out. That's, come to attention that that's not true.
Right, that's what I was told too.
So we were like, everything we've been basing our mindset on, based on that.
But someone actually takes.
Yeah, technically last night he texted me. I was in Oklahoma at Fort Sill for training. I had to come home emergency. But he texted me last night. He's like, yeah, we saw him on the camera, came in, did not look distressed. Brought some chips, left on foot. I mean, I can show you the text if you want to see it. But
When did you go to Fort Sill?
when? Yeah, I left Sunday. I've been there one day.
What school does Gannon attend?
Grand Mountain.
Grand Mountain?
Yeah, it's in our neighborhood.
I was going to say, I think that's a new one that opened up down there. Tell me about his friends.
Most of his friends are right there, like right around our house. Like he has boys that live right at the end of the street. He plays with them most of the time. Braden is his name.
What's Braden's last name?
I mean, I got all his parents' phone numbers and we talk to him all the time. But
if I could get their number too.
Yeah.
So with Braden,
so they're like two families that live in the same house, but they're like related. So,
Well, Connor, I know, but Connor goes to Webster.
There's a Connor, but he goes to Webster actually, like, because they rezoned him because of the new school or whatever. So he went there last year.
Connor's mom has been with us the past day or two.
She works at
Yeah, she works at Webster.
So this is one of them. So like I said, I think it's two brothers and their families live in the same house. And they got like 3 or 4 kids.
but that's associated to Braden.
I think that's Braden's uncle. I got Braden's mom in there too. But you can get to him through this guy. This is him.
When was the last time that Gannon went to school?
We've been last week.
Yeah, so Gannon went to school on Friday.
Friday, yeah.
When does he return home from school?
I'm like 3:15-ish.
Yeah, 3:05 to 3:15.
Yeah.
They changed the new time of the school. Like it used to be like 3:30 to 3:45. Because of like snow days over there.
So Braden and Connor, are those the only two friends?
I mean,
I don't even know the parents.
I'm looking.
He wants to meet them all and talk to them, so he has all their numbers. I don't even, like, I know them from coming to our house. Like, I don't have a flight down.
There's one more. This, so Lily is my daughter's friend, but she has a brother that's Gannon's age as well. And they kind of live like right behind us.
What is the brother's name?
Reese. I do know that because I hear Lena say it all the time.
So they live on the next street over. And sometimes they'll ride their bikes over there, but they mainly play with these boys, these Braden. And then right next door to them is a group of girls that my daughter plays with.
Okay.
I just know their mom. Canberra is the mom, and that's her number right there. 801.
Oh, yeah.
CAMBRA, I think.
So that's a mom of
my daughter's friends. There's like 3 girls.
Well, one of them is the age of Gannon.
Yeah, I mean these kids are like they range from like first grade to like they're 6.
So these are neighbors.
Yeah, basically they live 2 or 3 houses down, but they live next door to one of those 2.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all they really play with. Now he's got some other friends at school, but he never really goes to their house and stuff like that. The point of concern was this right here. This is where the concern started. I'll show you the text message he sent me. Okay, so this was, he stayed at home yesterday because his stomach was hurting.
So we got hiking on Sunday.
Okay, so yeah.
I would tell her that part.
Yeah, so-
She's about the stomach. And we went to Garden of Gods and we get probably about, I don't know, a few miles out, a few feet in. He's like, oh, my stomach hurts. I'm like, it's probably because you haven't been, like exercising on everything. He's had this problem for a while because he gets like really bad constipation. And so his stomach was hurting out there, and it was, you were either on the plane,
Yeah, something. I was on the way
we were
up.
like texting back and forth, and I was like, should I just stay at home because there was blood and stuff coming out of his blood a little bit. And so I was like, I didn't want him going to school like that and scared me because of like multiple underwear. Okay. So that,
And he gets really down and embarrassed about
so
that too.
yeah, so he gets embarrassed. He's very like emotional about that type of thing because he's sad about it. So he stayed at home. Well, we went about, we went and got good dogs, some new outfits. We got 2 new puppies. So we went and got a dog outfits at the Petco. I think it's on Coles, Nevada exit maybe. I don't know the numbers, but I know it's Nevada and the Coles right there. And so we went to Nevada, went to Coles. He sat in the car because he wasn't feeling well, but I wanted to make sure he was going to eat, and I gave him some Pedialyte and stuff like that. I think that's about it. Came back, whatever. So when we came back, he was texting you, and that's where you know.
Yeah, so he had spilled a candle in the house, whatever. You know, he felt like he was smelling bad because of his accident. He lit a candle and was playing. He spilled the candle, so he got really upset because he made a mess with that too. So
it burned a big.
So then this is where he starts texting me. I'm in Oklahoma, so he told me my tummy hurts, blah blah blah. And I'm just trying to stay positive, you know. So he's worried about. Teacher said he was really worried about getting in trouble not for the accident, but for the candle thing. So then right here, I was like, we'll talk later. And he's like, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, immediately, I know what that's all about. So I'm like, what, what's going on? Or where did he even hear this from? So I immediately texted her. I was like, we have a little bit for baths and stuff. So I was like, put all the stuff we use for our baths and put it away somewhere so he can't access it until we find out what's going on. And then I asked him for what.
Yeah. So with that, the day before, when he tells me this, I said, he came in and asked me, did we have any the day before, which was Sunday. And I gave him a bath bomb because I really didn't know bath salt. I didn't know. So I gave him a bath bomb and we went to the bath. I still was clueless to the bath salts until we looked it up.
So then he tells me this. My friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him, no, absolutely not. But we were still talking at this point. And then he was like, he went on a little bit. And then he's like, his brother has a car for a sleepover if I can come over Friday. And that's kind of the end of it, though. We need some more haze. So that's where we get the idea that he may have left. Well, no, he told her he was going to play. So,
which he does,
which they do all the time. They walk out and they're like, where are you going? Be back at such and such time. And they're always, maybe he's 10 minutes late, but nothing like this. So, I don't even know who this friend is. That's the biggest concern on the surface. That's why I always like to walk over here and meet, hey, this is blah, blah, blah.
We don't know anyone with a car.
Yeah. With nobody funny that has an older sibling that drives. None of his friends that we're aware of. So from these other people, we got some names of other kids on the bus that he plays with, and so we kind of hunted them down last night. What they did while I was on the way back. Found one kid named Jimmy, but he wasn't. They hadn't seen him, and then they were like, "Well, this kid has an older brother or whatever." And they went to their house, and they're like, "No, we haven't seen him." So that's when it really
gave us the information that Jimmy had an older sibling. So of course we all went.
We think it was putting people together.
Right. So then Jimmy's dad answers the door, and they show the picture to Jimmy Connor's mom, with the one with my daughter. She's a 17-year-old. So he's like, yeah, I think I know that kid. And then they were like, do you know Jimmy? And the guy was like, yeah, that's my son. And then he was like, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we don't have an older child that drives. I don't know if she said Jimmy was the oldest, but whatever it was, Dad said there was no older boy that was in their home that drove. But it was like he said, pieces were coming in from different kids trying to give us information and names.
See, the big deal here is it's not like, and I know kids, they get influences, but he's a homebody. I mean, I'm like the same way. He would rather be at home playing his little Nintendo or watching cartoons sometimes I gotta make him go ride his bike, that kind of thing. So he's not one just to walk off. And, he's had times where he's been a little embarrassed about his stomach problem, but never anything to drive him to something like that. So that's why, I had to come to grips with, I'm pretty convinced that something bad. We kind of, between ourselves, kind of broke it down to, we either feel like he's at a house where some of this drug stuff is going on. They convince,
Has anybody called the school yet?
Yeah.
So the principal called this morning.
I back up. I emailed the teacher first. And I'm like, can you give us any information? I knew she couldn't, but I wanted to start that dialogue. I said, can you give us any information about Anna's friends or anything? She's like, no, but I can go to the administration. So, principal, somebody reached out last night. Her principal said he waited at the front just to make sure he didn't come to school today, side or whatever. And an announcement is that, hey, if you have information, we're going to help you in. And
they also just sent an email on the do not reply. The district email just came to us where the principal said he's sending out all families.
Okay, so they're doing their due diligence.
So I just came to us with that.
What kind of social media accounts does he have?
I don't even let him get online with his videos.
Does he have a phone? Obviously, he has a phone.
It's in the truck, but we check through that. I check the phone logs on my TT account, and we haven't texted anybody other than the one friend.
So we have the capability to do a download on the phone and potentially see things that are deleted that you and I wouldn't see immediately. It would be like in cache data or whatever. Would you be willing to let us look at his phone, do that download, see, just to make sure that he didn't delete something that we need to look at? Okay. So it's an iPhone?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be great if we could.
I know we'll get to that, but I brought this because some of my buddies at work were like, Nintendo has a way to protect the device is hooked to the internet somewhere.
Okay.
So maybe he's somewhere and played his game on their Wi-Fi or something.
Is the Nintendo Switch missing?
Yeah, he had it with him. So he was going to play games. That's obviously he was going to play games with his buddy or something.
What's the serial number on that?
That's going to be right there if I'm not mistaken. Everything should be in here. I think that's it.
So other than the stomach issues, does he have any other ailments, disabilities?
He takes ADHD medicine, but that's never really caused him a problem. He makes straight A's. He actually got his first B this past time, so.
That's his phone there?
Yeah, that's his phone. 2922 past
2922?
Yeah, let me give you this phone number. And I don't know if you have to subpoena the information or not, but so my friend looked this up and found it said that police can subpoena connection location for the switch, and that's the phone. And he found something on the internet that said that, so it's at least worth looking into, I think.
Yeah, we've got a database of stuff that we work with, so we'll be able to find a contact if that service exists with that.
Can I show you something? Yeah. I know you'll find it out, but I was just not sure about the issue.
Oh yeah, he looked up only something that was.
Where's the history?
Are there any other children in the home?
I'm sorry.
You mentioned a 17-year-old. Biologically, both of yours?
No, so I have Gannon and my 8-year-old daughter, and their mom is on the way now, so she's going to be here tonight. But
what is sister's name?
Lena, Laina.
What's her date of birth?
1/22/12.
And You have custody of both of them?
I do.
What is
Well,
mom's name?
technically shared, but they live with me and go to our senior summer. So we call it shared, but I really have this. Mom's name is Landon, Landens.
Do you know her last name?
Hyatt, Hiott.
Date of birth?
411.
4/11/85. And we have one other child in the home as well, her biological daughter.
Okay, what is mom's phone number?
Phone number?
Yep. And you said it's your biological daughter?
Harley. H-U-N-T. No, Harley.
Oh, Harley.
Yes, ma'am.
What's Harley's date of birth?
5102.
You mentioned younger children in the home.
Well, mainly I was meeting Lena because here's what happened. One of the people called this morning and she was sleeping and heard a lot of conversations and she's been like just crying and things like that. So yeah, and she already has like a precondition with anxiety, but she gets very
worked up.
worked up easily. So she's having a hard time because like the National Guard came earlier, so many people didn't comment, so it's a lot.
So like you said, I guess the search history had been deleted, but like that one right there, Monday afternoon, I don't know, I don't see a time on that, so I don't know when that happened, but I'm sure that can be found. But it says, can my parent find my cell phone if it's off? So I don't know if he intended to take the phone.
What is this? Where does FGTV live?
So this FGTV, some little kids show that they what the kids watch, and they got
like famous YouTubers.
It's like a YouTube thing that's going on. So. But he left the phone.
Is he talking to any girls?
No, actually, I joked with him about that, but
He had a puberty class and he was like, ooh, I don't want to do like.
Yeah, they just had a little puberty class in school, so he's still in the ooh phase. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, if you see the messages that say to mommy in the last day, that's me talking to his mom. Because I don't give her my.
To see if you get any searchable stuff on the maps. So he searched for 10315 declaration. How's that, you guys?
Declaration is probably somewhere.
It's
Yeah, it's probably.
Old Glory?
Yeah, it's probably something that we were. It could have been things that people.
What date was that?
10315 Declaration Drive.
When was that start?
It says Classic Homes, Wilson Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, that's our neighborhood.
Right.
Declaration.
I didn't look for any declaration.
Stephanie lives on Charge, so.
Yeah.
Whatever. But we were driving around over there, and somebody said that they saw a camera.
That was the
on the Old Glory
address on there.
Huh. Wow, I didn't think about looking at that. But this kind of doesn't make any sense because he went the other direction.
103. I feel like that's someone's address.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the people. Is it recently? Because
so this is how it was when I pulled up his map.
I don't have his cell phone, but I have one
address that listed. That address. So when I click on it, I don't.
If you just put Orson Ranch, so is that the random address for that office? That's an address of declaration. Up top.
Bring up his map to see look for hours. I'll send the car down the back. We'll figure out what that is. It's in Wilson Ranch. I know it's right there. Goes off to the south. So it's going to be right by their house.
But it's kind of farther towards the school than our house, toward that backside.
Yeah.
We're up right at the front. That first section.
What model iPhone is that?
That's like a 6. Yeah.
Search.
That comes up with Zillow.
They're over here.
So this here is the computer for the toilet, but we're going to use cell phone. So basically, what the cell phone waivers would say is that we're going to dump this phone with your permission. You have the constitutional right not to have it searched without having a warrant. I think that at this point, time would be good. Started.
Yes.
But everything that's on that, to include all deleted items, everything, it just makes a copy of everything. And then we'll get it back to you and we'll analyze the copy that we take from it. Again, it's you're providing consent. I can't force you into doing it, and I would have to obtain a search warrant if you didn't consent.
28.
I believe so. Yep.
28.
So it's the 28th today, January 28th.
So we'll keep the phone and start searching for that. Searching through that. Where might he go other than? Does he have any other relatives in the area?
No.
No relatives in the area.
It's just us and those few friends. Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize it.
We're listening to the car over there.
Okay.
Figure out why it's in the car. Did you ask about the bath salt and the address?
Yeah, so we don't know just the friend. We don't know who the friend is.
I can show you all it said.
In that text.
He said to me was bath salts. Like, do we have any?
So you wanted to take him to a friend's house?
Yeah, and let me pull it up so I don't get it wrong. Huh?
I was trying to think like stuff. What did you do for you?
Oh, thank you.
Then I got another water coming for you guys.
Thank you so much. So you can just read through it. It starts, I was in Oklahoma, it starts right there, so you can just scroll down. So to get this details we did with him, he's been having some stomach problems, so that's when he talks about his tummy. He had made a little accident, dropped a candle, so he's upset about that. But then you can read the part about the bath salts. And in context with that, at the same time, as soon as you say bath salts, I got on the phone with her and was like, hey, because we do have something to take, legit take baths with and stuff.
Yeah.
That's like, get it all, hide it, put it away.
And I told him that
figure out what's going on.
you did ask me the day before.
Yeah.
And I gave him because I didn't.
So, like you see, it's very vague. There's no like friend's name or where they live or anything, because the intent was to have that conversation face to face or whatever.
I'm sorry, when did you say you went to Fort Hill?
I left Sunday morning. Well, actually, I went Sunday night because my mom flew out Saturday night. My flight was Sunday morning, and then I got there Sunday, that one day of class, and then this all happened Monday night. So, which was yesterday. I came back and.
What time did you guys go to Petco?
I don't know. I probably looked at what time we set the alarm.
Okay.
That was Sunday, right?
No, Sunday was hiking Sunday.
Didn't go to Petco Sunday?
No, we went.
Petco Monday?
Yeah, because it was just me again and again on the car because the stomach.
Okay.
Because Lena went with us hiking, but Lena was with us. What's that date? So.
Tell you what. Yesterday was 27. So we're at that address. You said you're sending a car to the house?
The only thing I can think of though, if that was the person that we took the jingle basket to.
How would you use this phone?
Anna was with me.
Okay.
So if it ends up being the person like the neighborhood to the jingle basket, that's the only thing, because it was somebody in Orson Ranch. So you go like with the people, but that would have been December. So I don't know what they got. I don't know if that's their address, I'm just saying that.
Any clothes missing?
I mean, like I said, like literally from what she explained, everything was consistent with, I'm going to play with my friends. So it was like, whatever clothes he had on, we make him put his play shoes on. We got nice shoes with play shoes. He had his play shoes on. So, I mean, it was pretty obvious that his intent was like, I'm not leaving, but I'm going to play. And I'm, doing everything I'm supposed to do. And she let him take his switch. I mean, don't really ever do that, so.
When was the last time he talked to his mom, his biological mother?
Or something? He had been talking he talks to her, right? They talk almost, I'd say 5 times a week. I know he talked to her Friday and Saturday because my mom was here and, he was on the phone with her, so.
Sorry, there's just a lot of 27 numbers.
So bio mom's coming in from.
Yeah, she's on the way now. I think she just got on the plane, South Carolina. Yeah, that's where we're all originally from, South Carolina, but I'm right here for the military. So, I mean, not to add any confusion to it, but like the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law. That was one of my first instincts when it was like when the come and go thing came up and they said that he walked in all nonchalant, like everything was normal. It was like the dude was here or something because he's got a lot of trouble like that in his background. So I was like, it came to my mind. It's worth putting down, but I mean, I don't know if it's anything legit.
Does she have your address?
Yeah, she does.
I know it says I disarmed the panel at Monday, January 27th at 2:29. So that's when we would have, and I set the back door to close because I would have like let the dogs out back then. So that's when
you got home?
Came home. I'm still scrolling up. I just didn't want to have to go to the back. And then let's see, it says basement motion. I might have set the alarm. It's not showing when I set the alarm, but it says living room and basement motion at 10:10 a.m. Oh, here it is. Armed by master right here. So Monday, January 27th, I armed the alarm at 10:05 a.m.
10:05, you guys went?
That's what time I armed it. So I'm assuming, yeah, because we had motion that morning because we were there.
Which alarm do you use?
ADT.
What did you participate in? Bingo?
But they do these little basket things where like they would like a group on Facebook or wherever, of like say 10 women or 10 families just set a dollar amount. It's like, okay, you bring a basket of stuff to their house.
Okay.
So it's like a Secret Santa, I don't know, something like that, but for the neighborhood.
I could either look on the lady who sends it. You want to see if that's the address she sent?
It doesn't matter. We're going to send it to
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So we'll make contact, verify.
Okay.
It's weird that he would have that address on it.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, if that's like recent, or I know we
I
don't.
don't have a way to see when it was searched. I can just see what the address is, the only address on there.
Right.
Has he ever left before?
So, I tell you, I mean, I know every parent says this, but he's a pretty straight up kid. And if ever he does wrong, like the only thing he ever sneaks is, playing his games if he's grounded or something. That's it. I mean, other than that, he does his chores. I mean, he makes straight A's, kind-hearted. I mean, he busses with his sister. But
And to add to that, I know if you're okay with saying that the counselor has said every.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I because of so his mom in the situation with her husband, like she basically has lost everything. Doesn't have a place to live. Gone through a lot, on drugs and stuff. So I got custody of them. It's been pretty hard, for any kid. And I went through some of that as a kid. So I was like, let's get them counseling, just to be certain there's nothing that they're dealing with, and they know it's okay to talk. So they go like once a month on base. And I always ask at the end of the session, hey, is there anything alarming that you brought up or anything I need to know about? And
Yeah, she always says
for him, it's nothing, that he's just open and, he's going through normal emotions of, loving mom and loving dad and stuff like that, but nothing like, hey, you need to.
Does he go on Carson?
Yes.
And what's his counselor's name?
Dr. Burtek. I have her number.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Looking through this phone and listening to you, it's exactly like looking through a 12-year-old's phone and talking to him. I mean, exactly. He communicates over a couple of game chats. He plays a game once, he played a computer game.
This is it right here. And I refused, unless he's done it behind my back. I know he gets on YouTube and watches some stuff, but I have absolutely said no online gaming. So unless he's got on there and figured it out, then.
So not necessarily communicating through the game. We have apps and stuff. If you can talk back and forth with your friend,
maybe
lobby game and stuff, and he likes speaking those instead of text messaging. And you for different apps. I was looking to see if I recognize any of the ones our son did before.
Yeah.
So I don't recognize any of them on there from what he uses.
Yeah, and usually, once again, he's pretty innocent by telling us, or at least hinting at things. And he's never even said, oh, I learned this from this. How he learns is he researches YouTube and stuff.
I can see the way he was talking to you in our text messages about dealing in trouble, he still plays and stuff like that.
But I did block him from the Wi-Fi because he was using TikTok. He had up something about some choking game.
Yes, I noticed, and paying attention to what the news and all that. I banned them from TikTok and said remove it from all your devices because of the bad. I'm sure there's good stuff, but that stuff that encourages those challenges or whatever going.
When was that?
Within the past week.
Yeah, I took him off, he was on the Xfinity.
Yeah,
and shut the device up.
Yeah, you did that.
So I did that because I look over and it was some people were choking and quarters. And I don't know what it was like. I guess to get high.
This is
like you choke yourself or something. And so he was laughing, but I think he saw it as just people being silly. I don't think he was realizing how serious that was. So I told him a story of which was a true story. He was playing a quarter game and it went down his throat and he had to be rushed to the hospital, blah, 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 blah. And so then he kind of looked at me like it was serious. So I didn't think anything else about it. Didn't think he was going to do anything like that. I just thought he thought it was funny.
To see, the kid is so tenderhearted. I know the kids are obviously influenced. We know that, but he would never smoking or anything like that because his mom's got into that stuff since we split up, and stepdad as well, and his grandma. His mom's mom smokes real bad, and so he knows that causes bad stuff.
But then the thing was in his book bag.
What was in his book bag?
So she found after the bath salts, I said go check his book bag just in case. Initially she found nothing, but then after he disappeared, they went back and.
No, I didn't let her go look at it initially.
Oh, I thought you looked at it.
No, you asked me to go look at it, but I was doing other things.
So they found a 2-pack of those little Swisher Sweets.
Yeah, I sent Harley to go look at it.
I don't know. Somebody had to give him those.
When did you find those?
Last night.
Yeah, so I sent Harley to go do it. So Harley was pulling out the book bag stuff, and she's like, "Oh, I didn't see anything." And then she had a folder in her hand that dropped that folder, so she immediately text out, but it didn't look like anything.
Who's best friend do you think that was?
It's kids that name
Braden and Connor.
Connor not as much because
have we been to their house?
I don't know. Did they talk to the police last night?
Connor's mom did.
Connor's mom did, but I was texting the other parents because they were out in the neighborhood looking.
Braden's parents wanted it?
Yeah, out in the neighborhood looking around. Yeah.
We've talked to Braden's parents.
I'm not sure if y'all talked to Braden's.
I know they talked to Braden's mom because she was at a.
Okay. All right. There you go.
I don't know that you talked to his mom, but I do know she was there at the time everyone was there.
what is the Rubicon Drive address?
Rubicon Drive, actually?
So Lily and,
So-
are you like the friends that live on that address? Okay.
9865 Rubicon Drive.
I don't know the number, but the Lily and Reese I spoke about earlier, they live on Rubicon, which I think is the street right behind us. Is that Rubicon?
Yeah, Rubicon's behind us, but I don't know anybody. I thought Gap Home was behind us.
Okay, hold on, let me look at it.
What is it again?
9865 Rubicon Drive.
What is this? Something. We
That was the usual hangout, yeah.
Oh, okay. Who gave you this?
It was listed in the report. You guys gave it through.
Yeah, I didn't give anybody no.
So there was information that you wanted to go to a party with the bath salts. That was a sleepover. Is that right?
No, he said I want to go to a friend's house. They said bring bath salts and my older brother.
Yeah.
That's piecing it all together, but in his terms, that's.
Yeah, but I didn't hear the same thing anybody about you.
So this Rubicon, so we live on Mandan right here. That Rubicon would be those boys, that Braden's family right here. I'm sure that's.
So that's Braden's house?
I would assume that because they don't know anybody else in Rubicon.
Yeah, I wouldn't have given
And Lily and Reese,
Because I don't even know.
well, I don't know, Rubicon goes around here, so unless he was going somewhere right there, I don't know, but the boys do live there, Rubicon. Lily and Reese live on Gapwood.
So we also have a deputy back over at the Cummingville. So we asked them to send us the videos. They can't do it in the store. They have to do it in the corporate office. To wireless system or whatever, if you're cloud, I can send it to the deputies. Going back over to review that.
It's Linda Reese. Or Reese Linda.
Oh, at that Declaration House? I mean, to know if there's any kids there, we'd have to go through the school probably.
That's what they're doing now. They're going down to see if anybody home. They have any kids. So I'd say, and then why he would have searched that address, et cetera, and start from there. So they're headed down there to do that now. The deputy over, taking a look at the video over there. Did you talk to Deputy Donatell yesterday?
Would this have been late last night?
No, it would have been probably before 4 p.m.
I'm trying to, the only deputy I spoke with that I remember, one called me because we were getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I don't know who I spoke with. They were at the house though, right?
There's a lot.
I think they were at the house and then, Donahue?
Donatell, yeah.
Sean Donahue.
Now, Chris Donatell.
This is El Paso County, yes. Deputy Sean Donahue, I think, is the one I talked to because he said he said he would text me the case number, and then he said we got come and go footage, so I texted him back. Yeah, I mean you can read the rest.
So the deputy that went to the come and go, the clerk said, "Oh yeah, he was in here." The deputy reviewed the video. He did not see the video.
He doesn't watch.
I got he saw here.
The one viewed today or last night?
Last night. He's going back again today.
So let's see, Donahue said basically that it said there was nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't seem under duress. He left on foot. He only purchased a bag of chips. And I continued to ask him questions about.
First of all, I think that came from the clerk. And the clerk said, yeah, it's him. But the deputy ran the video. The kid is back in the video buying the chips.
Yeah.
He doesn't think it's your son.
Okay.
But he's over there back now. And we can go there and look at it, but we can't get a copy of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to have the video.
I mean, I was over there when, I don't know who was over there at like 11:30. There was another deputy over there around.
That would not have been the guys over there in my
Yeah, so we were driving around. I saw a squad car or whatever there. I pulled in and I said, hey, can I look at the footage? He said, I don't have permission for that. But he said, I've looked over an hour and a half. I don't see description of your son or something that's close to it.
What kind of iCloud sign in? Sorry.
Let's text real quick, and it's in my note. I think it's the kid's Stauch, isn't it?
I'll need a username and password.
Yeah, I got it in my phone.
You see anything in our report? Video. saw a screenshot on the phone of a kid on a sidewalk or something like that. You guys have a camera?
Somebody sent that.
So there's been like 100 videos, photos that I went through. And I know that a couple of them were what appears to be him because it's the same outfit, the same, looks like him, there were people scrolling on the, so we had like 400 comments to go through.
So that should be the iCloud
We sent
username and password for his phone.
was available, we write it back.
Then,
Or whatever, so yeah.
yeah, you can write all that. And that's the Gmail username and password attached.
So yeah,
Do you care if I just take a picture of that?
Yeah, have a screenshot and send it to you. How about that?
That's
So like it was on Gaplin. One of them I sent to my husband. I just don't remember where this one is.
Weird to be up there. That's
Gaplin's behind us.
always said Kaplan.
Oh yeah, no, Gaplin.
That's way up in the city.
Message. All right, what's your number?
719-208-1406.
So you guys stop one?
And I just left that's my daughter's iCloud too. Not that it'll matter, but just in case, I just left that one on there for you.
You're pretty sure that's right?
Yeah, okay. But I mean,
So where was this one taken at what time?
I need to look back. Because that just thought of the started sending the.
Can I give you a number? I can send a picture to you. I'm gonna send it to the guy that's overlooking that video. Okay. 719.
So.
No. 565. And that one was somewhere over by your house?
Yeah, what video here? We didn't.
You did over the come and go?
Oh, I didn't. Safeway, I was like, I don't believe they posted for this house like that.
So I did see he had a whole bunch of emails for Safeway.
Well, this is why. This is why. So we'll all be in there. They only let you do the just for you, keep on clipping. So everybody in the house with phones has to get it. So she told
In the system.
Well, our son gets random emails from.
You'll notice like stickers on there too.
My email box.
Yeah.
That's your point.
That's why it's.
So let's go.
That's all. That's. And then I'll get in there and be like, what number am I putting in and try them all.
Has anybody searched the guy's house yet?
Yeah, so that was the first thing they did. It was about 6 people showed up, and because we waited about 4 hours, and the first thing they come in, they just were like, hey, we need to get your ID. You know, you have to run in like I guess like search and stuff like that. And then they said, well, typically or sometimes kids can like hide, and someone told me something about kids could be in the jar and not realize that they could breathe, you know, like different places. So the guy went through every room and all the officers and everybody else like stood this way. And he did like flashlights and checked all the spots to make sure he wasn't like hiding, because at this point it had already been so long. If he doesn't ever come in to hide. He might do like a play, like jump out behind the thing, but you know, not like anything specific. Yeah, so he went in like all of our closets. We like stuff. Everybody was silent. Then we looked at the alarm to see like if there was any motion that might have been in any direction that we, you know, like we didn't know. And so I didn't do it, he did it. We spent a while doing that, going over certain things. Like they walked me around, they were like, does he always leave this here? The clothes that were laid out, because we laid it, when he goes out of town and it's just me there, I try to lay out all the clothes, and I do it for him too if I'm somewhere, so they can just get up and find their clothes. So they were like, all these clothes are laid out, and I was like, yeah, it says Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because he's got like 2 beds, so he used to see other beds, like the layout, all this stuff. So they walk through. He just asks them simple questions. Would you normally do this? Would you normally do that? You know.
I'm working on the Nintendo right now. Does he have a gamer ID on that Switch?
Yeah, you don't remember it. Did it come through on the phone?
Can I see this one? It might be.
Absolutely. Yeah, he had one, and then when we got the new system, we just created it. It was program and password for it.
When he goes to play, I know you had said that you have to like basically kick him out the door to go ride his bike event, but when he does play outside, where does he go?
Just to Braden's house.
Well, you don't have to kick him outside if he's not on his medicine. If he's not on his medicine, he's hyper, he'll go to. But if he's on his medicine, it's more like till it wears off, it's 5 minutes for ADHD. So until it wears off, it might be I don't want to play, like, it's zombie mode at first. So when it wears off, like if it's the weekend and we give it to him because we have to go to church, he would not go outside on a Sunday because it's still in his system at church. But he didn't take it because he didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it because we went hiking. Because we did a 6-mile hike. He didn't take it Sunday. I'm sorry, that was Sunday. He didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it Sunday. And he didn't take it Monday, which caused stomach problems. So he was off his medicine. I don't even think he ever done it.
They said that the manager of the store says knows the kid. He comes in giving with the dad. So that's not us, right? Which we commonly have. Someone sees something and go, oh yeah, that's the kid I see. So they said that the kids in their team, they're saying it's him, but he knows him. He comes in all the time with you.
Do like put
so like they don't show back on, bro. Definitely not enough for a clerk to know it. No, I don't think
it's all this says is this. I don't know if that's.
We go get gas over here.
That's always there. Purchase sometimes.
And the Gmail account associated.
I think
should be the.
I don't think he was lasting. Sounds like a. So I don't need to be last year. The guy that originally reported me there saw him. That won't work. He's saying, yeah, I know. I'm like, this guy can all the time. I should just not do that.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't think ever even. I might have been one time.
The deputy was looking. The deputy did not think it was him. He's going back to look to see if this chick that he sees in the store that I think buys the chip. It's like into the car. I don't think that's good for you. I don't think he made it up. It could be wrong, but it does not look like that to me based on Thomas.
Did you get what you needed? Yes. I didn't think.
I have a lieutenant and a deputy going down so that right now. But we went down and talked to them. Talking to a couple of deputies, so we're on foot this morning.
Okay.
Checking the golf course.
Yeah, because we saw him put the light on, and we thought like there was people out there, but they were doing like another call, so he like kind of chased them down.
No, it was actually for they didn't know what they were going to find and whatnot.
Yeah.
They didn't want to get people all riled up. They were checking on it. There was some noise coming from the shed. I think it was in that golf course area.
Oh.
So they went in and started. Okay. You see what been pushed down.
Right.
He was not it. But I want you to know that wasn't him looking, but it was following.
Because they were just like, we were going to talk to somebody, and we both drove off and was like, we both drove to make sure it's not the car. We both drove off and like, we're going in the woods to talk to people. Because we thought like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever, and drove on.
So they were going into that, I mean, 'cause there's an abandoned shed or something back there. That they went in there, fenced in, you can tell people going there, messing around. They were going there looking for it.
Okay, thank you. I mean, like, I'm glad they weren't like saying that soon it would have been like.
They just didn't want to.
Right.
You know, you got to think you might be over here. and,
Yeah,
You know, 30
exactly.
people are running toward the shed.
Exactly.
You guys can work with. I would like to talk to, I'd like to talk to your students out there, you know what I mean? They might know what this party is supposed to be.
What color is Braden's house?
I don't want to talk to the parents,
I don't handle anything. I don't even know. I think it's like 10. I don't even, I've never even spoken to their parents until now.
Would your husband know?
Yeah. I think it's like 10. I mean, I've drove by it. I just don't.
Eugene?
They
Oh, yeah.
What color is Braden's house?
I told her I didn't know.
Is it on your street?
So come in our neighborhood, our house is like third from the end, something like that. T intersection, dead end right here. There's Canberra, where I referenced, and then Braden. Basically, you go straight to their house from the intersection.
So this
is us. That's Mandan, Rubicon, right? Rubicon.
Find out about that declaration house. If nobody's there, we'll start doing a back search.
Braden,
And then and go from there. We'll be out there trying. All right.
You said.
Canberra, which she's in there somewhere. And
Where's Connor at?
Connor, they live over,
Like Academy or something.
somewhere, yeah, way over up Academy. It's just his mom teaches at that Webster school or works there, so that he goes to that.
And they just
Connor's mom's number.
Did you give her that?
No, we got sidetracked.
She just
on 15 other things.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So Braden is on Rubicon.
Goes by Canyon.
Goes by Canyon?
Canyon, yeah.
Connor's mom?
Yeah.
You guys let me know when you be down that section. Okay, we'll do. We're doing everything we can for you right now. Thank you so much. You guys up, we got your number. Make sure you're take charged, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That'll work.
And so this is school. It's down here, Grand Mountain. Just to the reference. And what is it? What is it? Fontaine? Fontaine was the main drag coming in. Mark Shuffle.
Yep. I do know that part.
For the first term when you come in. Anyways.
Okay, perfect. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna, do you have a card on you? I'll have another card. We're gonna head down to talk to see if we can get a hold of Braden. See what time.
That's right. Time I break.
Well,
I'm not sure.
might be at school. We may, and he goes to Grand Mountain.
Yeah, they all, the whole neighborhood does now.
Except for Connor.
Okay.
Well, Connor's, because he's way over here somewhere. I'll just have him, like I said. Braden does.
We're gonna try and talk to Braden. We're gonna get a dump on the phone. Sergeant Hess, the guy that was sitting here, he's also working on things in the area too with other patrols. He's sort of like the lead for out in the field. We're gonna see what information we can gather from there. And I will inform you guys as soon as I can what we find. If something comes up, no matter how minute, please call us, okay? That 208 number that you texted, that's my direct stuff. So, and I think I called you from it, so you should have it in your phone. So yeah, hit me up, let me know what's going on.
Okay.
If I don't answer immediately, send me a text too.
Okay.
Okay? All right, guys.
That should be the end of the first interview.
All right, that's a good place for a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please.
We're going to have about a 22-minute break so we can talk about this just a little bit. Same witness is going to stay on the stand, I believe. Not sure what Letecia's writing. Her lawyers probably gave her something that's in the defense folder that she can review and maybe make notes on. It's possible they want her to look a little different than she has been looking. If you go back and watch where we talked about her putting earplugs in, it does look like she's holding something white and rolls it up and puts it in her ear, that ear right there that she's pointing to.
Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect that Terry has left the courtroom. Ms. Bethel, I want to apologize to you. I didn't realize that the audio was going to be that long. I would have offered you a seat in the gallery as we have other witnesses because that witness chair is not the most comfortable to be sitting there for 55 minutes and 12 seconds listening to something. So next time we'll do a better job about that. So what are we doing next?
Just continuing with her. There will be another video here shortly that is much shorter. Let's see. 3 minutes and 43 seconds will be coming up here in just a little bit. And then we'll get into the really long one, which is 4 hours and 19 minutes.
Okay. So we'll probably get about a little less than half of that done before lunch.
Hopefully, yeah.
Just find a good breaking point for that, and then we'll go from there. Okay. All right, the court will be in recess. Just
All right.
You can go ahead and step down. Thank you, man.
So we don't know what she's writing. She does have a stapled paper that has at least some images or graphs on it of some sort. Looks like they're shutting off the feed while the break goes on, so we'll be here with you. She has a paper with her that she's flipping through and looking at. It's stapled in one corner, and she has some notepads that she's writing notes as she's comparing or analyzing or, doing things like that. See, my counterpart has a second identity on YouTube with 9,000 subs. She offers relationship counseling as a psychic. She doesn't know I know. Unfortunately, her subs don't know her background. Fun background there, Jason. Let's see. I was talking a little bit about Letecia's earplugs, and we do have sound effects on. During the break, we like to have the sound effects on. So if you hear weird sounds happening, it's because people are triggering them in chat. Also, welcome to those who are brand new. Do hope you click the subscribe button so you can find your way back here easily next time if you like what you saw. Couple things. First, the earplugs. It looked like she had some toilet paper of some sort, some paper, some tissue paper. We have seen previous times she seems to be like reaching in her shirt and getting something out and moving her hand over to her ear and then working on her ear a little bit. This time she actually had whatever it was, a little white piece of material, probably about the size of a 50-cent piece, and she was rolling it, and then she stuck it in her ear, and she was pushing it in her ear, and I think that's what we're seeing.
That is not relevant.
She's not. She doesn't have like a pair of earplugs that are like court issued or something. They're not doing that. I think she's fashioning her own earplugs to push into her ears, and so she doesn't have to listen to what she doesn't want to. They're probably not very effective, honestly. If you're upset about that, they probably don't work very well. For anyone who's tried to make earplugs before, tissue paper is not the best medium for doing that. So that's going on. She is writing. We haven't seen her do that before very much. I did not see her switch hands. Someone said she wrote with her right hand and her left hand. Every time I looked, she was writing with her right. So if somebody saw her switch, I didn't catch that. Let's see. Wouldn't putting makeshift earplugs show she doesn't want to hear what's coming because she has shame, thus showing she knew it was wrong and not insane? Yes, Will, it could, but I don't think her defense is saying that she's insane now. They're saying that she was insane then. And so that would be a little bit different. Let's see. Always with her own voice. Yeah, she does not like hearing her own voice very much at all. She is one crazy girl, but not like clinically insane, right? Okay, a couple of the cackle and the funny are turned off.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
A couple of the sound effects are turned off right now, just because they don't go very well with a murder trial with a dead child. So we've got those turned off just for the moment. Other streams do have the images in a different order. This works best for me, the way it works here. It allows me to do the Letecia cam with the highest resolution I can. That's why we're doing that. Did we ever find out if they found the pen? That was so weird. Debbie, I don't know if they found the pen. I imagine they did. The jail's really good about searching people before they bring them back into the jail to make sure contraband doesn't get in. So I'm guessing they did find the pen. Spicy Lady says, new here. I like your crystal clear camera views. You have a nice voice for commentary as well. Thank you, Spicy Lady. If you have any questions or comments, please put them in chat. We'd love to hear your input. Mr. Upper Torso says, yeah, I wouldn't want to be called out in a serial of ever evolving ridiculous lies. I'm sure that's not pleasant. That's why truth is always easier for the forgetful idiots like me and her. Do you think they're going to comment on how calm she is in all of her interview videos, joking and chuckling, etc.? Yes, I believe probably in closing, you'll probably hear some reference to her behavior in those videos.
Alex Stollett.
I think we might have actually heard some of that in the open as well, from the people from the state. Defendant made up so many stories. This tells us she's not insane. My opinion, Michelle, I believe you're correct on that. She was very good. She's constantly making up stories. And did you see how many times she interjected into a story that she didn't need to? That she's just trying to add and steer every conversation any direction but towards her. And yeah, I have heard her say very little kind about Gannon. And lots of times she's injecting, yeah, but there was this problem, there was that problem. We found this in his book bag. He wasn't supposed to play with this. He did. We had to restrict him. We have to make him do this. She's doing a lot of blaming. If you're temporarily insane, you don't remember what happened, right? Why does she need to plug her ears? She knows what she's going to hear. I think she doesn't like what she's going to hear, and she knows what's coming. So I think that goes back to not remembering. I don't know if temporary insanity and forgetfulness or lack of recollection of events go hand in hand. I think they probably could, but I don't know if that's a requirement. It's not paper, it's a wireless headset. She's listening to the stream, says Crusoe. So far, we have no indication that anyone in this courtroom is listening to our live stream, as was different from the Zach Anderson case, where the judge was listening to our live stream, which was a lot of fun. To be fair, I hate the sound of my own voice. Lost Souls Paranormal, I was in the same boat. I really am. I don't know how I got to be a live streamer, but I absolutely hated hearing recordings of myself. Hope says, Recovery Addict, was this the day after the 911 call to report him missing? And if so, was he more than likely in that suitcase in her vehicle? Hope, I don't know the date that we think that she dropped the suitcase off. I think that was a rental car she took to drop the suitcase off the first time in the woods, outside of town. So there's a possibility that we think his body was definitely there when the police came, when she called to report him missing. And when they searched the house, they did not find him. His body was there at that time. So this is the day after. That was on, I'll have to look back on the date. So the interview we're hearing right now is the 28th, which is the day after I think she called him and said he was missing. I don't know what day she dumped the body or when that happened. Let's see. Yeah, her story is going to change drastically as things progress here. And we'll have all sorts of new players added to it and events. How do they know it was in the woods? Don, great question. The location of the rental car, I believe, and I think she left her cell phone home for that. But the location from the GPS of the rental car put them up in the area. While they were in the area, they found a board that was normally in the garage, and that board had Gannon's blood on it. So they went up to the area and found a board with Gannon's blood on it, and they believed that the body was dumped there. She did go up there again, I think a second time, and they believe that's when she collected the body when she should have been out, shopping for dog food, I think was the story. The bath salts thing, we only heard that from the text message, which arguably could have been sent by Letecia. It seems strange that Gannon would be like, hey, Dad, can I get some bath salts so my friends can get high type thing. That seems a little weird that text would happen that way. I think odds are if Gannon was asking for bath salts, he knew what they were for. And it just seems strange that he would ask that question. In my belief, I think Letecia asked that to make Gannon look bad and possibly, build a scenario for what was happening. Let's see. Who said my inner voice? Where was that? Ashley Art. My inner voice is so much nicer than my actual voice. As I hear myself, and I sound so much better than when I listen to my recordings. Baseball Mom says, Recovery Addict, there's a lot more that's going to come out when Harley takes a stand. First thing Monday morning. Baseball Mom, where are you getting the agenda, the schedule? I mean, I have the list of witnesses from the prosecution, but I don't have their tentative timetable. Maybe I just need to dig further into the documents. But I have heard as well that Harley would possibly be testifying next week, which will be amazing. I'm going to be riveted to that video. Okay, how was body removed from the house? Jennifer, most likely in that suitcase. I believe he was put in that suitcase pretty early on. The stories that Letecia tells about being attacked and her attacker asking for a box or a suitcase, her stories put the box and suitcase in that room. And I think that's just a little portion of the truth that she's including in her lies. So I believe that Gannon left his room in that suitcase and was pretty much in it from there until he was found again. Let's see. It could be otherwise, though, because the trail of blood we heard from the luminol testimony or the Blue Star testimony, as far as the investigators, they sprayed the entire house with that reagent to look for blood. And it was all over the entire path from the bedroom all the way out to the garage. There was blood in every single section that they stopped and could take a picture. There was blood, drops of blood, lines of blood, signs of blood that had been cleaned up the stairs, over the little threshold and through the laundry room type thing.
Thomas C. just sent a super sticker with 2.
Thank you, Thomas C., for the super sticker with the 1-up, level up. Thank you very much. It's good to be here. I was a couple of people had asked, and I was going to follow this. We have 12,773 subscribers right now. And thank you to every one of you who are here. JT Bruce Crime says, Recovery Addicts, tough to focus on how Letecia reacted to a tragedy. I still believe she's guilty of sin because I respond to tragedy with humor. Tasteful. Don't know how I would in this context, though. JT, I hear you. Some of you know I did some video work for the police. I filmed, being out on call, basically ride along type video with permission, and it's interesting to see people in different scenarios where you're filming. Specifically, I'm talking about the police officers, because some of the situations we went to were very sad. Some events happened that obviously we weren't filming. There were victims there. That's not something that I filmed. I was filming more of the road type work. But hearing and filming the police officers after
that is not relevant.
Thank you, Judge Manning. After a traumatic event and hearing the jokes and the lighthearted way the police officers handled it, not to discount the event, not to say ha 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 that happened to them type thing, but the way that they cope and use that sense of humor to deal with the heaviness of the situation, I can definitely see. That's real. Sherry M., welcome to the gallery. We appreciate you being a member, Sherry. JT, one more thought. We see the same sort of thing, or it's commonly seen in the nursing environment, where nurses who have to see all sorts of stuff that, see and do all sorts of things that most of us would never want to see or do. They'll often have a sense of humor that can appreciate a little bit more callousness than we might think would be appropriate, but for them it's a coping mechanism. Let's see. That's a great question. Why did she choose Florida, Melissa? I don't know. Well, here's what I was thinking. Yesterday we saw a video of inside the van, the moving van, and we saw that there was actually a section of the floor where blood was leaking out of the suitcase onto the floor. And that was tested positive for Gannon's blood. It's possible that she didn't think that anything would leak out of the suitcase and that she was waiting for the right time to dispose of it. It's possible it contained the smell pretty well, and that wasn't an issue. But when I'm guessing here, this is my theory, that when she started noticing that the suitcase was not keeping her secret as well as she had hoped, I think that's when she was almost panicking and looking for the soonest opportunity to get rid of the suitcase, because at some point it was going to expose her. And so I think that Florida was not like her predetermined destination, although the ocean may have been something that had crossed her mind as she thought, hey, maybe this will work. I don't think that she had like planned out the bridge or anything. It was just opportunity presented itself, and she went that way. Gallows humor, it's how we cope for sure, says Alyssa. Yes. Ganna's mattress was almost completely clean, but I think it must have been a waterproof sheet because of his bowel issues. Aaron, I've said the same thing. It's especially because there was blood on the floor that soaked through. They say it soaked through the mattress. I don't see it. I don't see the mattress being cleaned to that level and still having blood soak through. That it doesn't add up in my head, right? The mattress is so absorbent that if there was so much blood that it soaked all the way through the mattress, it wouldn't look as nice as it does in the pictures. So to me, that sounds like the blood went down the wall and maybe under the mattress, and the mattress could have been cleaned pretty effectively on the surface, but maybe we'll find out more about the inside of the mattress that was not cleaned. Just joined this morning. There's no court today. We're on break right now, Debbie. We're just waiting for the court to come back. I think we've got about 5 minutes before the court will be back, and we'll be back with that as soon as it has. I thought your subscribers were 12.7 million. That would be nice, Puzzleman. Don't think that's ever going to happen, but thank you. JM says, recovery addict, what haven't you done? Love this channel. JM, I got my degree in communications electronic media for a couple of reasons. First of all, it didn't require a lot of math, which was never my strong suit. But also it requires a little bit of information they say an inch deep and a mile wide is how much information you need about things. And that pretty much describes my experience with most stuff. It's an inch deep and a mile wide. Just had a lot of life experiences, a lot of jobs, a lot of just things that happen that I've learned from, and I just draw on that when I talk to you guys about it. Okay. Let's see. There had to be tons of blood, a lot for a young kid. Yes, the blood spatter. Oh my goodness. The thing that gets me is that picture we saw from the walkthrough of the house, where the house is empty. There's no
Lynn
people
Francis just sent a super sticker with 3.
Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate the super sticker. How's it going? It's going great, as great as it could. But the video of the officer walking through that shows Gannon's room, and then you see the wall, and the wall has basically evidence markers, tags for every point they found blood, and it's all up and down 2 walls, just all over the place. It was a vicious scene. Clearly, there would have been a ton of blood, and a lot of cleanup work to get it to the state where officers walked into that room hours later and didn't notice it. So that's crazy. WeatherWatch says some new audio equipment may or may not have shown up. Awesome, WeatherWatch. WeatherWatch Thomas is my podcast host. We do a podcast on Friday nights here. It's much more relaxed than this. It's sort of laid back, a little more humorous, a little more fun. Also live on this channel. I did send him another one of these, a soundboard. I had a spare one, and so we're trying to get our audio synced up a little bit better. That'll help. 1 million subs by the end of the year. Lost Souls, you're awesome for saying that. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Was the candle accident that made... Okay, question. This is from Annie in Sweden. Was the candle accident what made her kill him? What's your theory? Annie, I've struggled voicing my theory here because it is so horrible. I believe Letecia lit the candle, and I believe she lit the candle to punish Gannon, and I believe that's the source of the burns. I believe during the course of that, the candle fell on the floor, and Letecia blamed Gannon for it. I'm sorry. And that was just another form of abuse where she blamed him for something that she had done wrong. Savas, thank you for the gifted memberships. Appreciate your continued support of the channel. You are amazing. Thank you so much. To the new supporters or the new members, congratulations. Please take a seat on the front row. I'm sorry. I need some water.
Her obsessive cleaning disorder didn't help her.
Yeah. She did a fairly good job with it, but there's no such thing as a perfect crime, and as good as she could do in cleaning up that crime scene, it was, you know, the evidence and Gannon, basically his voice through his experience, through his blood, is just speaks out.
At this point in time,
Not from us, Your Honor.
Right.
No, Your Honor.
Back for
Right, then let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
There's this court gives no warning. They start immediately, and so we don't have any warning when the camera's up. But
Really is a pain, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's
And there's not a different setting, is there?
no. And it's, yeah, proud of it, but
they're talking about
it's
that
easy,
camera.
You just got to remember to do it because
Yeah.
it would be disastrous otherwise.
They're talking about the camera on the top right hand corner of your view. When they
It's gonna
turn
be
it
a
on,
disaster.
it starts fully wide. And
It just is
they show the jury.
that camera's view when it automatically reboots up and starts again. Every time we start it, it has the whole jury box.
Oh.
And so you
Recovery
have
addict,
to,
I believe
you
your
have to
theory
zoom
too.
it in to cut out Ms. Gratiano, so that we know that we're not getting the jury box. And because there's a juror that sits right behind her too, so you can't.
Yes, early on in this
All
trial,
rise for the jury, please.
early on in this trial, the judge, that little camera was reset during the video, and the judge did very, very briefly show the jury, even though it was on a small window, it was in there. It's on the judge on that one. But Rock and Dawkins, thank you for the super chat. Says, I believe your theory too. Gannon was a tender and prime target for psychopathy. Yeah, psychopathy. I think I said that wrong. All right, we're going to turn the sound effects off for the testimony as we do.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. So after we had a chance to watch that initial conversation that you had, I guess the initial recorded conversation that you had with the defendant, I want to clear up some things that we hear in there. In your initial question and answers prior to us getting into actually watching the video, you mentioned that there were concerns about any health issues. Did some of that come out in this particular recording?
Yes, it did.
Was that the ADHD and the bleeding from the rectum report?
Yes.
There was reference of a Petco on North Nevada that the defendant indicated she had visited. Is that the area up at University Village dominated sort of by that Costco that's in that shopping center?
Yes, it is.
There was reference to a Nintendo Switch and trying to track that. During the investigation, did you learn whether you could or could not do any tracking on the Nintendo Switch?
We could not track the Switch.
Did you learn later that the Switch was actually found in the house?
I did.
There's lots of discussion in that video, or that recording, I should say, about things that required investigative resources. Do you remember hearing those things?
Yes.
Does that include going to different residences, like that? I think it's 10350 Declaration Drive, to look for potentially clues that would lead to discovery of where Gannon might be?
Yes.
In your experience as a seasoned homicide investigator and detective, is time an important element in an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is the fact that resources are being expended to chase down potentially a runaway child as opposed to a homicide investigation, did that waste valuable time in the investigation?
Yes.
And was that wasting of resources a direct result of misdirection from the defendant?
It is.
During your course of conversation with the defendant at that Starbucks on January 28th, Is this essentially the fourth time at least that she's given this story that Gannon has run away? Meaning there's the 911 call, the call for service, reporting it to Al, and then now reporting it to you in this recorded phone call.
Yes.
So almost a quadrupling down of that runaway story.
Yes.
What was her demeanor like? I guess because we can only hear what is being said. What were her outward demeanor expressions like? Were they normal?
She was calm and collected.
Did she ever change personalities while you were with her during this recorded interaction?
No, she did not.
Was her personality consistent throughout that interaction?
Yes, it was.
And then there was reference to, by the defendant, there was reference to ADT data to show what time she had returned from doing the run to Petco. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you also, during this investigation, become aware of neighborhood ring or doorbell cameras that caught that action as well?
Yes.
That confirmed sort of that timeline?
Yes.
Was it consistent during your course of this investigation that there would be some kernel that could be confirmed, a kernel of truth that could be confirmed from the defendant, wrapped around things that were unconfirmable or turned out to be totally false?
Yes.
Some point later that particular day, 3:45 p.m., did you reach out to the defendant again by phone to request particular items?
I did.
What were those items?
I requested that she bring a toothbrush and or hairbrush with her of Gannon's.
What was the purpose for that?
To collect for DNA purposes, to develop a DNA profile.
Is that a common thing to do in a missing child case like this?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if the child is located and is deceased, we're able to identify them.
By comparing the DNA from the body to the DNA profile that you might gather from toothbrush or a hairbrush?
Yes.
Were you making efforts to get the defendant down to the sheriff's office to sit for a formal interview?
Yes.
While that was happening, did Al Stauch, Gannon's father, show up at the sheriff's office and actually sit for an interview?
Yes, he did.
Was that at about 4:30 p.m. on January 28th?
Yes.
Did you send a text to the defendant asking her to come down at roughly the same time?
I did.
Did she come down?
No, she did not.
Did she even respond to your text message?
I don't believe she responded initially, no.
Okay. Later that evening at about 6 p.m., did you get a call from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What's the, and what was the call? Was it to your cell phone?
Yes.
Does the sheriff's office have areas in the building that make cell phone service difficult?
Yes, they do.
Did you experience that with this particular phone call?
Yes, I did.
So what did you do in response to that?
Because I wasn't able to completely talk to Letecia on the phone, I hung up with her and I called from a landline located within the sheriff's office.
Did you get a better connection on that?
I did.
Was that particular phone call recorded?
No, it was not.
Do you remember what she told you or what the discussion was during that phone call?
She was discussing her relationship with Gannon and Lena. She told me about how her parenting and Al's parenting was separate, that they never formally adopted each other's children, that she wasn't allowed to make parenting decisions for Gannon or Lena, and Al was not allowed to make parenting decisions for Harley.
Okay. And then did she tell you during this particular phone call the last time that she actually saw Gannon, at least the way that she's reporting it?
She did. She mentioned that she saw him, I believe it was between 3:15 and 4, and she had mentioned that there was a TV show on that she had liked to watch. And I asked her what that TV show was, and she could not tell me the name of the TV show.
Did she describe the clothing that Gannon was last seen wearing by her?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She said it was a blue shirt, blue pants, and his tennis shoes.
Did she also mention a blue hoodie?
Yes.
Did you ask her during this phone call if she would come down and talk with you at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she accept that invitation or did she decline it?
She declined.
Did she give you a reason why she was declining it?
She said that her stomach was bothering her and she was having to make multiple stops at different Walgreens to use the restroom.
Okay. Later on at about 7:03 p.m., did you get another call from the defendant?
I did.
What was that phone call about?
She was FaceTiming me and she was mad because her daughter was left alone with a bunch of men in the home, she claimed. At that time, the sheriff's office was at the home to get Lena at Al's request.
So I think that's later on when she's asking about that. Would that potentially have been at 11:52 p.m., that particular call? A FaceTime call where she's upset about and needing Al to come home?
That could have been, yes.
Okay. I guess after that 7:03 call, did you get another call from Al in which he was upset?
Yes, I did.
What was that all about?
Al called me and he was sobbing. I could tell that he was upset. And he told me that he didn't tell us everything. He had previously done an interview with my partner, Mark Riley. And he explained that Letecia had rented a vehicle from the airport when she picked him up and that he did not disclose that to us.
Did he also talk about trying to find her normal vehicle, the black Tiguan?
Yes.
Was he able to find it?
He was not, no.
Was that causing him distress, at least as he's relaying it to you?
Yes.
Did that lead to him coming back into the sheriff's office for another interview?
Yes.
And then later on that night, at about 10:45 p.m., did you get a text message from the defendant? A rather long text message?
She's texted me multiple times that night, yes.
Do you remember the specific content of that text message?
I don't for that time frame.
Okay. If I showed you a report, would that refresh your memory as to the specific content of that text message?
Yes.
Your may approach.
You may.
We're about to get some text message chain, I think. Thank you, Lost Souls, for the gifted memberships, and as well as Christine Daly. Thank you, both of you.
Seeing this paragraph here. Had a chance to review that?
She's reviewing her recollection of the text chain right now. Sounds like there are several texts.
And for the record, what I'd handed to Ms. Bethel is pagination 01-0043. Did that refresh your memory as to this longer text message?
Yes.
What did the text message say to you?
She was asking what I wanted from her, and she was saying that she was being set up and that she learned that information from a fellow Blue with El Paso County.
Was that basically an implication that she had an inside source to the investigation to you?
Yes.
Was that, did that turn out to be true?
No, it was not true.
Did she also express during that text message the same sort of theme that she was upset about her daughter being in the house with people from the sheriff's office, men from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she relay in that particular text message the idea that she could hear what was being discussed inside the home because of cameras or something in the home?
Yes.
Did you respond to her?
I did.
What did you respond with?
I asked her if she had any information to help me find Gannon.
Did you also invite her to come into the sheriff's office to talk with you?
Yes.
Did she accept, or what happened?
She declined.
I'm going to retrieve that page from you. And then just a few minutes after that, 11:52 p.m., is this the FaceTime call that you got from the defendant?
Yes.
Was this a recorded FaceTime call?
Yes, it was.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Gary, may I approach with People's Exhibit 336?
You may.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 336?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a FaceTime interview with Letecia.
Have you had a chance to listen to the content of that disc?
Yes, I have.
Is the recording file on there a fair and accurate representation of the audio of that FaceTime call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 336 and ask for permission to publish.
All right, you may go ahead.
So this is audio only, no video.
Are you accepting it as being admitted?
Yes, it's admitted.
Okay.
You can go ahead and play it. I'm sorry, I was distracted because I was looking down at this. This is, while it says FaceTime, it's only audio, right?
It's only audio, yeah. And just so that the record is clear, I never did hear whether there was an objection or not from defense as to moving admission.
The judge was very distracted.
Exhibit 336 will be admitted.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out I got your message about something. I talked to you earlier. You didn't say anything else. I'm just trying to I'm confused at what you want me to do, what's going on. You talked to me, now you want to talk to me again.
Well, you sent me that message saying, I don't know what you want from me, so.
Yes, because, my child couldn't leave. I couldn't go home. I don't have anywhere to sleep. I just don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry. That sort of kind of came out of left field for me. All I'm trying to do is gather information to find Gannon.
I don't understand what you mean came out of left field. My own child could not leave. So how is that out of left field?
What do you mean your child couldn't leave?
She was trying to go to Starbucks and was left there and forced to stay there with men in and out the home by herself.
Okay, I don't know what happened at your home. I know that she was offered the opportunity to come into the office and she didn't want to, so she didn't go into the office.
But what does she need to go in the office for? She can't go get food. She can't go get coffee and had to be asked why she gets coffee. Either Starbucks app to see that she gets coffee every day. Hello.
Is there anything more that you might be able to share with me to help me find Gannon?
Just give me this.
Where are you now?
You keep asking me this over and over and over.
Where are you now?
I'm not going in to talk to you
without
an attorney when you already talked to me earlier.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
But I just don't understand what's going on.
Do you have anything, any further information to give me that may help me find Gannon? Any new developments, new information?
I told you this.
Okay. Well then, I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation then, because we've already spoken.
Okay, so why do you keep saying because someone came and looking for me, wanted me to go talk to them, so now it's you. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You and I have already spoken. If you don't want to come in to speak with me at the office, that's completely fine.
Okay, but why was someone?
I don't know. And so what I'm saying at this point in time, Letecia, is if you don't have any other information for me to actively look through to find Gannon, there's no point in me continuing this conversation. I need to get off the phone here and start working on leads and developments.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Wow.
So, first of all, where were you when you got that FaceTime call?
I was in the sheriff's office.
The other noises that you can sort of hear in the background, do you know what those other noises were?
To me, if I remember correctly, it sounded like windshield wipers on a car.
Okay, making that weird moaning sound?
Yes, they're rhythmic.
Okay.
I didn't hear that.
Sounds like potentially her demeanor is a little bit different than what was happening at Starbucks. How would you describe that?
She was angry with me.
And angry because of the idea of trying to get her down and talk to you at the sheriff's office?
I'm not exactly sure why she was angry with me, but she was angry with me.
What was your goal? What were you trying to achieve as you're accepting this FaceTime call from her?
I thought that maybe she had additional information for me to follow up on so I could find Gannon.
And did she resist that, giving you additional information that might help find Gannon?
Yes.
Besides the fact that she's expressing anger, did she have a consistent personality with what you had experienced in a previous phone call and at Starbucks?
Yes.
There was reference made by her that she wasn't going to come down and talk to you at the sheriff's office unless she had an attorney.
Correct.
Did that indicate that she had a good understanding of what her rights might be if she does come down?
Yes.
Object to speculation.
What was your answer?
Yes.
And then did you basically throughout that night, early morning hours, were you getting text messages from the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of those text messages?
A lot of them were about her, focused around her. I kept asking her to come in to talk to me if she had any additional information for me. And eventually in the early morning hours of the 29th, she gave me a story that she needed to talk to me. She was asking for a friend if we released information to the media. I told her we did not. She said something that had happened to her and she couldn't tell me around Albert because he would be mad and would become violent. And I ultimately arranged an interview for her, which was supposed to start at 10 o'clock at the sheriff's office on that Wednesday.
10 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Was it odd to you, as you're describing those text messages, the early text messages, that the focus from her perspective was on her as opposed to finding Gannon?
Absolutely, yes.
Why was that odd?
In my experience, investigating other crimes and investigating other missing children, the parents are always willing to give me whatever information they can to find their child. And I've never experienced a parent being concerned about their own well-being or welfare while their child is missing.
In those text messages, did she also describe injuries that Gannon had suffered?
Yes.
What were those?
She said that he had blood on him.
Did she say from cuts?
Yes.
Did she also describe burns?
Yes.
Did she deflect any cause of those injuries away from herself?
Yes.
Did she in fact say that she did not hurt Gannon?
She did.
At that stage of the investigation, was that an odd development that she's now indicating that he was hurt, but she didn't hurt him?
Yes.
In what way?
Most times, if you don't know what happened to somebody, you wouldn't put yourself out there to say that you didn't do something to that person.
So you mentioned that you arranged in these text messages to have the defendant show up for an interview at the sheriff's office at 10 a.m. on January 29th, which would be Wednesday. Did she show up at 10 a.m.?
She did not.
Were you able to have any contact with her around that time frame to indicate where she might be or why she wasn't there?
I did text her, yes.
Did you get any responses?
She eventually did respond to me and told me that she had to put measures in place because she was her daughter was being stalked and her family was receiving death threats. And so she wasn't able to come in until she got those things taken care of.
Was there any indication, in the investigation that either her or her daughter was actually receiving death threats?
No.
What time did she arrive?
12 o'clock noon.
All right, may I approach with 337?
You may.
This is going to be a long interview. I think this is the 5-hour one. We should have video on this as well, though. I'm going to do my best to try to show the video and the
Detective, I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Ms. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 337?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
It is a copy of the interview I conducted along with Detective Kat Houston with Letecia at the Office of the Sheriff.
Is this the interview from January 29th, 2020 starting at roughly 12 p.m.?
It is.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of, I think that's actually a thumb drive or a portable drive, right?
Yes.
Is the content of that thumb drive a fair and accurate representation of that interview of the defendant?
It is.
All right, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 337.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
Exhibit 337 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish. And just for reference sake, this recording is 4 hours, 19 minutes, and 46 seconds long. And so we will have to stop it for the lunch break and then probably a second time as well.
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is this is both video and audio, right?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start this. We will take a break, a normal lunch break. We'll flex that to a reasonable breaking period. And then we'll send you on your way and we'll come back. But in the meantime, we'll start with that. And Ms. Bethel, you can step down and sit in some places a little bit more comfortable for that long a period of time. And prosecution, go ahead.
Thank you.
So we're going to use the Letecia cam to show the video. Ellie, thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate your support.
And slide it to when they actually come in the room.
Good idea.
Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can bring this up full screen.
And then just because you're in here and you're in our building and stuff, do you mind if I just pat you down really quick? That's how we hug. I just need you to face that way for me. Sure, if you need me. Yeah, go ahead and put your arms out for me and just separate your legs slightly for me. There you go. Nothing that's gonna like poke me or anything. Like you're not diabetic or anything, are you? No. Okay. Is the phone?
This might be painful audio. I'll do what I can on it.
Anything in your purse? Like, okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Great. If you put a seat on the couch, we'll be right back with you.
It's a very luxurious interrogation room, probably by design. This is on the 29th, is my understanding, and she's 2 hours late to her appointment. Let me play with this a little bit, get the best view we can. Make my picture just a little bit smaller, if that's all right. Dr. Docklet, thanks for being a member. Appreciate your support. Family interrogation room designed to put folks at ease. Yeah, it looks that way. She's surveying her surroundings, trying to choose how she wants to present herself when someone walks into the room.
Your Honor, just while we're actually watching this part, I do want to put something on the record. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily want to play the dead time when there's not an interview happening, but I think her actions inside the room are also relevant for mental health issues. So I'm playing it differently than I know.
All right, that's your call.
What that means is we might have a long pause here. Let's see. Can I do another window of Letecia? Part of the problem is one of the tools I use to set up the overlay is the source for the video we have right now. So technically, yes, I can do it. It's a little bit tricky to put it together because I have to build it on my phone remotely. She's going to steal the batteries from the remote. Let's go to this for a second. Do you need the zoomed in picture? Do we want the zoomed in of the interrogation room? Or do you want to keep Letecia up there? What would be best for you guys?
How you doing? Did you get some sleep? I haven't eaten today. Oh my goodness. Want something to eat? I've got some stuff. I would love that. What would you like? I've got some pizza Hot Pockets and some tamales, a breakfast burrito. Hot Pockets would be good. But I mean, you don't have to No, we can get you something. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. Let me get that started for you. I have Coke and Sprite and apple juice. Do you want something like that? You have diet? We searched high and low for diet. There's no diet. I'll take a regular Coke. Thank you. All the vending machines are even sold out. Thank you so much for getting that. Yeah, absolutely. Here's my card, just so you have it, so I don't forget later. I'll get that judged. Okay. So that's my partner, Detective Houston. I know you saw Mark with me yesterday. Right. I work with a couple different people. Okay. You're in charge of? No, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge. It's just we all pitch in and help out where we can. So Mark helps me whenever I'm out and about, and Kat helps me whenever I'm here. Right. So she's going to be hanging out with us. And I also have something going on. So if this ends up going over, which is totally fine, I just want you to know who Kat is and that. Okay. No problem. Where did you park? Did you park in the garage? Mm-hmm. The garage that's right behind our building? I got a parking ticket, yeah. So. Oh, okay, yeah. Perfect. For validation, what kind of vehicle were you in? So that I can put that on the validation slip whenever because I'll give you something to turn in so you don't have to pay. Yeah, it's a Volkswagen Tiguan. It's a Volkswagen Tiguan? Yeah. Okay. And let's see, what else? So I'm just going to go through my normal spiel with you.
Okay.
I know that we talked last night, but because you're in here in the police building, I want you to know certain things, okay?
Right.
So first of all, you're in here voluntarily. You can leave.
Okay.
You just have to let me know that you want to leave.
Right.
Because I need to escort you out of the building, okay? If there's ever a time that you need to take a break, you need the bathroom, you need more water, you're still hungry, whatever it is, let me know, okay? I can't read your mind, so I need you to let me know what's going on with you,
Okay.
so that I can help you, okay? Because the whole purpose of this, of us talking, is to gather some information, and I know
have
you.
a question about that. I understand that. I know it's recording and all that. It's totally fine. But does that usually stay within the court and stuff like that? And I'm just asking.
Yeah. So this
because I'm gonna have to tell you some very personal things. So.
Okay. And that's perfectly
Right.
fine.
Yeah,
and
okay.
and so it is not our common practice to go and be releasing stuff like that. Also, another little admin thing that I do just to sort of kind of cover my butt whenever I have people in here talking is to go over a Miranda waiver. It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It's just because you're in a police station, and I want you to be absolutely certain of your rights.
Right.
Okay? So I'm going to go over that with you right now. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. Okay. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Right. Do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? Yes. And having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me? Yes. Okay. So if you could circle yes, circle yes and then initial. It's sort of redundant, but if you'll initial next to yes. And then down at the bottom is an X here. If you'll sign that for me. Now, sorry, this was, I got a new watch and it doesn't like to work for me. It's 12:10. Thank you. Okay. So, because, I know I met with you yesterday. We talked on the phone, we texted, we've been talking with each other a lot. But because this is recorded, I want to get, let's start from the basics. Okay. Have who you are. Do you have your ID? Yeah. In your purse? Well, those are my glasses. Yeah, this. What are they? This. I haven't heard of that. Is that a new? It's like a Quay brand. Quay. Yeah. They're really good. They're better in the micro quarters and things like that. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. I know this is your South Carolina ID. Thank you so much. What's your middle name? Well, it's I do my maiden name, which is Hardin, Hardin. Hardin? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and that's your maiden name? All right. I'm just right downstairs the deal number. Have a given middle name? Lynn. L-Y-N? Yes, ma'am. There you are. Thank you. What's a good phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you? 843-655-746. I don't ever drink sugar, so this is probably going to be so good. What is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that? Letecia, like my name.
I'm going to mute her email. I'm not sure if it's active or not. We just don't need that.
There you are. Thank you. What's a good phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you? 843-655.
And her phone number is probably changed as well. We're going to cut that out.
Sugar, so this is probably going to be so good. What is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that? Letecia, like my name.
Lots of contact info here.
T. Is it your same last name? Stauch. Yeah, because I don't it's really, I really like, I don't, my first name, I'm always like, oh, Tesha. They're like, what Tesha? So I just put T because
Have I been saying your name wrong?
No, you haven't, but I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so like we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up, just to put T.
What do you want me to call you?
You can call me. You can call me Tisha, which is my
Tisha. Okay.
You know, we always have a name we don't like or something.
And you said Instagram.
Mm-hmm. Now my Instagram is under Dr. Stauch.
Dr. what?
Stauch.
Doctor?
Is it the spelling of your last name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I have my doctorate degree in education.
Okay. I'm like, is this like a Dr. Pimple Popper kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
So it's for your education doctorate.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then address that I need to send if I need to mail anything.
It's 6627 Mandan Drive.
Mandan Drive.
And then 80925.
And where are you working?
Well, I was working with WD3, but I didn't want to work as a teacher anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I decided I was going to be a flight attendant. So that's currently what I started doing with Spirit. So I had been going back and forth doing like FAA. First you have to get like a study guide. I know you're probably like, oh, you have your doctorate degree, you want to be a flight attendant, you know, I just like to travel. But my goal is to like teach online too and do the flight attendant so I could do both.
Sure.
So I've been looking over my books with Spirit and like things like that so that I could go to training. So I was supposed to go to training. We get like a training date February, March, April. So in the meantime, I was just doing like subbing at the early college. That's why I told you early college, picking up sub shifts and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're more of a substitute.
Well, I was just a fifth grade teacher at French, but teaching has gotten so difficult in the elementary schools. I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like in between. I just finished working with them and that.
Yeah, I'm sure kids nowadays are a handful, right?
It's hard because I did special ed for so long, but that's what my doctorate's in. And then you're like, oh, like you try to help so many people, and it's just hard.
All right. So you're gonna do flight attendant with Spirit?
Well,
have you been picked up by them yet?
Well, I got an offer letter from Spirit, an offer letter I just got one yesterday from SkyWest.
Oh, okay.
And the reason I like SkyWest is because they have a domicile in Colorado Springs and in Denver, so you can actually like work there, and I could do both at the college. So I was gonna, I thought that was vibrate. I was gonna do like Seek, and like I'm sure I wouldn't have a problem because I just finished this past year. I was going to just do them both. And then, so I hadn't decided, but now that SkyWest just had offered it, I was like, that would be perfect because it was just like centrally located, you know.
Right.
But you could come home all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that was a big problem that we had, is because I was going to take the Spirit job and then I wouldn't be based anywhere. They don't have a base anywhere in our area.
Oh.
So like I would have had to be in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
So I would never get to see anybody at home. And then you like stay in these crash pads.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with it?
We were on vacation with some people who, the wife used to be a nurse, and she actually transitioned into being a flight attendant.
Right.
She was telling us all about it, actually.
Right, yeah. So
it's scary. Like,
familiar. I did start getting scared about it being in Vegas, and I was like, man, I'll never get to see everybody at home. And like, I mean, I love the travel part. So then I was stuck with traveling, but being alone, or traveling with everybody else, but maybe not as much here. So, but anyway, that was, in a nutshell, I was kind of self-evaluating. Is it okay if I just stop that? Because it's like
that's fine.
Drives me crazy. But yeah, so I was in like a self-evaluation type thing, trying to figure out, transitioning from education and never having like another career. Like, and then like worrying about how people would look at you like, oh, you have a doctorate degree and you're a flight attendant. You know, you guys like don't make money.
Right.
You know, so.
My niece is actually a flight attendant, so for Southwest.
They said that's the best one, and whenever they have openings, it shuts the website down.
Oh.
That's what I heard.
That's pretty awesome. I didn't know about that. And apparently it's really hard to get into, because they're supposed to like handle emergencies in the air, so.
Yeah, and like the training is so, you think people just think we will serve people, but the training is so.
I heard it's very intense.
Yeah, they like do ditching exercises. They kick people out every day. If you're late for class for 1 minute, kick you out. Oh, wow. And that's good. We need standards like that whenever we're
So like,
flying.
and let me just tell you this in case it comes up like somewhere, but Spirit flew me out to do the December 20-something training, right? Problem is, I didn't have anybody to watch Harley. And Albert was working night shifts. And so it's always hard because it's always on me to find babysitters for everybody, all the kids. It's always on me. So I get out there and he was supposed to help. I know she's 17. We let her stay by herself, whatever. But through the night, because he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that kind of scared me. Mm-hmm. So, like, she just joined the Air Force. So, like, I know she's going to have to learn how to, like, shoot a gun, protection, but, you know, like, she's not ready yet, mature. Like, she's very mature, but she's not ready. So I came back, you know, and I was, like, talking to them. I just told them, I was like, my daughter's at home, whatever. And they're like, we can move you to the next class, like, I think it was February, whatever. Mm-hmm. So, anyway, so just in case you're like, oh, I thought you were, but I did fly out. They flew you out or whatever. And I came back because I was panicking about her, the dogs, everybody to take care of. So,
okay. She's your baby, right?
Yeah.
So, why don't we talk a little bit about what's going on? So, I understand. So, initially you didn't tell me some things because Albert was there. And when we say Albert, we're talking about Eugene.
He doesn't like Eugene because his dad is Eugene, and he was a child molester.
Okay.
So, like, he, like, raped his sister. Mm-hmm. So he freaks out about the word, like, if he hears Eugene. But I said maybe that might help you. If you don't have to call him Eugene, it probably would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday. Okay. And be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because, like, I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might, like, say, and just in case, because I have, like, notes from different things or whatever.
From different stories.
So we already talked about the beginning things. I figured you reading that. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. Did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dog for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at Massage Day.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. The crazy thing is, like, it's always like you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So spent the whole time like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories. Excuse me. All those type of things. Then he started having a stomach problem, and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short. But I was like, it's okay. It was kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather, so it was kind of getting cold. So we decided to go home.
Okay.
So we go home. I don't really remember what we did the rest of the day. It was probably just like random things around the house. I feel like we went to dinner. Oh no, we didn't get dinner because he wanted to take a bath. That's it. So he came in and that's when he asked me about the whole bath ball.
Okay.
And he had pooped in his pants, so I thought he wanted to like take a shower, so I gave him a bath bomb.
Okay.
So went through the night. We were just doing like a regular random. I feel like I don't know who I should be talking to, but
you can talk to both.
Yeah, we used to be doing like random things around the house. It's Sunday, no football on. You know, I mean, I don't know like specific every little detail we did, but just a normal everyday situation. Other than he was in a lot of pain because he gets really bad. Is it okay if I like show you like graphic, like not graphic, but like with my hand motions?
Yeah, that's nice.
He'll get where he has to like poop, and like I swear they're like that big. It might take like 2 to 3 weeks. He has like a GI problem, so because he takes Vyvanse, so like he had went the whole time without Vyvanse. So whenever that happens, sometimes it'll get where his stomach like wants to work, but then like can't. So he spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like kind of like hurting and things like that.
Okay.
All right. So then at this point, the dogs, we have 2 new little, a Frenchie and an English bulldog. They're really like,
French and English bulldog.
Yeah, they are. They're really kind of like Sadie's the French bulldog. She's kind of like high maintenance. But the kids always help out a lot with them, you know, but Gannon wasn't feeling too well. And the dogs, you know how they like know someone's not feeling well? So they were all laying down there and it was gassy, like very, very, they're back with that, very, very gassy or whatever. And, you know, life goes on. But so Gannon had started a candle. Again, normal day. He's very like responsible in terms of like, if you give him something and say, do this, and like a list to prepare, it's fine. So we let him, you know, do things like that. Like Albert lets him like use the box cutter to cut the boxes down, you know, and like teaching things to be like a independent, growing up adolescent. So I didn't see a problem with him, you know, light a candle, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look at when the fire thing went off. I was tired. Albert had left because we spent the whole night up prior with Saturday because he was going to train in Oklahoma. So we stayed up most of the night.
Okay.
You know, just everybody was going to miss each other, wouldn't see each other for a while, whatever. So I was kind of like, you know, tired. I had dozed off for a little bit. And Lena asked me, could she stay up and still watch the rest of her iPad or whatever. Usually I'm always like, no, strict, like, hey, no, you can, you know, whatever. But I did feel kind of bad because it was just her birthday. And at the same time being her birthday, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
So we made it about her, but like I was trying to give her a little bit extra because not everybody got to make it there. And we went all out for Gannon's birthday. Like we took him to a Rockies game. We took friends with him. I mean, you know, like popcorn, hot dogs. But we didn't do that with her. But in her defense, we bought her a Switch. So it was kind of like different, but she didn't understand that. So I let her stay up longer than she's supposed to as like a, you know, kind of sort of bribery, but, you know. So we stayed up a little bit later. And so she was still kind of, she's a very hard sleeper and she's hard to like pick up, move if she falls asleep, whatever. But I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping, like a beep, 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 beep. And I thought that someone was coming in the house. So I look and don't see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's wrong with this thing? So I walked through Lena's room, because the alarm is in her room, and I walk back like through the top part of the house, and you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in there.
Okay, so there's the upper level, and then there's the below basement. So I like walk back and forth or whatever. I didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. Like it kept saying fire.
Oh wow.
So and I thought it was you know how like so there's like sensors for your fire alarm and then there's sensors for your like alarm.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just going to everything trying to like ban it while it was going off because I was thinking kitchen, fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. So I was putting like towels over some of the sensors because I thought that was like monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much and there's smoke, you know, that's just because I grew up in the country. So, you know, like I remember bonfires and like things like that, you know. So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement has, so if you walk down the basement, and there's just sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I like run back up the stairs, go grab Lane, and luckily, my point telling you about her being not a rough sleeper, she woke right up. So she woke back up and I like almost like grabbed her and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I said, I gave her the keys. I said, can you go? I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait?
Right.
So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. She ran out, and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that they weren't. I know that they had gotten in the truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Gannon because I couldn't get. I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So my main thing was to get the front people out, you know, and then go. So then I ran back downstairs to get Gannon. And then the fire was on the floor over here, and then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here. And I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on about, they leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 clothes and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn, and then I was like, get up again and started running at that point because it wakes him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire, the carpet's on fire, and we all go outside. So we get in Albert's truck and we drive. And I drove off in panic because I saw that I put the fire out. So I knew that there was no, like nothing wrong, like it wasn't going to keep going. I drove off in panic because I was like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like, we burnt the carpet, we done this and this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's going to get in trouble and da-da-da-da-da. So, like the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and like developed a plan for the next day to figure out, honestly, we were going to fix the carpet and try to like not say anything. And the reason for that is because like Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on like me, and he'll be like, you didn't do this, you weren't being a good mom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were like a little like worried about it, and he gets very like crazy like if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going to stay out of school. We were going to get the carpet fixed and then go from there. Plus stomach hurting. So Lena didn't want to sleep in her room. Everybody was still kind of like frazzled. And I think Lena slept with me or on the sofa. I brought the dogs up. And again, he wanted to go in his room at that point because he was already sleeping on the sofa. So that's where Sunday, like pretty much kind of like stopped and everybody went to bed and yada, yada, yada. And I think I sent Albert messages because he was sleeping, was on a different time zone, and he didn't see him that night.
Okay.
And I didn't feel that no one was in harm. Make sure I say that because the fire was not going. Now, I know that Gannon had like black marks all on his shirt, like smoke marks. But he had on a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt because sometimes he has on whatever. He had on a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve shirt. So I didn't see him in any kind of like nothing other than the little burns that we had. I didn't see.
Where did you see burns on Gannon?
All right, so with Gannon, I just saw that. Okay, so like on the top, like right here, so like say the shirts are here. So like right here, there was a burn, and the reason for that was I think whenever like he was trying to come up, it kind of burned him a little bit. I'm not gonna make an assumption. I don't really know. And as far as that, I didn't see anything else. Like I didn't know any like other differences or anything like that. All I saw was that. I said, "You okay?" He ran out the house. He was firing out the house. Everything was normal. Yada yada yada. Now I'm gonna let you know in a little bit why he was bleeding.
Okay.
But at that point, when you get to the Monday morning thing, I'll let you know about that.
Describe the flames for me. How tall are these flames? Is it like smoldering on the carpets or kind of creeping across like a grass fire, or is it like coming up, working its way up the couch? Like how is it?
Well, I really don't know. I know that it was like here, centralized on the floor, but like I could see. I think the smoke might have kind of intimidated me more because I spent the whole night coughing. So I think that kind of intimidated me so much because the visibility was starting to be a little bit, like as if I had walked into a small little fire, and I was just afraid that it was going to, because, like upholstery for the couch, that was my biggest concern, was the upholstery for the couch. So, okay. So I would say, it was like maybe like in this area, like right here. It wasn't like here.
So the flames were, 2-3 feet high, you think? How much light did you see coming off of this through the smoke?
No.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't know.
I'm not like a professional and I was in the moment of freaking out to like give you an accurate answer.
Sure.
Because I don't want to tell you what's here, and it might have been here. I don't want to tell you this, and this. I don't know.
This is all based off of your memory to the best of your ability. Right. And that's all it is. Okay.
I do know that I saw covers coming up on fire.
What covers were coming up on fire?
Like he had a cover on because he was sleeping on the sofa.
What was he covered with?
What do you mean?
What kind of blanket? You had mentioned there was LOLs, there's quilts.
Color?
What blanket was he using?
Oh, I'm not sure. There was a couple that were there. There was a black. They were all. I put them all back in that bin that was sitting there. Did you? You said you didn't.
I haven't been in.
Okay, so there was black. It was like a little furry. There was watermelon ones. I don't remember specifically which one he had, but I know that there was blankets in the area because they always leave blankets around. They leave the mermaid one around. But the whole operation of when I grabbed them and put it out, I grabbed them all and done it. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Were any of them like damaged whenever that happened?
Oh yeah, they all. I left them all there when I showed them that night that, you know, like they were damaged or whatever.
Okay. Well, I haven't been in the house either.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was speaking to you like you.
Yeah, no, I didn't go into the house either, so I was like trying to make sure that we're.
Yeah.
So then Gannon decides that he doesn't want to go to school because of his tummy issues or because he's going to help you with the carpet. What is?
It was kind of a combination of both.
Okay, and who excused him from school?
But well, I had texted Albert and said, could he not go to school for his stomach?
Okay.
Because he was hurting with his stomach, but also the whole plan was that we were going to figure it out.
So who actually contacted the school to excuse him?
It wasn't me. I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Did someone contact? Because I didn't.
I would assume that somebody would contact the school, or you probably would get like a phone call. I know with my kids' school, if they're not there by 8:15, the office.
Then they would call Albert, not me, because he would have the like the automated system where he's like, your child's missing. I mean, your child is missing from school today, whatever.
Okay. Yeah. So that's Sunday, and you're saying a lot of we and that kind of thing. So you mentioned earlier that Harley had gone to work.
Mm-hmm.
She got called into massage envy. Mm-hmm. So who went on the hike?
So it was originally going to be all of us. Harley, me, again, and Lena. And then Harley got called in. She switched shifts with someone, but then that person, like, I guess the policy is if that person agreed to take your shift, but then don't come, you still have to come or something. I don't know. But, so she just was like, I have to go. She's only going to be working there like a few more weeks or whatever. So I told her, I was like, don't burn any bridges. I know it sounds crazy that you have to do that, but you got to go in. So she went into work on Sunday.
Okay. So it ended up being you, Gannon, and Lena that went hiking.
Right.
Okay. And so then let's go through Monday. Yep.
So we wake up on Monday. Normal. How we wake up. And you're like, everybody gets up, whatever. Gannon stays in bed. He already knows that we are going out and about today. That was the plan. I walked Lena out because usually Gannon walks her outside. So I walked Lena out to the front door and around to make sure I seen her around the corner to get to the bus stop, and she did.
Okay.
I come back inside. I don't remember if I laid down a little bit. I probably played on my phone for a little bit, wasted a little because she goes outside at like 6:50, 6:55. Still early. Take the dogs out, things like that. Well, I go down, start talking to Gannon about, hey, like this is the plan. Like go downstairs, the basement, whatever. I say basement, but as in like his room is downstairs. It's a furnished basement. And I realized that Gannon, he actually had like marks like on his arm, and they were actually like peeling at that point. And I swear, I did not realize that they had, I don't know if like they start like, because burns are sitting there. I don't know if they started like peeling like overnight or like whatever. And he has like really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or like things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Like anything that's like loose and things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if like, as burns, like, burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean like, I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying like as in burns like on your skin. I guess when like like pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So like on your arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. Mm-hmm. So then I was like freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arms were like that. So I'm like crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, like I'm like very like I was scared. Because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like, because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really check him down. And he really got a little bit more burns than he should have. So I was freaking out because like
he should have.
And Gannon was like, it's okay. Like there was blood. And like he had on his arm And as it was peeling, I should have called. Where did they have blood at? I should have called the hospital and just asked, you know, I don't know enough about burns, but I should have called the hospital and just asked, like, I made a mistake. I did. I swear to y'all, I didn't know they were that bad. I did it all. So I feel horrible. So here I am. I know it's not, you know, about me, but as a person, I was feeling horrible that I didn't call Albert to say, you know, they're like this. So I told him, I said, okay, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put some like aloe on your arms, you know, and things like that. And I was like, it's going to be okay. We're going to fix it. We're going to, you know, and all I kept thinking about was we're going to fix it. And I don't know in my mind how I was going to fix it as far as he wasn't in pain. He wasn't saying like, I'm hurting or anything like that. He was more of like peeling it, like, you know, like it was like, it was like a boil. Am I saying the right word? Boil, like blister? Like a blister. Maybe like it was pulling a blister, you know. Okay. So there was blood, and then so I'm like holding him, and I had blood on me. And when I say blood, let me explain to you. I don't mean like dripping out, pouring everywhere blood. So let me not like give you that thought process, because sometimes when I say like if I say flames to me, I'm like this is a big flame, you know. So there was blood. So I was just so like freaked out. So I was like, we'll just clean it up. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. Where's the blood at? So the blood was on his arms, on his like sheet that he had, which we washed the sheet. So it was on his sheet. It was on his arms, and he had some on like his arm had, I guess from like sleeping or whatever. He had some on the wall. So we cleaned up everything. I put like garnish the. Am I saying the right? Garnish the wrap thing. But a wrap thing, and I was like, we'll check it with the aloe and see if it gets better. Because my next thing was, I'm going to assess the situation in so many hours. And if it looks, because I did look online, and it said, like, if it turns a yellow color, that it could be infected or whatever. And I was like, that was going to be my next step. So I don't want you to think that I was, like, neglecting the fact that.
So you realize that he's got a burn. You do some treatment that you think is appropriate at the time. And then you tell yourself, you know, I'm going to do this follow-up with him. Okay. Right. So then what happens after you take care again and make sure he's okay?
Honestly, I'm facing the house, and I know there's two things I got to fix, you know. And when I tell you that Albert will freak out over things, I just want you to know that. So I want you to think, picture in my mind of how I'm like afraid to be like, okay, I got to fix these situations, and I need to fix them fast with carpet and things like that. Okay. So number one, I was like, I need to fix the carpet, and number two, I need to figure out, you know, like assess, like I said, does Gannon need to go get like some burn cream or whatever? So I said, let's get.
This is probably as good a time as I need to pause it and then pick back up after lunch.
Okay, I was wondering when we get there. Okay. Council approach for a minute.
Okay, as we see, I'm going to go back here. We're not allowed to show the sidebar. This is whoa. There are things that she's saying. I don't know if she knows she's saying them, that are very telling. When she said that he got a little bit more burned than he should have, the child should not be burned at all. There is no acceptable level of, oh, he should be burned about this much. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I do feel that in her stories there are elements, there are seeds of truth that she's spinning her lies around. And unfortunately, she lies so much, I don't know which ones are the truth. I don't know if Gannon lit the candle and knocked it over. And it sounds like no. It sounds like no, that there seems to be way too much information that she's providing, volunteering about that for it to be true. As far as, you know, that her pattern of lies seems very elaborate. She gives tons of information when she's lying. So I don't think, I mean, and you can tell that the investigators immediately called her on it and asked her about how much light the fire gave off. She's like, fire gave off light? I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 1:20, we should be able to start this afternoon on time. What we're going to do is I've been talking with the attorneys, and when we come back, there's still going to be about 3 hours and 20 minutes or so of the video to go. We will take another break during that. That's just too long to have you sitting. So we will take another break during that, but that's what you can expect when you come back. So if you want to bring beverages or something like that, feel free to do that so that you have something to drink. It seems like it's getting a little warmer in the courtroom. When we came in this morning, it was a sweltering 64 degrees, but it's a little bit warmer now. So, and I expect it will be this afternoon as well. So anyway, we will see you at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, the cameras are getting shut off here. They'll ask if there's anything possibly before lunch. Maybe the judge already covered this. For those that were asking, Letecia has not been watching the video. She's been paying attention to the paperwork on her desk. At times she's had sort of her hair fort going, pulled up with covering half her face. She's paying a lot of attention to the paperwork in front of her. She's written something. But has not, to my view, has not really been watching the video at all, which is displayed on a monitor to her left.
Like the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. We'll see everybody back at 20 then. All
right, so here goes the cameras. 3, 2, 1. They're gone. All right, so we're, I don't know what time lunch starts. What did they say? 1:15, was that right? Which would make it 3:15 my time. So we're going to start back up at 3 o'clock after the break. If anybody would like to talk about what they've heard today, anything that stood out, as this is all new content for us. We have not heard these interrogation videos before. So there's a lot to digest as we go over this. If there's something that stood out to you that maybe is very telling or impactful in what you've heard so far in the first basically quarter of this audio, a little less than a quarter, you can call the burner phone. We'll have a few minutes to talk about that. She's probably drawing a picture of how she wants her prison cell to look like. I don't know. I think she's still focusing on some other documents, that same document she had this morning. Let's see. Say that again, RA. Say what again? I'm sorry. The burner phone is right here. This is the burner phone number. Obviously, I can only take one call at a time. Sorry, that's all my burner phone. It's a free burner phone. You know, that's all the features you get is a single call at a time. Was Letecia ever arrested before? I believe she had a record previously from either North Carolina or South Carolina. That there was at least a verdict, but there was some information was missing from the sentence, like the sentencing was missing from her record or something like that. Let's see. Fell asleep during the phone calls. Did you miss much? Well, today I don't think we've had any phone calls. We've had like a FaceTime. We've had a Starbucks interrogation. Now we have the interrogation that's happening on the 29th at the sheriff's office in like the family interrogation room. It's very comfortable. They're bringing her food. They're bringing her water. She's not under arrest. She can leave at any time. They have Mirandized her, so she knows her rights. She's willingly agreed to talk to them there, and boy, does she talk. Boy, does she talk. It's been crazy to hear that. Okay, let's see. I've watched videos where they debunked the tipped over candle story. The flame always went out. Yeah, it sounds like the candle was in a jar, like a jar candle where there would be glass on the sides. It's possible that a blanket over the top of that or partially over the top could have lit something on fire and then been kicked off the couch and onto the floor. I'm just trying to piece together how it would work, because there was wax both on the couch and there was wax on the floor. But either way, it seems Letecia knew that she had crossed the line somehow and that she was going to be in trouble. And that's, let's see, we've got somebody calling in. Let's see who we've got.
Jocelyn in L.A.
Hello, Jocelyn in L.A. This is Recovery Addicts. How are you doing today?
Great, thanks. You're doing so fantastically today.
Thank you. What are you thinking about as you watch this video?
Really subtly, I noticed that there's a little bit of animosity about how much attention she sees getting on his birthday as opposed to her. She said, we went all out for his birthday, and he had hot dogs and friends, and we didn't really do that for, I think she said Harley, and so I just wanted to see if you picked up on that. Also, I was wondering if you knew whether or not that image of him wearing his little Colorado Rockies beanie was taken on his birthday in the back seat.
I don't know the answers to either one of those. I didn't pick up on that. I'm glad you caught that because I did not. I was listening to other things.
Yeah, so I'll let you go, but I just thought maybe some other people picked up on that as well, so I thought maybe you could toss that out there. Yeah. Thanks for your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll see you. Bye. Great questions. I did not catch either of those. Jocelyn in LA, good to have you on the phone. If anyone else has input or questions to ask, we'll keep the burner line open just for a little bit before we take our lunch break. Let's see. Letecia was very jealous of him. I'm starting to see that theme brought up a lot. And even she says at one point, she says, I know it's not about me, but she's talking all about me. And how long did she go before mentioning anything? She had to be prompted to say, tell us what's going on with Gannon. Okay, why are we here type thing. What are we doing here? Instead of talking about everything but that. Let's see. Olive Juice, we heard from the Emmy regarding the burns on his body, that his body was too decomposed to tell if there were burns on the arms. So there was no way to verify or authenticate or the extent of those burns. So we only have her story to go off of. Possibly we might hear something from Harley. Harley might have some information about that because she would have seen him before he died and possibly after the burns. Let's see. There's another call here. Let's see who we've got here.
Call from Diana Carruthers.
Diana Carruthers, welcome. Good to hear from you again.
Hey.
What are you thinking today?
So I'm sort of wondering if the burns were from maybe her burning his, arms, and then he couldn't stand it anymore, and he knocked over the candle that she was burning him with.
And then she blames him
for it. That could be
why.
Yeah.
Diana, I think, unfortunately, that may be very, if not exactly what happened, very, very close to the truth. And it's heartbreaking to think that.
It is.
Especially when you heard her say that, she noticed that he had more burns than he was supposed to have, or more burns than he should have.
Like, what? I'm like, he shouldn't have any burns. What are you talking about exactly?
Zero is the right answer when you talk about how many burns a kid should have.
Right. And then she's like, and then I just took care of it. It's like, wait, excuse me? That's not something we take care of at home typically.
Yeah.
That's an ER visit.
Yeah.
So,
and her number one concern was, oh crap, Al's going to be mad at me. I've got to fix this.
Yep.
I've got to hide this. I've got to, and not fix Gannon, but fix the carpet and the couch.
Yes.
That's her number one concern.
Fix the trouble I'm going to get into.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, she's such a narcissist. It's extreme.
Yeah, she said the burns.
I just wanted to say that.
She said the burns were on his collarbone, which was weird. She's like, they got up, they were here, and then she's like, I don't know. And they said, how did? And she's like, I don't know. I'm not a professional. I don't know how they got there, type thing. And then we heard later that there were burns on his arms that he was picking, which
yeah.
Okay, I've been burned before. Okay, I've played with fire as a kid, and fire will bite. Okay, I know this, but in the little experience I've had with burns, they are so painful. You don't pick them. The skin is so tender. The skin is, any contact, you want something covered up with gauze, aloe vera, and then nothing to move on it. Any motion on that it's like raw nerves on a cheese grater.
Excruciating.
Her story about he was picking his burns.
And then flinging it on the walls because that's where the blood comes from. Yeah. I'm like, seriously, really? Okay. So did he cut a vein too and split that all over the walls? Like, what are we doing? Yeah. Lady, your stories are just all over the place. But I also wanted to say we had a foster kid who was burned by his brothers on purpose. Like he was thrown into a fire for entertainment purposes. And so when we got him, his 2 legs were just, oh my gosh. And so they had to take skin from other areas and put it on. And so we were taking, they had to graft his skin. And oh my gosh, just the pain that kid went through on a daily basis that we had to, and that was just cleaning it, and doing what the doctors are saying. But he was in excruciating pain. Yeah. So it's just, and to see that go through for a kid, it's just heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking. Thank you so much. Appreciate the call. Good to talk to you. Wish one day we'll talk on happier topics. but
I know,
you for your
right?
insight for sure.
Thank you so much, RA, and I love all my peeps. You guys are amazing.
Awesome. We love you too. Thanks so much. We'll see you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, so we're I know there are a couple people who are trying to call in. If anyone else wants to call, we'll have it for just a minute or two more. I get a sunburn and I almost die. I can't imagine, says Sherry Marshall. Sherry, my wife and I, when we, early on, right after we got married, we went up and we rented one of those little, it's like a jet ski boat. And we went out and rode on the lake. And I used no sunscreen, and I blistered my back. It was the most painful thing ever. Hello, this is a recovery addict. Hello? Oh, they dropped. I'm sorry. I had a call, but then I might have hung up on you. I'm sorry about that. Try again. Yeah, but seriously, a burn. Her story does not add up when you hear that. We should re-listen to the audio recording of Gannon again about his burns. Shelley, that is painful. That's really the last sound we have from Gannon. The actual recording of him saying, "I'm just worried about my burns."
Mr. Upper Torso.
Mr. Upper Torso, good to hear from you again. 2 in one day. To what do we owe this great pleasure?
I'm so sorry. I think I hung up on you because I thought you were on another call, and I don't want to hog the line. It's like a little radio show. I'm only going to keep you for a second because the points that you've made are really spot on. The points the other people have made are spot on. But I am just trapped in the mindset of watching her, knowing what story is coming, and wondering, like, you're talking like you're two girls over coffee, and you know what you're about to tell the detectives. You're
about to allege an assault of the most heinous type. And
I know, and I'm just like, Letecia, are you delaying because you know how crazy the story sounds? Because the longer you take to get to it, the worse it's going to look. And I'm curious how quickly she's going to shift personality when suddenly talking about this traumatic thing. I just can't get that out of my head. Just watching her, like, I know what's coming.
Yeah, it's crazy. Maybe she's waiting for the right moment to introduce it. But I mean, she's got her notes there. Okay, so she's reading off her notes. Okay, let's see. By the way, let's talk about SA, type thing. We're just
I'm pretty sure the cops are going to bring up, like, you didn't mention this 2 days ago when you first called the police. Like, I'm sure that's going to be their first question of why didn't it come up then? Never mind coming up in the interview. Why didn't it come up 2 days ago?
No, it's going to be bizarre how she tries to fit this together and why she, how in the world she thinks that these investigators are like, oh, okay, yeah. Now I understand what you're saying now. This makes sense. But she's just going on as if I talk more, they'll be with me type thing.
And she goes for 4 to 5 hours before she realizes I need to bail. And in my opinion, fakes a panic attack. We're going to see it. We can all decide. And this is mentioned in the arrest affidavit that she shoved tissues down her pants. And a lot of people had questions about that. So I want to see if she grabs random tissues or if she takes the tissues that she had been crying in and stuffs those down her pants as a way to maybe mess with the DNA. I'm very curious what that's going to look like.
Wow.
I don't mean to spoil, but I mean, it's in the arrest affidavit. It's coming.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that. I think at some point she's going to realize that the questions I'm being asked are because I'm not behaving in the way that I would behave if what I had said is true. And when that light bulb moment,
not working.
Yeah, when that occurs to her, I think that's when we're going to see her behavior switch, and probably quite dramatically. But
I think it was a very smart move to put 2 female interrogators in there with her.
Oh yeah.
I think she would have really played that I'm a victim angle to an older male a lot differently, and I don't think these female detectives are going to respond the same way, and I think that's going to shake her a little bit.
Yeah, and I love that they're sitting on opposite sides, and she's like, I don't know who to look at. I don't know who to lie to is her problem, right? Yeah, who do I have to convince and make sure that they're believing me? I'm worried that this person isn't, who do I look at? So it was a great technique. I think it's going to be fantastic to watch. I'm glad the audio quality is pretty good as well. I mean...
It is, and I don't know, you guys all know, I've never seen an interrogation room that nice. Like, it looks like a living room, and I wonder if it's like a tactic, because normally you want the person to feel pressured. You pin them against the wall, you make them feel like they can't get to the door.
Stick them in a corner.
Very cozy.
Yep.
Yeah. This is like we're just having a chat by the fireplace.
Well, we've got 3 hours and 20 more minutes of this after lunch, so we'll be back for all of that. Thank you so much, Mr. Upper Torso.
Yeah. Let me let you go so other people can call in. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yep, we'll see you.
Call from...
Hey, this is a recovery addict. Who am I speaking with?
Lisa.
Lisa, how are you doing? Thanks for calling.
I'm doing good. I have a theory on what happened to poor Gannon. I think maybe he had an accident in his pants, and maybe she tried to stick him in a hot shower, and that's why he got burned on his, what did they say, on his collarbone? Because that probably would be where the water would hit him first.
It would, for it to be a burn from the shower. Yes, it can happen. I know a lot of people have their water heater set at a temperature where even on the full hot setting, it's like, you know, in my house, I can take a shower with just hot water and I'm okay, because we have our water heater is like a water warmer, not really a water heater. But there are other houses I've been where you turn on the hot water and you touch it, you're like, wow, that's boiling type thing. So it's possible. I would hope that, you know, a family with little kids doesn't have their water heater set to such a high temperature that it comes out scalding out of the faucet. But that's an interesting idea. But yeah, I think however the burns got on him, I really believe they were intentional. Whether it was from the candle or from hot water.
I think she tried to start the fire up maybe after his demise, hoping that maybe the house burnt.
Yeah. Oh man. How
I think. Yeah.
She's a monster. Okay.
She is a monster.
I mean, this is my opinion here, but this is a monster.
This is a monster.
Oh, wow.
But that was my theory, because I'm thinking for him to have the burns where he had them, he had to come in contact with, you know, his collarbone. Like if that's where it was. Yeah. And I missed where that came from. That evidence came from the collarbone.
Now that you say that, these pieces fit together really well. Okay, so we've got if he was burned, if she like forced him to take a shower because he had an accident, and she hot water scalds him with that, and she said earlier on, she's like, and he was burned, and she said, I'm not doing this to say that's where the burns were. I'm just, and so maybe she was talking, maybe he was burned, arms, chest, just burned all over.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking she, you know how, you know, evil people do that to their kids. They burn them. I'm wondering if she did that to him, that poor thing.
It would have to be extremely hot. It would, I mean, almost like it would have to be, it would almost have
straight
to be
hot water.
Water from the stove type thing.
Right.
And
right.
It hurts to even think about that she would have heated up water to burn him. Oh man.
Yeah, that's the only way I can think of that he would get the burns where they were, you know, if it was really on his collarbone.
And then the candle to cover the burns, to say, oh,
yeah. I think she's truly evil, but that's just my opinion. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what they find out. But anyway,
Lisa,
thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. It's good to talk to you. One day we'll talk about happy stuff, and we'll have to do talk about, you know, good memories and things. But I appreciate you being here. Thanks for sharing your insights with us. All right.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. We'll see you. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. I think we need to go to lunch. I think we said. Oh, we've got one more call here. I'll keep answering the phones.
D Fiore. To accept, press.
Hello, D Fiore. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, oh my God, I'm great. All I wanted to say was, if I hear yada 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 one more time, I am.
I think you might have to step away from the live stream for a little bit, because I think we've got 3 hours and 20 minutes of yada yada yadas and somethings, and you know, whatever.
How can she so easily say yada 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 after she's murdered a child?
And the most painful part is what the setting is she says it in. Every time she's talking about Gannon being hurt or Gannon complaining or something, that's when the yada 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 comes in. She's not talking about, like, and I was listening to music and yada yada yada. No, it wasn't that. It's all every time she has to bring up Gannon and the problems he's caused, and that's when she's like, yeah, whatever, you know, him, the boy type thing. But
it's disgusting.
I'm with you on that. Yeah.
Oh
Unfortunately,
God.
I think unfortunately, if you've got yada 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 on your bingo card, if your whole bingo card were yada yada yada, so you might get bingo here in the next couple hours. That's something that I don't think she can stop doing. So.
Yeah, I don't think so. She's so cold.
Yep.
I don't know how Hartley survived this long.
It's heartbreaking because I really believe that this wasn't a single day snap, that nothing had happened before. I believe that this was probably a pattern that was building up. The poor boy.
I absolutely, yeah, I'm 100% with you on that. 100%. There's no way.
Yeah.
And the whole blood coming out of his butt thing, okay, that is so disturbing because I have six grown children, but they've been constipated before. A tiny little bit of blood may have come out on the toilet paper, and they freak out, of course.
Yeah.
But
the
way
know,
they say it.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far down this because we don't have a lot of facts, and honestly, even after the medical examiner, there's not much they can tell us. But what we know is that he was premature, and that he probably had this condition since he was a child. It's been something they've dealt with all along through life. And if it's something that is frequent and constant through life, it could have been more of an issue. This might be the only legitimate health concern he had, and everything else was caused by his mom.
I don't recall Al ever saying he's had this problem all his life.
I'll have to go back and think on that. I thought I heard something in his testimony.
Okay, I may be confused. I have not seen 100%. So anyway, I don't want to hold you up, but thank you for taking my call.
Not a problem. Thank you for calling. Appreciate talking to you. We'll see you.
Cool. All right. Bye.
Bye. All right. I asked what time lunch is. It's 3:15 Eastern time, so 1:15 they're starting court, right? Is that the idea? I'm going to reset that. We have 3 hours and 20 minutes of the video that's going to be left. What we're going to do now is we need a lunch. Sorry, I know there's a couple people who are going to call in. I'm gonna hold off on that for now, if that's all right. We need lunch. We need a break. We need to be able to step away. This is heavy stuff. Get out, move a little bit, get some air, take some breaths. If for some reason this is too heavy for you, I'd understand not coming back in the afternoon, because we've got a lot more testimony to go through. If you're not able to rejoin us in the afternoon, please, tonight when you go home, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We'll be back at 3 o'clock. We'll open the chat window right away, probably in about 5 minutes. The first person in chat does win the internet, as is tradition here. So if you want that to be you, the best way to win is to first subscribe to the channel, click the notify button, and then as soon as you get the notification, open up that chat and say anything. First person in chat wins the internet. It's just a fun virtual prize. And plus you get to brag and say, I own the internet. Who else can say that? Elon? I don't think so. All right, thanks guys. We'll see you guys in a little bit. It's been a rough day. I appreciate you being there with us and helping us get through this together. We'll be able to do this again and strong. Thanks guys. We'll see you after lunch.